Happy holidays and happy new year to you all in Fab Radio land. We are back. Arcane Games and Events is coming at you with Season 4 starting right now. My name is Bryce Platts. You know me. You've heard my voice in your ear holes for a long time, but the man sitting next to me is a new addition to the AGE casting staff. This is Colin the Boy Wonder Erickson. You might know him as a Kassai Chad, and also the man who for 24 hours held the record for the most AGE points brought to a player's championship, what was very quickly supplanted by Pheno Black.
And it was a glorious 24 hours.
What did you do? Did you go out and celebrate?
Oh, absolutely. Partied all night, all day, and then it hit the cutoff, and I was out, and then partying was over.
What do you party with when you are too young to drink?
Juice. I've been getting into a lot of like strawberry banana. There's like a mango one. Got some in the fridge. Pretty good.
Oh, you treated yourself.
Yeah.
A little sugar high.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a lot of fun because I'm going to be coming at you with my normal antics, and Colin is the man with the plan when it comes to the numbers, the analysis, and all of the insight that you're going to see on screen here. We're starting the year off with our brand new circuit. We promised we were going to expand at the end of last year, and boy, howdy did we. We are now supporting St. Louis as one of the illustrious locations with Arcane Games and Events Open Series in their backyard, and we are so happy to have them. It's a big turnout today, despite first run.
I know. We have 53 people?
53 people.
53. That's pretty exciting.
Incredibly. And we can't wait to bring you the action. But before we get into that, we've got some weekend stories to share with you. The first one is basically last time on AGE. We had 2 Players' Championships last year, which was the first time that has ever happened. AGE Los Angeles and AGE New England. Colin, I believe you competed in one of those events.
I did. That was not the New England one, unfortunately. No. But that was the Los Angeles one, and I got pretty close. But unfortunately, got taken down by one Peter Bedensik.
Oh, I know that guy. The guy not from Southern California came in to wipe the entire event.
Spiked the tournament. Yeah.
Bummer.
But it was a good game.
Yeah, and he has lost his brand with Cinderclaws now, so, I think we won in the end.
Of course, yeah.
Besides that, Noah Bagelman takes down the Players' Championship in the East. And now this year we're going to have 3 for the first time. And the stories that will be told on the way to the St. Louis Players' Championship are going to unravel before your very eyes, starting here and now today. So that's what happened last year, but we are looking ever forward to Season 4 and beyond. And speaking of looking forward, Colin, we have a huge announcement today.
Oh, yeah.
AGE Premium is now live on our brand new revamped website, thanks to Sock Puppet producer Justin. This is a exclusive content platform that you can enjoy for a measly $10 a month. You can sign up directly on our website, and you will get access to a whole heck of a lot of stuff. Some of it is still in the works, but for now, we've already got our first few articles written and uploaded for your viewing pleasure, including authors like myself, Marco Marcelli from the Techlo Foundry. We've got Patrick R. coming at you to help you prepare for an AGE Open Series in your backyard. And also, Mr. Ben Dodd has graced us with yet another Flesh and Blood puzzle tailored specifically for AGE Premium. So get on over to our website and check out what we have to offer. Besides that, you can also get your hands on event discounts. Every AGE Premium member gets a 10% discount on any open ticket that they purchase. There's also going to be extra AGE games coming at you after Los Angeles has its say this month. We're going to have a backup match, and it will be uploaded only for premium members. All that and so much more coming at you from AGE Premium. So get on over there and check out what we've got. We've already done it a couple times here, Colin, but we're welcoming St. Louis to the AGE fold. I have to give a special shout out to Michael Thompson, who is, I believe, if he is not now, he is very soon to be a Tier 2 judge in the Judges of Wraith program, and he's also been beyond stellar in helping us both canvas the St. Louis region and facilitate this tournament. So all 53 people with their butts in seats at an AGE Open today have him to thank.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been a great help, and we're excited to have him here.
Without a doubt. He's also going to be our head judge for the day. So if you see a brawny man structurally testing one of those yellow judge shirts. That is Michael milling around in the back. Special shout out and salute to him. We also have more events coming at you, folks. AG St. Louis is happening right now, but look at this. We're doing a little better than last year in terms of planning out for the future. All of these events are on our website and can be signed up for right now, here, and today. So if you want to secure your seat sooner rather than later, say for, the Los Angeles Open that's coming at you on January 11th, the New England Open on January 31st, or any of the other events that you see on your screen, go for it. We also have some color coding laid out for all of the circuits in hopes of making it so it is very nice and easy to hone in on the region that you actually want to compete in.
Yes. I mean, you could do all of them if you want.
Besides that, folks, we have partnered with our LGS here in Los Angeles to make it so that we can mold their Road to Nationals event and their Pro Quest event in January and February with the AGE Open Series. So besides your normal RTN prizes and Pro Quest prizes, you can also expect what we normally do here at AGE. That's a $1,000 prize pool for each Open, $400 to the winner, $200 to the second. Third through fourth gets $100, fifth through eighth gets $50. But especially now, at the very beginning of the season, Colin, it's all about AGE points. And why is that?
Oh, absolutely. These AGE points, honestly, they're more about consistency than they are big spikes. If you're going to be going to all 8 events, you need maybe 5th or 8th. You just need top 16 in most of them, maybe a couple spikes to get in. But if you're only going to be able to go to a couple, then you're going to need to win almost every single one of them. So if you can get in these points early, I think it's going to set you up so nicely for the rest of the year.
And why do you want these AGE points, folks? That's because we start with 8 opens every single year. There are 8 open tournaments that anybody can attend for a paltry price, and you're competing for the cash, but also these AG points to qualify you for the Players' Championship event, which is exactly what we started this stream off talking about from last year. And only the top 16 in terms of point accruance throughout the year are going to get to the invitation-only tournament where you're going to be competing for a beefed-up prize pool, also a gold cold foil, and some other goodies from LSS.
It's a ton of fun.
Well, besides that, folks, I think it's just about time to get down to the match floor and see what St. Louis has got for us. The first one is going to be a firecracker because it is one of the greatest yappers in all of Flesh and Blood.
Really?
Mr. Lucas Oswald is going to be on feature match for round 1. We don't know yet who his pairing is, but we saw his name come through on the registration sheet and we said, well, we got to show the ladies and gentlemen exactly how our Runaways does it.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. We've seen that performance go great in New England with Noah Begelman, who I believe is also on the Runaways. So it'll be curious to see, I don't know, they share a list, see if it's something different. We always see in each location people with their new ideas and brews, and I'm excited to see if Lucas is one of those people with something fun, especially in this new meta with the bans. There haven't been too many events out, and I want to know what's next for RTNs.
I think everybody does, exactly, because all over the Flesh and Blood world, we're trying to qualify for our respective national tournaments, starting literally today. So AGE Opens are special not just because the people in the respective regions get to go out and experience competitive Flesh and Blood in their own backyards and on stream, but also because it is another data point in all of our caps to improve at the game.
And it's a great one at that. You get to compete with some of the just strongest players you've met, people from all over, people who spike tournaments from Vegas, who knows? And it's a great time. So if you haven't already, you should come down and check one out. Or if you can't, at least follow us on YouTube and just keep watching the streams for all that knowledge coming to you live.
Yeah, keep those butts in the seats right now, and we'll get you a match in short order. We're going to go for a very short break, and then we will be back, of course, with Flesh and Blood in the new year 2026. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The Midwest is rife for some flesh and blood action. We are back at Arcane Games and Events. It is the first stream of 2026. We nabbed that before anybody else could get their hands on it. My name is Bryce Platts. I am back with Colin Erickson for his first run at the casting booth in AGE. You excited?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It is technically not the first time you've been in the booth because we did have a holiday show match to help ring in the winter season and also the new year. Team AGE took on Team Sigil, and, well, it went...
We did great.
It's great. We won one game, and that was basically gifted to us on a silver platter. If you want to see what I'm talking about, go ahead and check out the VOD, the holiday show match on our YouTube channel. It was a heck of a lot of fun, though, Colin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and if the matches today are anything like the match I got to cast that day, they're going to be bangers.
Yes, 100%. We don't have a metagame breakdown for you yet, but I can confirm that there is more than one tough nut in the building. What is that building, ladies and gentlemen? It is Fantasy Books and Game over in Illinois. They have been gracious enough to host the first AGE Open in the St. Louis area. It is not technically in Missouri proper because it is difficult to award cash prizing. I don't need to get into that. Bottom line, players are sitting their butts in Fantasy Books and Games, and we are incredibly thankful. Shout out to Dan Gomez, who is our representative over there. Colin, you want to watch some Flesh and Blood or what?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, cool. Well, let's go ahead and hit the button. Descend on down to the feature match area where Lucas Oswald on the right side of your screen is taking on Michael Harris. It's Ira, Scarlet Revenger versus Arachne Marionette. It's going to be a really kind of clean, dagger-centric way to start off this first AGE Open in St. Louis. Something that we've seen time and time again with Cindra being the best deck and Arachne Marionette following up, but Ira has been a little bit downtrodden lately.
Yeah, she's been a little bit quiet, as I think we've seen some of the more popular mid-rangey answers in heroes like Kassai. But now there's a little bit of a shift in the meta, and Ira gets to play a lot of good disruptive answers and a lot of good generics. And I think like that one, the race phase coming out onto the combat chain right now. And I think if the meta is right for it, she can provide a lot of disruption, especially when heroes aren't quite ready to block that 7 breakpoint.
It's immediate Flick Knives activation for Lucas Oswald. Michael Harris is now marked. And, of course, an incision on top of the Hunter's Clave. An interesting inclusion for Lucas. I do think that most Marionettes leave this at home, and I think the reason for the season is that block 3 clause down at the bottom right-hand corner of that card.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, it just being a versatile attack reaction and just more pumps on the dagger can be super valuable as the Arachne Marionette, because the more you can present these 1s and 2s that could be like 10s or 12s, the more opportunities you have to sneak over damage and put opponents in these really awkward positions that I think all the Arachnes revel in.
It is a fantastic start for Lucas Oswald because not only has he connected with 3 points of life, he also has conveyed a mark and rolled into Arachne Orb Weaver just by happenstance. Usually what we see from Arachne Marionette is an early flick of the Hunter's Clave. That all was normal, but then they're often forced to block with that all-important Mask of Deceit on their opponent's next turn in order to get a Graphene Calycera online as soon as humanly possible.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So this is definitely a lucky break for him here, because those Graphene Calycera are just so important for him. That ability to go 1 resource for potentially even 2 go again is really powerful, and it's something that we've seen in other decks like Chris Ioli's Kassai that are just constantly going that 2 into 2 into 2. And to be able to have that on Arachne combined with that disruption that we've seen just all these assassins use, the Codex, Leave No Witnesses, and even the Arachne banishes, I think just puts him in a great spot. And here we see, I think because of that, Lucas taking a bunch of damage to be able to send one of those really big turns.
That bunch of damage was a pretty perfect 10 from Michael Harris, who does get to draw a card off of Mask Momentum there, but it was not part of the plan. No, indeed. Just wanted to send some really good numbers there, and indeed he has. Lucas Oswald takes 25% of his starting life total immediately, but that makes me think there's a bit of a banger coming out of the hand for Mr. Oswald, and it will tell the story It is held a little bit close to the chest, but
yeah, it looks like a Stains of the Redback potentially. Maybe two Stains of the Redback, having
Definitely
a lot of
one.
access to go again. This will be interesting. Now, there is some hand fixing available here. All the Arachnes, or most of the Arachnes, allow you to discard a card to get a buff. And, well, the buffs are good in their own right. It does also allow you to kind of fix the hand. And here, as I say it,
this is so nasty right
This-
here, Colin. Savor Bloodshed after the activation of Arachne Orb Weaver, creating the Graphene Calycera, is the follow-up, of course, is Kiss of Death, not the Stealth Dagger. Well, technically a Stealth Dagger, but also an attack action card with a bit of an on-hit. Besides the one conferred by Savor Bloodshed, a loss of 1 life will go Michael Harris's way if this connects. Lucas Oswald shuffles 2 cards still after presenting 10, technically 11 on the combat chain. There's got to be a reaction in the hand. We know of the 1 Stains of Redback.
Oh, absolutely. And this is brutal here. Kiss of Death is, I would say, potentially Arachne Marionette's strongest attack, and that is because it benefits from all the dagger clauses and all the stealth clauses. And you get the best of both worlds here. Here you see him activating his hero ability for daggers. You see him playing Savor Bloodshed for daggers, and then you see him attacking with a stealth attack that he can give go again to with Stains of the Redback Stealth Clause. And if he can attack, if he can give it go again, if he can flick the Kiss of Death for another 1/1, this is going to be massive. And here we see a lot of respect given to this.
That is a full hand, and I think Michael's happy about that, unless, of course, the last card in hand besides is a Tarantula Toxin. Doesn't seem to be the case, though. You better believe that Lucas would be throwing it out onto the combat chain if that were the case. Nevertheless, still leaking 4 damage over the top of this block for not, honestly, a whole lot as far as Ira can normally do that. Overcrowded. While it's really fantastic if an Assassin player resolves a Codex of Frailty, in this case, only blocks for 2. Follow-up here is Pain in the Backside. 3 go again. We'll buy the remainder of the hand for Michael. Oh, Overcrowded came from the Arsenal. In that case, it's looking amazing. What a fantastic Arsenal card for Michael Harris on turn 0.
That is nice. And here we see one of the questions that I've been wondering about in this match is how aggressive is this Ira going to be? And we see some of these 3 blocks. You see him posturing very defensively. But overall, that was a pretty functional, aggressive hand there if he wanted to. That was, it looked to be maybe a little light on resources, but it looked to be Bittering Thorns, Kadachi, and to like take the tempo or something like that. So we see that, I think if we ever have Lucas taking an off turn here, we could see Michael swinging back with a lot of damage. And I think that could be extremely valuable because when Arachnes are given time, they're given time to get into those really awkward blocking situations, and they get a chance to draw their Tarantula Toxins. And so I'm curious to see how Michael's going to navigate this because that first hand, he seemed very willing to just let it go.
And you know, one of the things I think people love about Ira, much like what they love about Kassai, is that she can kind of flex her game plan based on what the opponent is doing. She can change her macro in the micro, which is a really interesting thing about heroes that can do it. So maybe Michael just saw the amount of damage coming out of the hand of Lucas Oswald and said, you know what? I need to take my time for when those dual threats come around. Then I can do my 1 card 6 and maybe just clench it out just in terms of life total here. I do want to point out a good mannered move from Lucas Oswald. Michael Harris did forget to gain a life off of the block of a Sirens of Safe Harbor, and Lucas looked through the graveyard and gave him his life back. So
very nice.
The board state is 100% corrected thanks to our man from the Runaways, who unfortunately is forced to IP a card after that. And now Michael probably has more room to make his offensive play.
Now here we go. You see that Tunic being ticked up to 3. Tunic actually being played on both sides, but I think it's really valuable, especially in Ira, because those extra Tunic counters a lot of times allow you to maybe fit in an extra Kadachi, and that makes you even closer to that Mask of Momentum. Because, looks like we might have a little bit of a judge call here. But while that's going on, you see Ira has to kind of keep these big hands to threaten these Mask of Momentums. But if she can, I don't know, a lot of those Arachnes don't want to block. If they have those big pop-off turns, they need to keep cards. And that Mask of Momentum is going to really punish you if you want to do that.
Luke is having a bit of a laugh. It is, of course, the first game of 2026 for all of these players, even if they are as illustrious as Lucas Oswald. I'm sure there's been a lot of Talishar going on during the holiday break, but it does get a little bit trickier when you're in paper once again.
Of course. Yeah, and especially Assassin, it has a lot of those tricky situations, and I'm curious if we'll see with the Kiss of Death and applying and the all the little like on-hit loser lives. I don't know if you've seen with the Arachne slips through the cracks armory deck coming out, some of the wild things you can do with horrors of the past.
I've seen them theory crafted, never gotten to actually witness them though. It
Nor
turns out
have
it's harder to pull off
really
than you would
is.
think.
Yeah. But I don't know. Maybe hopefully we'll see one in paper today.
We're back on track here. Bittering Thorns is resolved for Michael Harris, now sitting at 22 to Lucas Oswald's 30 after taking quite a beating on that Kiss of Death turn.
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps this is the IP situation here. Lucas Oswald raising his hand in shame for another judge call here. I'm not exactly sure why, but the card resolved out of the arsenal for Lucas is Lair of the Spider. When this defends an attack with Go Again, mark the attacking hero. So Michael Harris will be marked right here. I think Lucas might have forgotten to mark his opponent during the last turn. No, because he went Hunter's Clave, mark, Graphene Glycera,
unmark,
and then Command and Conquer.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if I don't think the mark can be the issue. Oh, no, I don't think the mark could be an issue here.
Maybe it's possible he just wanted to block with black text just to cover up that 4 breakpoint. But
maybe.
I don't know.
Or maybe he was planning on using the black text on next turn.
Maybe. I don't know.
There's a lot to think about in Marionette, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. He's more complex than he seems because when you have the big pop-off turns, it's very easy to lay the hand down and go +3, +3, +3. You know what I mean? But when you don't quite have those perfect hands, you have to really theorycraft and kind of navigate those hands, as we saw actually in just a turn ago, where he had like Codex, a blue, and CNC, and he ended up kind of overpitching to that Codex so that he could land the CNC and keep a card in arsenal and just keep that flow going, because Codex, very strong card, but does have some restrictions to it.
The flow is all important to both of these heroes. For Ira, it's kind of an action point synergy that she needs to figure out, and also a blocking synergy. Ultimately, Ira is one of the masters of the 2-card hands. You get a blue with 0 cost, you go Kodachi, come in with a sensor or one of those other 1-cost effects. In the case of Marionette, it's much more of a Rune Blade situation, right? You need your attack reactions, you need your attacks as well, and also you need to have the properly equipped daggers in order to use all of your resources super efficiently. Have you messed around with the hero at all personally?
I have a little bit, and I have learned that one of the most important things we saw Lucas Oswald here doing is flicking that first Hunter's Clave, because one of the easiest ways to fix an awkward hand is to have a Glycera that counts as a stealth attack that allows you to play all of your cards, because there's nothing worse than drawing up and seeing a bunch of like a stealth buffs when you don't have a stealth attack, or dagger buffs when you flicked away your daggers. And so that management of those resources is, I think, super important.
So now that something has gone incredibly right for Lucas Oswald, in that he naturally transformed into Arachne Orb Weaver and was able to get his Graphene Glycera online by turn 2, what do you think the best use of Mask of Deceit is now?
Okay. If I had to guess, it's going to be one of 2 things. I think the thing he wants to do is he's going to draw up a great hand. He's going to block with Mask of Deceit when his opponent is marked, and he's going to transform into Black Widow, which is the +3 and on-hit banish a card from a hand attack reaction, to really allow for that huge offensive overlap, perhaps even with Kiss of Death, to allow him to get that twice, and really just kind of have that be the big blow that kind of knocks his opponent out of the game, or at least onto the defensive for the rest of the game. But the other thing we might see if he isn't doing so well, and if Ira really presents a lot of damage and he's kind of on the back foot, is we could see him swap into that Trap Door, which sort of neuters the hero ability for the next turn, but allows him to get an effective 5 defense out of that mask by blocking for 2 and then tutoring up a trap and then blocking with that trap, perhaps even with some extra upside if he has something like an inertia trap.
Exactly, yeah. Preventing Ira, who definitely wants to be running defense reactions against Marionette, from arsenaling one is a huge boon.
Yeah, that can be really powerful. So it'll be curious to see kind of what he goes for here. right now, if I had to guess, if he has the tempo, if he has the life advantage, he's going to want to swap into that aggressive Black Widow, and if we see something else, it'll be that trapdoor. But you never know. There are a lot of lines here, and maybe he needs to swap into something else. Maybe he needs to get another Calycera, and I think that versatility is one of the coolest parts about Arachne's kit.
Folks, the judge call is ongoing for the time being, which is why we are on our, I was going to say ugly, but beautiful mugs now that you're in the booth.
Lovely faces.
We'll be back to the game in short order, but Colin, I do want to talk about the looming RTN season. AGE is something that's super special because it kind of provides an RTN or PQ level event like all year long, every single month, back to back to back. But besides the fact that we're at an AG Open right now, we're also in the midst of RTN season, which is, I think, where players become good. Like, that is where you grow as a player, which is why it's something we love to bring on the AG Open circuit.
Absolutely.
Was there a specific RTN in your past where you really felt like things locked into place for you?
Ooh, I feel like there are a couple. It's always like steps. You know what I mean? Where I found that my first, I think one of the first events was a ProQuest, and that was a big step. And then when I went into RTNs, and I think I first started like just kind of understanding what Kassai is, you know what I mean? Facing against, I have a specific match against Zachary Wallach in mind where I was...
Don't we all?
He's actually, I believe, my nemesis on the new AGE page.
I believe
here. Which, where I was kind of going at it, and he was on Drome at the time, which is kind of a tough matchup, kind of a reason why a lot of people argued for Dory's supremacy there. But yeah, I was struggling. I feel like I think I like missed multiple like copper triggers, which is the worst because that's how you kill Dromai. And then I like went to the next RTN, and I was like, okay, it's in my mind. I'm locked in here, and I did better, and I was able to win. And I feel like that shift was because of the RTNs there, and that's I think at that end of that first RTN season was where I achieved. I would say one of the first big like first places. I believe right before Mistveil came out, and that was a big step for me as a player.
Yeah. RTNs and PQs are a magical time in Flesh and Blood, but so are AGE Opens, and St. Louis is getting their first dose of it as we speak. A judge call is still being cleared up between Lucas Oswald and Michael Harris, Arachne Marionette versus Iris Scarlet Revenger. We'll be back to the action in just a little bit, but while we are pausing here, I do want to talk about a brand new feature. It's AGE Premium. Oh, excuse me. We're going to, AGE Premium. It's the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood is what we're going for, ladies and gentlemen. For a paltry $10 a month, you can experience a exclusive content platform that is going to have a heck of a lot of stuff. First and foremost, we have written articles, much akin to the SCG Premium of old, but this time it's all centered on Flesh and Blood. So far, we have got an article by myself about the broadcasting side of Flesh and Blood, one by Patrick R., who is giving a proper intro to the AGE Open Series, telling you what you can expect, what you need to bring, all that kind of stuff. We've got Marco Marcelli of the Teclo Foundry giving you something very special and near and dear to my heart. It's called the Silver Age Smear Campaign, where he is going to be calling for the community ban of a hero in Silver Age. And yeah, I'll give you 1.5 guesses as to what hero he chose.
Ooh, Chain?
Yeah, good choice. So Marco is going to be smearing all things Chain and trying to get the community to vote him off the island, as it were. Besides that, there is also a brand new Flesh and Blood puzzle by Ben Dodd. Get on AG Premium and see if you can crack that one. Everything that we have on AG Premium will become free to the public in a month's time after it is posted. So it's not just if you want to pay the subscription fee. There is something for you, even if you are just trolling through the internet and you want to learn more about Flesh and Blood. Get on over there. Besides that, St. Louis is about to get a dose of something very special. The brand new website also, as you alluded to earlier, Colin, allows you to view your stats through the AG Open Series. You can even see how how matchups went with particular players in the past, that kind of thing. You know that Zachary Wallach is your nemesis. You get a rating as well. I could harp on this all day, but I am getting word that we are ready to go back to the match floor. Judge call is all cleared up. Some time added for our players. 22 plays 29. Oh, and Pouncing Paws have been popped for Michael Harris and is now coming in with Crouching Tiger for 2, buffed up by 1 from the Ira hero ability and 1 from the Bittering Thorns connection.
Now that is interesting. A lot of times we see this Pouncing Paws popped in conjunction with a dual threat to get that +6, because Crouching Tiger, even though it is ephemeral and all, it is still an attack action. Although it looks like Michael may just be using it as just another attack in the chain here. With Bittering's Crouching Tiger, Kadachi Bittering, we now have Masked threatened, and we have the Bittering Thorns threatened, and that indicates that he might be trying to go even wider here. Looking at the Tunic counter right now. But still, if he wanted a turn where he could get some tempo back, this might be it.
Bittering Thorns is going to be blocked out by Black Tech Whispers and Under the Trap Door, not being discarded to find a trap for Lucas Oswald, probably because he's found one already and he wants to keep one in the deck just in case he flips into Arachne Trap Door. But bottom line, the on-hit from Bittering Thorns and Mask of Momentum is blocked out for now. Michael Harris thumbing that last card, wondering if it's the time to deploy it or arsenal it.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. Looks like he's going to Tunic for a Kadachi here.
Maybe that was really the debate, because the card in hand, likely a defense reaction, was always destined for the arsenal. And Michael was thinking, well, do I just make sure that I get Tunic value every time it rears its head? Or do I wait for the moment where I can go Kadachi, Command and Conquer?
Absolutely. And here, I think this choice leans towards that sort of like value-based proposition where he's saying, I don't want to try and sneak in something later. I would like 1 extra value now, and combined with Ira's 1 extra value each turn, he's going to try and use that to really accelerate the game for him.
No attack reaction in the hand for Michael Harris after revealing due to cut from the same cloth. Lucas Oswald comes in with a Graphene Calycera beefed all the way up to 6, 1 from the Arachne hero, the Marionette hero ability, and 4 from cut from the same cloth. We'll have go again as well because Michael Harris is already marked.
Yep. And we see Michael Harris using the Tunic counter for a dagger swing, and now we see Lucas Oswald using the Tunic counter for a dagger swing.
Are these the exact same heroes, Colin?
Oh, absolutely. And we did actually see, part of it is because in Hunted, we saw a lot of dual class cards, and one of the dual classes was Ninja and Assassin. And so we do definitely see some overlap here with some of these things. I believe Cut from Same Cloth is actually Assassin Warrior, but things like that pain in the backside we saw earlier, both heroes could play it. Both heroes might be playing it, actually.
It's a block of 3 from Michael Harris on the Graphene Calycera. 3 finds home and consumes the mark. The follow-up for Lucas Oswald, though, is Leave No Witnesses, coming for that potentially defense reaction in the arsenal, but I would think that Michael would be deploying it immediately if it was the card I thought it was. 25 plays 19 in the favor of the runaway. All damage accepted by Michael Harris, down to 15. Please say it's a Sigil of Solace, Michael.
No.
First a Command and Conquer, then a Whirling Mist Blossom.
Oh, now that is interesting.
What does that tell you about the composition of Michael's deck?
Okay, so the Whirling Mist Blossom, that definitely leans maybe more aggressive, but also maybe more towards a couple of those attack reactions. Ira can play a couple of them, a couple small little buffs that maybe don't cost a lot, but importantly, if they can be paired with that Whirling Mist Blossom to draw 2 cards, more than pay for themselves.
Heck, like an Ancestral Empowerment gotcha move, that hurts way more than a Mask of Momentum hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Or if you can pair them both up and draw 3 cards, then you're going off. And that is something we saw a lot in Cindra, but Cindra was only 1 card. So this really goes to show the power of what Ira can do if undisrupted, though, because that Leave No Witnesses kind of cut that one out. And maybe that's actually why we saw the Pouncing Paws last turn, was trying to set that up. but perhaps due to a couple good blocks by Lucas, he just didn't feel like he was able to swing it.
For now, it's Harmonized Kodachi, the first and the second. The second one blocked out by Lucas Oswald. The follow-up now is Flex Claws. All of these cards are known to Mr. Oswald after Cut from the Same Cloth revealed them on the previous turn cycle. 1 damage finds home here.
Yep.
Crouching Tiger made in the Banish Zone, but I don't think Michael is really planning on doing anything with it. Cut through, however, going to connect. 15 plays 19 now, and this game is going a little bit faster than I originally thought.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is a little bit of a tempo reset here, just to command and conquer. Not too bad. But yeah, definitely these heroes looking to keep cards and looking to hit each other pretty hard here. And so it's interesting though. We haven't seen a couple of the equipments yet. We haven't seen Black Text popped. We haven't seen Mask of Deceit popped. So it'll be kind of curious where and when Lucas chooses to use those, because we've discussed a little bit about where we might use the Mask of Deceit, and the Black Tick Whispers just being a go again, or not too tough to analyze, I would say. But still, there's a lot of options here to get value out of them, And when these life totals are dwindling down, having an extra, let's say maybe 3 value or whatever, is a huge chunk of that player's life total.
I do want to go back to Michael's consideration. Remember when he was deliberating about using the Tunic counter for a Harmonized Kodachi? At that point, he did have the option to go Whirling Mist Blossom for 4. It would have gotten 1 from the Tiger Stripe Shuko because of the Crouching Tiger, and then 1 from the Bittering Thorns that had... Or no, maybe it was that Lucas blocked the Bittering Thorns out. And so because it was only going to be coming in for 3 , that's why he decided to send the Kodachi instead.
Yeah, I believe he blocked the second Bittering Thorns.
Exactly, that's what it was.
And cut him out from that line. Because Whirling Mist Blossom, very good, but does require the previous attack to have hit as well.
Yes.
Ooh, and here we go. Another one of the I would say, premier Ira cards. She plays a lot of these random 0-cost, 1-attack blues. And it's not because she's playing to play them. It's for cards like this, looking for a scrap. And that's going to allow her to get a 1-for-5 go again, 1-for-6 with Ira, into another 1-for-5. This is a huge turn, I would say.
Yeah, and what a way to finish it. Sound the Alarm, a brand new generic addition to the Ira suite of cards. She loves the stats, but it also, on the attack of a hero, will force that hero to reveal their hand if there's an attack reaction in it, which Arachne Marionette tends to run. Michael will then have the opportunity to place a defense reaction on top of the deck.
Yes. Now, it looks like he wasn't able to actually find one here.
Unlucky.
Just a lot of pumps and leave no witnesses here. But, importantly, this Mask of Momentum is still live. And, I mean, that's a good hand from Lucas, but he's going to have to part with some cardboard there if he wants to keep that.
And, Michael has not found a single defense reaction yet. I really think the chances are low that he's running absolutely none into Marionette, but he could be proving me wrong. It could be a very aggro slanted Ira list.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shout here that we really haven't seen anything here. We have some Ira lists that have come out that are very much like here's Sink Below, here's Fate for Steen, here's Shelter from the Storm, really point goblining it up. But Michael is kind of said no to all that, and because of that, he's able to perhaps convert his hands more efficiently, perhaps have better aggressive mask draws. I thought we had a mask draw there, but maybe not here. It's possibly blocked out the Kodachi last turn.
It's also possible that it was missed. One of the amazing things about AGE is that you get the opportunity to play on stream, even if you're a player that doesn't go to Tier 3 or Tier 4 events. But it's really nerve-wracking the first time you get on camera. I mean, Lucas Oswald has been there many, many times, and he missed a couple things at the beginning of this game. So if you think that this is easy, then I encourage you to go try it for yourself.
Yes, absolutely. And I would say, I mean, it's still nerve-wracking for me at times. Like, this is, I feel like I've definitely gotten a lot more comfortable on camera, and I feel like I'm comfortable here. But oh my gosh!
Oh my God is right. Savor Bloodshed. Up sticks and runs. Swing Graphene Callistra is the move for Lucas Oswald, who now sits at 7 to his opponent's 8. And this measly little knife at base 1 is coming in for a big bet 14.
14 go again on hit, draw 2 cards. the on hit, by the way, that he can guarantee with that flick knives, that is brutal.
I think based on Lucas's body language, he knows he's getting away with murder this game. Not just from a nice roll of Arachne Orb Weaver at the beginning of the game, but also because the hands have been drawing up like this constantly. I mean, that first offensive turn of his second turn of the game was Savor Bloodshed, Kiss of Death. These are the hands that you dream of that rarely actually come together quite this perfectly.
Yeah, and that is pretty incredible here. I'll be honest. But yeah, it's going to be 14 go again, perhaps into that leave no witnesses I believe we saw in hand. But it might not stop there. Because of that Black Tech Whispers, he could go 14 into 4, into Flick the Callisto, activate Black Tech Whisperers, get the leave no witnesses on hit, and then draw 2 cards and keep going there. Or actually, if nothing else, if the leave no witnesses hits, also get a silver to rebuy those Black Tech Whisperers, which is an oft overlooked clause on that.
14. Still on the combat chain from Michael Harris to answer, who is only at 8.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here. Now, Ira hands do block pretty well, but with no defense reactions, he may need to commit the whole hand and something like a Shuko, or perhaps that Mask of Momentum, to even stop this 14.
From a theory standpoint, do you think Ira can effectively outrace Arachne Marionette if she doesn't pack 0 for 4 defense reactions?
I think it's definitely possible. We see that these things like the dual threats and even just a lot of these sort of aggressive cards, like the 1 for 4, like Bittering Thorns 1 for 4 on hit 1, or looking for a scrap 1 for 5, go again. She can pack a lot of damage, and you can pretty consistently, I would say, find these sort of like 3-card 12s, and the like, perhaps even with mask on hits, and that I think can be really potent, especially if the Arachne is really hoping for blocks. Because one of the things to note here is that one of Arachne's premier cards, Tarantula Toxin, super amazing, 0 for 6, but it's 0 for 6 only if you block, and only if you block 3. And if Ira is keeping all these cards and just sending damage, sometimes the assassin's just playing on rate. You know, all this talk about these 0 for 3 attack reactions, and they are very powerful because of their attack reaction status, but that is still converting a card to 3 value, and sometimes 3 value is not enough.
Well, the time for ignoring damage is over for Michael Harris. Is absolutely forced and priced into blocking at least 7 of this. So my eyes drift directly to the Mask of Momentum and Tiger Stripe Shuko. They don't get nearly as much value as they would in like a Phi or a Cindra, but Ira is way happier to block with those pieces of equipment.
Absolutely. And I think even here, I don't actually think the Shuko has been triggered this game. And that's just because a lot of times if you're really running a hot as Ira, you're not actually looking to trigger it too much. Maybe occasionally, but a lot of times you're looking for 4s and 5s that don't trigger it. And just even as a block 2, it's okay. And I think that's why she plays it here. And yeah, it looks like he's lining up a block here.
So that's a big bad block. I saw a cut through.
Okay, looks like what? Cut through, Censor,
Whelming Gust Wave.
Yeah, a lot of 2 blocks here.
Yeah, a really unfortunate situation for Michael Harris.
And flick down to 7. He's going to draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Oh, no. And now those black techs are pretty much guaranteed to be online because Michael's folded the whole hand.
It could be the death knell for Michael Harris on this very turn. Even with a 6-minute extension for judge calls, Lucas Oswald and Michael Harris have not even elapsed halftime yet, or just have elapsed halftime.
Yeah.
It's going at a breakneck pace over there in St. Louis.
I know. It looks like they're just counting up the damage here.
2 cards drawn, and it's 2 defense reactions for Lucas Oswald.
Oh, no.
He gives a nod of knowing approval because he says, well, you know, I have been running really hot this game. Finally, the bill comes at the end. All Lucas can do is discard Shelter from the Storm and do a measly pass.
And that is incredible here. And it looks like that was blocked out here. So the mark stays, which is pretty important here, because without that Hunter's Clave, the opportunities for Lucas to have these big turns might be kind of closing. Ooh.
And then Lucas Oswald rolls into an Arachne trapdoor.
Ah.
He's going to banish himself a defense reaction, but it doesn't matter a whole lot when your opponent has just blocked you out entirely and will just be drawing up and passing.
Yeah. Now, he may be banishing a defense reaction anyway just to get it out of his deck because that was the last thing he wanted to see there.
Lucas knows that this game has been wackadoodle, both in terms of high roll and low roll for him.
Mm-hmm. And you can see he doesn't even arsenal there, keeping it free to perhaps just make sure that he doesn't get that stuck because Michael may be forced into sort of a blocking pattern here.
And now in the hand is another shelter from the storm for Lucas Oswald.
Yeah. Oh no. Listen, he can block 11 if he wants off all his defense reactions, but can he block 1 and effectively send something?
Wait a minute, where'd the inertia trap go that was in hand for him?
I think he kept it in hand. I think it's still there.
Why would you keep it in hand?
I think he just wants to keep that arsenal free in case of like codexes and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Codexes and just
that
so
is fair, yeah. No, that's completely fair.
Yeah, so that on future turns, if Michael keeps folding the hand, Lucas can, in fact, get that far. And yep, there it goes.
Inertia Trap does not block an attack with power greater than its base because Lucas just needs to convert the hand at this point, and he's found himself a shelter from the storm. And here comes Codex of Frailty.
Okay.
Did keep the arsenal clear, which was pretty sage advice from you through the ether, my friend. Card found is going to be pain in the backside, maybe, but I tend to think that Lucas is going to discard the shelter from the storm in hand in order to pay for the reciprocal cost of Codex of Frailty. Michael Harris has his say first, though, who now has the opportunity to grab Overcrowded, which can block from the arsenal and will be blocking for 4, thanks to the fact that Lucas has now generated 2 aura tokens with different names.
Yeah, that is big here. And we see Lucas going for the 0 for 3 go again, perhaps indicating that he has something else in hand. Okay, just an infect. Yeah, still looking to go perhaps a little wide here, but yeah, that's tough. Arachne Trapdoor, it kind of really hurting him here because not only is the trap not useful, he also doesn't get that +1 if his opponent's marked.
7 plays 7 still, and Michael Harris, off the back of some insane variance for Lucas Oswald, remains in this game. Frailty token is active here, though, so Kodachis are looking a lot less tempting.
Yeah, and with just 1 card, did he get that overcrowded? Because I wonder if he actually just got something like a CNC.
He got looking for a scrap instead. Perhaps perhaps realized, based on Lucas discarding yet another defense reaction, that that turn was going to be a little bit innocuous from his opponent.
Yeah, but this is tough, though, because looking for a scrap would have a frailty minus, and meaning it's a little less powerful. And then those Kodachis come in for 0 with the frailty, so he's just going to IP a card and pass.
It is just a pass from Michael Harris.
Wow, I think he may have had an all-red hand and couldn't effectively kind of do anything with it. So maybe he's just looking to set up and hope Lucas has a bit of an off turn, and then try and go from there. But this is not a good sign here for Michael.
For Lucas, it's up, sticks, and run, shirking off the retrieve effect, and then Graphene Calycera now comes in for 6. 2 attack reactions over the top. Could be spelling doom after Michael blocks 6 here. So it's, down to 1 for Michael Harris. Mark stays thanks to Scar Tissue. Graphene Calycera really has go again after all is said and done. And the follow-up is Relentless Pursuit from the Arsenal for Lucas Oswald.
Ooh, he's been drawing up heat off these.
And another trapdoor transformation.
Not again.
This one is not nearly as bad, though, Colin, because Michael Harris has a full grip. But does Lucas have any traps left in the deck? That's the real question.
Who knows? Now, notably, when you search for trapdoor, you do have to banish something. Once you look, there's no saying fail to find here because it's just look for any card. And he does find something. So
I think he banished another copy of Relentless Pursuit. Doesn't want to have another dead draw if he can help it.
Right, yeah. And we do see, with Michael being marked here, he's going to be marked for presumably the rest of the game, unless he has like a Sirens of Safe Harbor or something. Because at 1 life, well, if you get hit, there's a lot more consequences to being hit than just that mark token being removed. Actually, not even a token, I suppose. Marked status? Something like that. Yeah, we see him checking the graveyards here, perhaps for that looking for a scrap. Oh, this would be tough to get back into. At 7 life, a lot of armor. He's going to need... I don't even know. What do you think he needs? Like,
I think he needs a dual threat turn, but you just can't keep enough cards for it, ultimately.
Yeah.
He needs... Ultimately, like, the realistic path here is that Lucas keeps having inane turns, and Michael is able to sneak through Kadachi until he's forcing Lucas to block those 1 power daggers. It's a snag in the pitch zone. Looking for a scrap comes out of the arsenal. It's going to be for full value here. No frailty token in sight. A banish of Aspect of Tiger Mind is going to give +1 and go again to looking for a scrap. Here it comes.
Yep.
Not threatening lethal against his opponent on the other side of the table, but a hefty chunk of the life remaining. 1 plays 7 here. And
yeah. Still close. Now, notably, this could be a time for Mask of Deceit. It's been sitting there all game, but, I mean, with this attack, you know, you want to cover up damage anyway. He could get out of that trapdoor while still having its effect, notably, because it, well, I suppose the trap hasn't been banished, but, you know, nonetheless, effect did occur, and potentially swap into one of those attack reaction Arachnes like that Black Widow, or actually perhaps even Arachne 3? Oh my gosh. Arachne Redback, because the on hit doesn't matter anymore if Michael's at 1. So getting +3 and go again would, I think, perhaps be the optimal one here. And yeah,
we're about to find out. Mask of Deceit blocked with for Lucas Oswald on this harmonized Kadachi for 2 after taking a big bad 5 from looking for a scrap. All damage going to be covered up here. Lucas does open himself up to having this game stolen by a Razor's Edge if it exists in the deck of Michael Harris.
Yeah, it's possible. Lucas is getting low, and I don't know. This is interesting though. The way Michael's sort of posturing by going for looking for. Oh, actually no. I was gonna say looking for a scrap first indicates another attack, but there's no mask momentum. So this is just damage.
Arachne Redback is the transformation chosen. No Razor's Edge, but it's another looking for a scrap coming out of the hand. This is a very aggressive slanted Ira list. It's been way more 2 blocks than 0 for 4s as far as I have been able to find.
Yeah, and this is going to be good. It's still going to take a bit of a miracle here. That Flick Knives is really good at getting damage across if Lucas has any attacks in hand. But, and oh no, it looks like one more little call here. We're still getting back into the game here. First of the season, first of the year even. And now everyone can say they haven't played Flesh and Blood in a year is their excuse.
Yeah.
But this will be, I don't know. I think it would have to be Sigil of Solace. And I think that might be it. Cut from the same cloth just to make sure. 1,
in
2,
the hand
3.
Is plenty of 3 blocks and also a snag, which is one of those gotcha cards for assassins, but not when they're playing at action speed. Cut from the same cloth is not going to have any of that power shirked away from the Graphene Callistra. No, indeed. Snag only affects action cards.
Yes.
And there's the fist bump from Michael Harris as he descends on down to 0 and is the first victim of Lucas Oswald, who is the first victor on stream at AGE St. Louis. Thank you so much to everybody sitting their butts down in fantasy books and games, and to all the people that have made this event possible. Lucas Oswald steps up, goes to recollect himself after several judge calls and a little bit of sloppy cardboard, but also some of the most insane variants that I have seen on camera in a long time.
Yeah. Getting out, once you get out the big die, the 12 to 18 die, you know something's gone wrong if you're sitting across from him.
100%. But then in his own right, after you draw of 2 Saber Bloodsheds, Inertia Trap, and Shelter from the Storm when your opponent is blocked out, that was a whirlwind of a game.
It really was. And that was a good one to start off with. A lot of dagger action, a lot of attack reactions, and we see Arachne Marionette moving on to the 1-0 bracket. Curious to see how far he gets here. We have a lot of players today. 53, that's going to be like 6 rounds, so you're going to want to go 5-1, I think, ideally, to get into that top 8 spot. Maybe a 4-2. So it's still going to be tight. He's going to have to keep it up for the rest of the day to be able to keep going here.
That's what the players are going to want to do. But what you are going to want to do is go grab yourself some popcorn, maybe a fizzy drink or two, and sit back and relax and enjoy the action, because it's going to be back at you in just a moment. There's more Flesh and Blood after this. We've just crowned the first win on stream at AGE St. Louis, a brand new fledgling circuit that is a part of the broader AGE Open Series. The man who won it is sitting next to me in virtual space. That is Lucas Oswald. Congratulations on the win, brother.
Thank you, man. I'm happy to be here and actually be able to play in one of these local events. I normally am sitting at home watching the stream, so it's good to get out and actually be able to be a part of the action this time.
Yeah, now you're 100% part of the stream, and we're thankful for that. So that first game for you was an interesting one, to say the least.
Yeah, I definitely, there were definitely some interesting things that happened. For those, I don't know if it was clear to the stream, but basically there was a judge call early on in the game where when I went to clean up my stuff, I put the CNC that I just played over with my tokens. So I guess I was cleaning up the mark and I put it over there. I'll go back and watch the stream for that part. But then I draw up my hand and I see a Command Conquer. And so I'm like, oh, judge, it's not my grave. It's in my hand. I guess I picked it up when I went to do it. And so he was like, okay, just put it in the grave and draw a new card. And so I put it in the grave and drew a new card. And then I looked over to my tokens and there was a CNC there. Oh, yeah, sure. And then I realized quickly that the fix that we had tried to do was not going to work. So we called the judge, we got that all figured out. He looked at my hand, took a card, and then from there, my deck continued to draw well. So I'm still getting there. But
yeah, it did draw incredibly well until... Two Saver Bloodsheds are resolved. You flick a Graphene Calistera after your opponent blocks out entirely, and you draw a Shelter from the Storm and Inertia Trap. And then, you make the best of a bad situation, right?
Yeah. That spot was interesting because obviously he had blocked his whole hand. Right? These cards don't really do anything. It was a bit nerve-wracking, that until hitting the trapdoor that didn't do anything, and then the other trapdoor that didn't really do anything because I was out of traps. But I mean, by that point, he had given me his whole hand. The life totals were even. basically, as long as I don't mess up and like clog my arsenal or have a non-functional turn the following turn, I should be good. Which we were close to having a non-functional turn, but we ended up salvaging enough to win. Like when you're in those sorts of situations, it kind of plays itself.
Yeah, it felt like at the very beginning of the game when you naturally roll into Arachne Orb Weaver instead of having to use the Mask of Deceit that we normally see after flicking a Hunter's Glaive. It seemed like the world was your oyster, and then things started getting a little bit interesting with the playline that we just discussed. Did you ever count yourself out of the match, or did you know, like going into that double Savor Bloodshed turn, you were like, I've got this game pretty much wrapped up?
Yeah, so obviously, like you said, the early game went incredibly well. Basically, as good as it can go. Setting Kiss of Death, flipping naturally into Orb Weaver, and drawing Saber Bloodshed is like, plus Stains is, I think, actually about the nuts.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that it gets a whole lot better than that. So I was ahead from the start, and then he didn't really have any defensive cards to blow me out or anything middle game. And then, like you were saying, I don't know that I necessarily knew that I had won when I had the double Saber turn, but when I go into that turn, I'm pretty confident that I'm ahead. And then I think as soon as he says no blocks on the pain in the backside, I realized that he was pretty much over.
Yeah.
I maybe can have some bricks, like if I brick back to back to back to back, which sort of happened, and even then it still didn't matter as long as you can cobble something together when you're that ahead. When you're swinging for 14 and they're both at 7, like
You're feeling pretty dang good, without a doubt.
Exactly.
So I do want to draw attention to Michael's deck and what you were kind of able to glean from it as you were playing turn cycle to turn cycle. One of the most poignant points for me was when Leave No Witnesses connects and you see a Whirling Mist Blossom banished. Probably one of the high rolliest, most controversial cards in a point goblin deck like Ira. At that point, are you thinking a lot of the defensive tools have been left at home, or does that change the way you're considering the matchup at all?
Yeah, so there was one thing that when he banished that, the first thing that came to my mind was that he might have more attack reactions in his deck. And so I don't know how well you guys can hear. I don't know if there's good audio on these, but on the last turn when he attacks with looking for the scrap, I said to him, I was like, you might have Razor Reflex here. I'm just gonna ignore it. Like, I don't think you have it. I'm making that read, but like you might.
Yeah.
I did want to like tell him that he has it, gauge his reaction, and he doesn't have it. It's fine.
Which is hilarious. Because you had just rolled into Trapdoor and not banished the defense reaction. So it's like, I might have the answer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I felt that it made sense that he didn't have it, because if he had it, he probably would have gone Kadachi into the thing to try and get the extra damage before I know there's a Razor, but whatever. Yeah, like you said, I don't know that I necessarily assumed he had fewer defense reactions, but I was definitely, the gears were turning when I see something like Whirling Mist Blossom.
Sure. So, Lucas, do me a favor and just bring me into the room. In Fantasy Books and Games, this is obviously the first AG event that we've ever brought to the region. We have Michael Thompson, lead judge, to thank for kind of canvassing the area and bringing everybody together under our banner. What's the mood like? Are people excited that they've got their own regional circuit now, or?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to echo what you said. Michael Thompson is an excellent judge and an excellent guy, and we really cannot thank him enough for this and for everything he does for the St. Louis community. But yeah, I mean, we are incredibly excited. I think it was 52 players was the end count. This is an area that has historically had a lot of Flesh and Blood. We love Flesh and Blood around here. This store is also amazing. I was telling one of my friends, actually just before the tournament started, that this is one of my favorite places to be. It's a very immersive experience. There's all sorts of board games, card games, Funko Pops, all sorts of stuff going on. So there's a little bit for everybody, and obviously for us Fab players, there's the AG. So me personally, I'm thrilled to have it. Everybody else around is so thrilled to have it. So I'm just very excited to like have these things.
Well, we're stoked to have you, and we'll be back month after month. You guys know the deal. 8 opens, and of course the Players' Championship when it all comes down to it. So we look forward to seeing you more in the future. Before I let you go, though, Lucas, for the people in Fab Radio Land, if they want to see more Lucas Oswald and maybe more of that team that you're a part of, where can they find you?
Yeah, you can find me at Achilles 232 on X. You can also find me at TCG Runaways on X and on YouTube. We have a podcast, we have some video series and everything like that. So yeah, check out the Runaways. We have a Metafy, we have a Twitter, we got all that hot stuff.
Killer. All the hot stuff is at the ready for you if you want to check out the Runaways and Lucas Oswald. But stick around because there's going to be more Flesh and Blood action coming at you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, folks. The dagger race is won by Arachne Marionette, just as it has been time in infinitum. No, I'm just kidding. Ira can take a game off of Arachne Marionette,
yeah.
but bottom line, Claves is going to beat Kadachi's in the first round at AGE St. Louis. We've got more Flesh and Blood action coming at you. Bryce Platt's here with Colin Erickson, the boy wonder. And let's talk metagame, shall we? We've got 53 players in St. Louis. And here's how it all breaks down. Prism, Awakener of Soul, coming in the top slot, followed by Gravy Bones and Kassai of the Golden Sand. Definitely not what I would expect to see based on metagame breakdown from Calling Hong Kong, where Kayo, Armed and Dangerous, was definitely the most represented deck there. Prism has some issues into brutes that have so many 6 blocks and can pop heralds willy-nilly. So what do you think about the majority of St. Louis players taking their lot in with Awakener of Soul?
Well, I don't know. I think, like, if we're looking very much just like top tables, I think Gravy has kind of a rough matchup into it, perhaps even more now that he's lost chart. And Kassai, I would say Kassai has a pretty good one. But I think overall, it's really going to be avoiding these brutes and potentially these guardians if they're on a full Herald game plan here. And I think if they can do that, and if they can land against all the random like puffins, arachnes, and gravies, and whatever else, I think they're going to have a pretty good time here. And it seems like the players agree because 6 of them brought it today. But overall, I would say this is definitely a lot of people on their own picks here. I mean, we have, what is this, like 22 heroes here out of 53 players? That's like about half of them playing a unique hero. That is a lot of personal picks here, and it's going to be interesting to see what they all bring to the table.
And, it's definitely going to be pretty indicative of the beginning of RTN season. The meta is always distilling itself down to the best decks, even when you have a meta that some people would have called stale at like calling Seattle, right? It's always being refined. And in this case, with a fresh banned and restricted announcement and also the local hometown feel that an RTN or PQ season brings,
of course,
it's much more of a flat plane that people are experiencing, and I expect even after today, the tough nuts of the world perhaps leaving the pet pick at home, or the Pleiades superstars hanging up their guitars in the favor of some Hunter's Claves of their own. But we'll see. There could be a brand new breakout deck that is not altogether uncommon in the game of Flesh and Blood, but AGE St. Louis is going to give us the answer, and the next one comes in short order. We're going to get down to the match area because Chase Feaster is on Rhinar Reckless Rampage, a better named Rhinar player I don't think there is. And then the opponent on the other side is Christian Agosto, who is 1-0 on Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter. Colin, you have flirted with the undead. What do you think of this matchup right here?
This is an interesting one. I think this is something that a lot of Rhinar players are looking at as maybe a reason to bring him, I think. I think that a lot of these intimidates can be very powerful against Gravy Bones because Gravy Bones, a lot of his cards don't block, and the ones that do are usually the starters. So he's going to have some awkward things here, awkward situations, especially these blocking situations that he's putting me in, and especially if not with a 1.
Chase Feaster is feasting aura here by rolling a 1 on Scabskin Leathers on turn 0. So nothing happened to Christian Agosto there, who doesn't have any effects of their own, though, because no Crown of Dominion has been presented, so no Gravy Bones filtering can happen. But Christian does have some good Gravy Bones blue starters, the first of which is Saltwater Swell here in the blue, finding a blue on the top of the deck. And Christian, really trusting that top of the deck, doesn't activate Compass of the Sunken Depths before resolving Saltwater Swell. There's plenty of resources here, and I think it's because he doesn't have a whole lot going on. I'm so sorry. Finally, now we get the top of the deck. It's a golden tipple in the blue, so 5 resources are left over after Saltwater Swell connects for First Blood. Chase Feaster down to 39.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is interesting. Rhinar here really, when he's not rolling a 1, really wants to set up these big Blood Rush Bellow turns that knock out the whole hand. But when he's not doing that, he can kind of block pretty well here. And there's this time in the start of every Gravy game, especially when you're not running Crown Dominion, where you're waiting to get that first gold and that first ally. And here it looks like Christian hasn't quite gotten that yet. He has a Conqueror, which is definitely powerful, but Conquerors, when not paired with an ally or other attacks to go off of, can be blocked all right with, especially Rhinar, who, unlike Kayo, I would say has a lot more 3 blocks here.
Show of Strength is a 3 block, but it's doing attacking duty here. Coming in for 8, and we'll get -1 power for each card with 6 or more power defending it. Conqueror of the High Seas is one of those cards that can reduce the power of Show of Strength, but as you mentioned, way better on offense, especially when Christian Agosto has found himself a copy of Prismatic Leyline. Nevertheless, lining up 3 cards to block because no gold has been generated, which is usually the wave that Gravy Bones has to ride to victory. Christian could also be thinking that, hey, you didn't intimidate any cards out of my hand, so this is the opportunity to be blocking unless this hand is stellar on offense.
Yes, and here we see one of the new answers that Gravy players are cooking up with, which is Seafloor Salvage. We've seen this a couple of times in lists before, especially as an answer to the mirror, because you can turn down your opponent's allies. But here, just as a blue 3 block that generates you a gold, it's pretty good. And that's going to help him get that first gold, which a lot of times is at least equivalent to like a card. So this is definitely nice here. And I mean, hey, Rhinar might have those 3 blocks, but if he's not getting any attacks sent his way, he's going to be forced into these scabs lines that are a little bit risky, or otherwise just setting what would otherwise be perhaps even like a 2-card play.
I'm about to say something that I was really hoping I would say based on Chase's name. Chase Feaster is playing Savage Feast, coming in 4/6, discarding a random card out of the hand, which happens to have 6 power. So he will be drawing a card after all is said and done, but first we have to handle the little bit of Intimidate. Every time Rhinar Reckless Rampage discards a card with 6 or more power, he banishes a random card out of the opponent's hand, and the opponent will not have access to it until the end of Rhinar's turn, making blocking decisions so difficult, as you kind of talked about at the beginning of this game. For now, it's 6 damage and 1 action point remaining for Chase Feaster.
Yeah, this is definitely what Rhinar wants to do. This is effectively, because of that Scabs roll, this is sort of like a 1-for-6 go again that's going to turn on his claws. He's drawn a card. He still has 2 resources floating, and that card in Arsenal. I could see some damage being thrown across because Christian just hasn't developed those, send packing. Yeah, hasn't developed those allies, so he can just send it all face.
So Send Packing is the follow-up to Savage Feast, coming in for 6 as well, but it'll banish a card from Christian Agosto's arsenal. If it connects, that card stays in Banish. The Banish card in this case is a Portside Exchange, another one of those blue enablers of the Watery Grave, but also a gold engine starter, I guess I should say.
Yes, that is definitely a good card to hit here, and we see that armor block coming in early. That's what it's there for, to be fair, covering up these on hits. That Rhinar's been getting a couple more of them now. We've had of course, like the Sem packing and stuff from heavy hitters, but we've also had, what's the other, the 2 or 3 for 6 that discards one of the intimidated cards
Splatter
as well.
Skull.
Splatter Skull. Yes. And if Rhinar can get access to those cards, I think that he's going to really, really push above what is the typical brute numbers that maybe Gravy can kind of handle if he sends his own.
Definitely above the normal brute disruption. You know,
Mhm.
I mean, the brutes of old were just damage, ultimately. There was almost no disruption as a part of their card pool, except for, say, generics like Command and Conquer. Christian Agosto putting a little bit of different style of disruption on the board. Chum-friendly first mate, the first of his kind this game, comes out of the watery grave and onto the arena, swings for 4 as well, which is accepted readily by Chase Feaster, who now is down to 35. Not a single drop of blood has been drawn from the undead captain, but that could change in short order. Wild Ride is resolved for Chase Feaster here. Card drawn. A card will need to be discarded. If it has 6 or more power, it'll gain Go Again. And there's no cheating of the power on that card like Kayo Armed and Dangerous. It's just what is printed. Show of Strength goes into the graveyard, gives Go Again to Wild Ride, and also triggers the Intimidate on Rhinar's hero ability.
Yeah, another good turn. Those Go Again starters enable so much of Rhinar's kit. And I think Wild Ride, perhaps one of the best ever printed, to be honest. 2 for 6 Go Again, Intimidate. That's really powerful.
And in the hand is a Strongest Survive and another Wild Ride. Unfortunately, all red for Chase Feaster. So Savage Feast is going to be the follow-up here. Just going to do kind of snatch cosplay is the way I think about Savage Feast being used in this way. It's still a good card to just reset the arsenal. Obviously, like E-Strike, you would love to be able to give it Go Again or have an action point waiting and then just have a monster turn. But it is still pretty dang good at fixing a red hand like this and resetting the arsenal for later. So finally, blood taken from Christian Agosto, who is now down to 34 to Chase Feaster's 35.
Yes. Now, last turn, we did actually see an interesting consequence for some of Rhinar's disruption there. Because that Send Packing, it banished that blue, that Portside Exchange, and it actually put it from the arsenal back into hand, which was what enabled that Chum to be played there, because previously there were actually no resources left in that hand. And I think that was a very smart play for Christian to be able to do, because Chum is one of the most powerful allies here. There is an acceptable amount of allies that Rhinar players might leave on the table. Chum is not one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Chum must be answered, and must be answered well. And that 6 attack Go Again was, I think, just the attack to do it.
Pretty perfect. Christian now checking the top of the deck after discarding a Rigor Mortis to one of the 3 golden tipples in the deck. Now with 2 gold online is feeling very comfortable doing standard gravy things like activating the hero and discarding a Swabby. Down to 2 gold now. And with 2 cards in hand, does seem to be
Just a couple
Sunken
of
Treasure.
blues.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, this is, to be fair, this is gravy. No pun intended, or actually pun very much intended. This is pretty much exactly what he wants to do. That tipple starter is great. It sets him up for the hook activation that he already cashed in, as well as the ability to play one of these allies out. And still a lot of blues here, but still with gold generation and damage able to be swung through that Swabby, which as somewhat of an inefficient threat, but sort of a useful sort of inefficient threat because of the breakpoint and the power it provides, allows him to convert a lot of these big blue hands into something worthwhile.
So it's a seafloor salvage resolve there, turning face down the Send Packing that Chase Feaster sent on the previous turn cycle. Another gold token generated for Christian Agosto. I think in popping a gold, he was kind of hoping to find something that was juicy for the arsenal when all is said and done. Because as you said, plenty of blues in the hand means that he can do everything he wants and also save something for later. The next card drawn off of a gold is a golden tipple, which is probably the quintessential perfect arsenal for Gravy Bones, especially when there was only 1 left in the deck.
Yeah, this was, I think this worked out really well for him. It took a little while for digging off gold here, but that golden tipple is going to allow it to essentially kind of reset him back up to about 3 gold and just keep going here. We're going to see if Chase wants to keep parity, he's going to have to donate a couple cards. And unless he wants to roll scabs again, his whole turn may just be kill Swabby pass. And I think that is a great position for Christian to be in, especially with that rigor mortis in the graveyard.
And you know, the most efficient way to kill a Swabby, at least if you're not scared of a fearless confrontation, is a mandible claw. But Chase has a lot of cards in hand. Nevertheless, it is a mandible claw at Swabby, and that's going to be it for Chase Feaster on this turn. Over pitching, mind you, getting rid of a reckless swing and a splatter skull.
Yes, now Reckless Swing is an interesting card in this matchup because if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure it says deal 2 to the attacking hero. And although that's really good at closing out games here, might not be quite so good against those allies, who notably do not count as an attacking hero and won't trigger these sorts of effects.
Be careful if you try to resolve a reckless swing in order to close out a game against a Gravy Bones in your RTN season. It just won't work if it's blocking an ally. 34 plays 33. Christian back on the front foot. It's a loan shark out of the hand first. 2 gold tokens generated and a debt that must be paid if a gold token can't be generated on a future turn cycle.
Yes, this is interesting here because we're seeing a lot of gold generation. I think we've seen 3 seafloor salvages, and now with this loan shark coming out, Christian does not want to be on 0 gold. He is committing a lot of deck space, and especially now the deck space has been so kindly freed up thanks to the ban. He's committing it to making sure this gold generation stays online. And I think he's doing it because Gravy's highs can be very powerful, I would say. And so making sure he gets to them is, I think, what he's prioritizing here. Looks like we're getting a call to the grave. Could be anything. Now, not to keep talking about Gravy, I'm a bit of a Gravy stand here, but there are a lot of fun one-ofs that you can find here. Okay, just a chum in the deck, and being able to tutor them out is definitely useful. Still prioritizing the chum. An interesting sort of angle for Rhinar is that he doesn't have to go too fast. He can hang out here.
Mm-hmm.
We see this is the second chum that Christian has gone through, and with life totals, 33, 34, pretty even. Haven't even seen a blood rush yet.
I could definitely see Chase just taking his time, blocking out efficiently because Rhinar is able to do that. In this case, donating 2 cards to only 4 power on the chum, and just feasting his way through each of these scary allies and kind of putting Christian. I don't think necessarily Fatigue is the first and foremost game plan for Chase, but I could definitely see a world where the allies thin out, there's less damage in the deck of Gravy Bones, and then all of a sudden we see a cheeky blood rush to close things out, or at least get Christian into a blocking situation that he can't get out of.
Exactly. Yeah, especially with these Gravies, if they do decide to spec into some of these defensive sort of cards, like these Blood in the Water, for example, which has been a premier card in a lot of matchups here, they do have to use them. They do have to hope that their opponent does not attack allies or make sure not to deploy allies there to be able to get that value. And though we haven't seen it so far, it is possible that Christian could be left with a couple extra cards in hand, especially as these gravy lists center around the 1 card allies, the 1 or 2 costs that you can swing for another one, like this Rigor Mortis, or very importantly, this Anka, another great card to stymie aggression.
And card draw, mind you.
And card draw, yeah. It can be sometimes a little tough to convert this.
Card drawn, I think, was a Prismatic Leyline. Discard here is Sawbones Dockhand. Plenty of allies hitting the yard. The first, of course, was the Anka discarded to the Golden Tipple, placed in Arsenal 2 turn cycles ago by Christian Agosto. Yes, it is a Prismatic Leyline, and it's finally coming out to play because there's a murderous rabble still in hand. However, red saltwater swell found on top, so it's only going to be 4 power.
That is one of the tough parts about running reds here. We've seen, now that Chart is gone, there's a couple less reasons to really care about reds in your deck, but Swell and Murderous Rabble are 2 of the main cards here. And he's lost out a little bit of power here. This turn isn't quite going to go over the top as much.
Nevertheless, still getting close to maximum value on his prismatic ley line, which is like the important piece of it, I guess I should say.
Right, yeah. Those 5-value prismatic ley lines tend to be what these gravy players are really looking for. It's the blue attack into the yellow ally swing, and you've just cashed in effectively maybe like 3 cards for about 12 to 13 damage.
And now, with the blue in hand, could get a full max value on prismatic ley line by cracking a gold, getting saltwater swell, sending it, but I could see a world where the gold itself is more valuable than the +1 on prismatic ley line. We'll have to see how Christian gets it done. Doesn't have the option to take a swig of rum because Gravy Bones is already tapped for the turn.
Right, and I think this play line leads me to believe that perhaps that last card maybe isn't a blue because he's already checked Compass. If that swell misses again, then I mean it's just a 1 for 3. It's not quite the high of 1 for 3, gain 3 resources.
So 7 here on Anka, drag under. Gold baited hook activated here, but it is a wet hook, as Justin Koo would say. No risk here. Plenty of gold tokens have been generated. And finally, we might see Chase with a Blood Rush in hand because he's taken a heck of a lot of damage, down to 21. Has he found it? Oh, there it is. And also with a Beast Within in tow. There's not a whole lot of resources in hand, though. So I could see a world where Chase decides to pitch that yellow Beast Within in order to fuel Mandible Claws down the line. Or he could go for the high roll potential. No, it is a yellow in the pitch and a Blood Rush resolved here. So plenty of damage taken by Chase, but he's going to be dealing some out before this turn is over.
Absolutely. And we see that, yes, these resources can be a little bit of an issue, but he does have that Savage Sash, which is going to reduce the costs of all of his brute attacks. Well, all the 6 power plus attacks, which are all the attacks he wants to play, by 1. And it allows him to potentially have a turn that is essentially a 1 extra card of resources without having to pay for it. And also turn on some of those new Rhinar Armory deck cards that care about having a bare chest.
5 rolled here, which is another card intimidated from Christian Agosto. 2 cards in hand remain. Christian familiarizing himself with the Rhinar hero text. Even though this hero has been in the game since its inception, it is one that you don't often see in the tournament cycle.
Yes, and here we have that Anka activation, forcing him to discard a card. Oh, he's going for it.
There is yet another Blood Rush resolved there, and a card discarded, Show of Strength. So Anka cannot be activated once again. I do think that there should have been an additional Intimidate trigger, unless Chase Fister discarded a non...
I think it was a non-6.
It was
Smashing
Smashing
Ground is 5.
You're right.
Oh!
Okay, it's the last Blood Rush from Chase Feaster being resolved here. 2 resources are going to be left over because he was able to pitch a blue. But Blood Rush is one of those weird power cards where it doesn't actually benefit you a whole lot coming in multiples.
No, this is going to have to be the turn, or Chase has just gone through all the power in his deck. So hopefully he drew a blue here. It looks like he was able to pitch that blue.
I think there was a Barraging Beatdown in the hand, which is almost only going to be coming in blue.
Okay, yes, and with the extra resources, is that a claw for 9?
It is a claw for 9.
It's a claw, okay.
And the opponent doesn't have any cards left in hand to block. All of those cards for Christian are in the banished zone technically at this point.
Well, hey, good news. Chase has drawn 2 cards this turn, just barely. So Christian can activate that Balance of Justice to get 1 additional card if he so desires. And that's actually an interesting way to kind of get around Intimidate. Chase could Intimidate him 3 more times, but until that balance is popped, the card is not in the hand.
Right. And could definitely be put on the combat chain for blocking duty before Chase has another opportunity to do Intimidation. It's 9 power accepted readily by Christian Agosto. Down to 25 he goes, and it's the pop of a Savage Sash. Unfortunately, it was 2 reds drawn for Chase Feaster.
Oh, that is tough, but still,
Still 12 damage on this pulping. With-
okay.
This pulping does not have dominate. Not that it matters a whole lot, because Christian is going to draw what he hopes to be, well, probably what he knows is a blocking card, I think, at this point.
And I mean, 21 damage for 3 blood rushes?
It's not ideal. I mean, you can have a 1 blood rush 20 damage turn. This is kind of what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm. And, is that a third chum-friendly first mate discarded? I think it is. And that's what you want to see here. That's potentially, not only is it another turn of disruption here, but now that Chase, with 3 blood rushes, is ignoring the allies here, now potentially if the chum has to get answered, maybe the Anka keeps living. And if he can just keep using these really valuable allies here, I would say that this could be a good spot for Christian, even despite the beating he's taking right now.
Quick dodge flexors plus sunken treasure are going to block 5 on this 12. Christian Agosto now down to 18 to Chase Feaster's 21. And when all is said and done, I have to think that this actually came out Christian's favor. I mean, you don't have to worry about Blood Rush for the rest of the game, and you're still at 18. It's not a bad place to be against Rhinar.
Yeah, Rhinar has almost like a Stormstrider's-like effect, where you kind of cheat a turn here, where Rhinar can intimidate all the cards they can't be blocked with, but then if it doesn't kill them, well, then they still have a full hand of cards and a turn. And I think that's what we're seeing right now with the Avasti. I believe the Swell might still be in hand from last turn revealed off the top. He could go pretty wide here, and this could be tough. Now, all the armor is still on Chase Feaster's side here. Christian, rather barren, but for Chase, that is 3 block on Scabskins, 3 block on Apex Bonebreaker, plus the 2 mites, and the Intimidate on Scowling Fleshbag. So if Chase wants to have another turn of no disruption, I think reasonably he can have it.
And in the hand for Chase Feaster is plenty of those 2-cost attacks, but only 1 blue. I tend to think without Savage Sash, he's going to want to do a little bit of blocking. Some of those 2-cost attacks just don't block, and the biggest of them, Swing Big, is one of the few that do. It's another loan shark for Christian Agosto. Really does not want to be bereft of gold. My co-caster is raising his eyebrows to the ceiling because I don't think he's ever run 2 loan sharks in his life.
No. I think the most I've run is 1. But it's a new meta, and there's new deck building considerations to be had here. And so I would certainly not fault anyone for wanting to be just a little bit more safe, having seen some of the gravy low rolls that can happen if you don't have gold.
Sawbones Dockhand coming in with go again thanks to the Avasti that started this turn off. There's another Avasti in the pitch zone. So Christian had a screamer of a hand after all was said and done from Chase Feaster, Mr. 3 blood rushes in a row.
Wow. Now, okay, if this is the Saltwater Swell in hand as that remaining card, and it looks like it is, I don't think this go again will actually do anything on its own. I think it was just that starter to be able to get the Sawbones out.
Indeed it was. Combat chain closed and turn passed over to Chase Feaster. 21 plays 18. And he's got himself, I believe, a blue, a wild ride, and a pulping. So I think best case scenario for this turn is wild ride or pulping into Mandible Claw. Unless, of course, he finds a really juicy card on top of the deck that he would prefer to Arsenal.
Well, he does have an interesting line here where these 2-cost cards, they come with the downside of allowing Anka to be activated and to discard that last card. But he could always overpitch. He could pitch to one of the 2 costs. He could pitch for the red and then the blue to keep 2 resources floating so that no matter what, he always has another claw to swing. But who needs that if we just roll Scabskins?
Yeah, 5 is rolled on Scabskins, so 2 action points here, which means that Chase can swing the Mandible Claw first at Anka. Christian attempts to tap Sawbones, but Chase goes, I'll hold priority in virtual space. I have a Might token on Mandible Claw, so does allow Christian to untap that Sawbones. And instead, it's just ally duty for Chase Feaster. Cleans up both the Anka Drag Under and the Sawbones Dockhand in the same turn. That Scabskins looked way better than the turn 0-1.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that was a great turn because he was able to use 2 cards as opposed to the safe line, which should have been I believe a 3-card play to be able to clear just those 2 allies. So he's going to be able to keep potentially a 5-card hand here if he wants. And I say if he wants, but also potentially if he doesn't take too much damage here. That saltwater swell, if it hits, and it does, this could be a big turn.
5 resources in the pitch, 3 go again on the combat chain.
We see Chase potentially reaching for the flesh bag. Totally understandable here. If he is able to like intimidate perhaps a conqueror of the high seas, of which we've only seen one, this could be a very good use for it.
Christian Agosto definitely giving a tell. Puts his chin in his hand because he knows that he's got a 1 in 3 chance of this turn looking a lot less juicy. Thinking about activating Gravy Bones in response, I believe is the priority window we're hanging on at the moment.
It looks like allies in the hand, or at least I believe it looks like a scuba in hand.
That's what I thought I saw too, but I almost thought I saw Restless Bones too.
I think so. I think it's Blue Restless Bones, scuba, and 1 more. And I think it's possible that his ideal turn here was Restless Bones, discard scuba, and then perhaps play an ally and swing with it, perhaps even that scuba. But now there could be a wrench in the works here because those allies are not good arsenal targets.
Scowling Fleshbag has done its dirty work. Chase just making sure he puts his cards in the correct zones. Technically speaking, folks, you are supposed to discard your equipment pieces after they have been used. Thanks to the fact that part the Misfail heroes made it so that there is a mechanic that leaves equipment face down in the equipment zones. Never mind that there are no there are no Mystic heroes legal in Classic Constructed. We still have to obey the law.
Details. But yes, indeed. And well, the saltwater swell missed, but it revealed a prismatic ley line, which I would say altogether is not too bad of a hit there.
No, indeed. I mean, Scowling Fleshbag can really stymie turns, but when your opponent has access to 5 gold and blues, they can just kind of draw themselves into a new hand. Restless Bones, spotted correctly in the hand by your casters, goes into the pitch to draw even more cards. Christian, do you think he's looking for his first copy of the Gravy Boat?
No, I think he has a golden tipple in hand and a ley line, and he's searching for an ally. And that's what's going to help him really turn this into a huge turn. He's already gone, I believe, 3 into 3, so 6 damage. And if he goes ley line to ally swing for another 11, this could be massive. And this could be potentially one of Chase's last turns to say no blocks. I want to send damage.
Could the ally be found? How much does Christian want to commit? He finally seems to have found a point where he wants to stop looking through the gold well, instead resolving the golden tipple possibly without a prismatic ley line.
Perhaps he's looking to discard the ley line?
Curious.
Now, this is damage negative, but he does have those 2 loan sharks out, and though they do demand some respect here, that damage or potential discard can pile up, and it looks like Christian is just trying to be safe here, making sure that he does not accidentally run out his debts.
So prismatic ley line, instead of being resolved for 5 value, is discarded in order to create a gold token and draw a new card. Christian now, at this point, finally finds the Gravy Boat in pairs.
2 boats. That's not what you want to see here.
Ay, ay, ay.
And I believe it was that scuba, which was intimidated. So now we have a curious position where he might have to pitch both of his remaining boats because I believe he swung 1 turn 1.
And because he hasn't had
Just
an
to
ally
swing.
enter the grave, he's not able to pitch a Gravy Boat and then use Dead Threads in order to swing Rigor Mortis.
Exactly right. And
okay, I was downplaying the significance of that Scowling Fleshbag. Now it's looking pretty darn huge.
absolutely. And the choice, I think, there by Christian to not gravy in response was, I think he was playing towards the high roll of intimidating one of the blues,
Sure.
which is a pretty safe high roll, but the ability to intimidate one of the blues and go off from there. And I think it kind of punished him for that, because now this ally might stay in hand, and as a headpiece that says 2 block and discard a card, and don't even discard, just keep it in your hand. I think it's pretty powerful.
Christian did, however, rip 2 cards out of the Reckless Rampage that is Chase Feaster. So a bit of a bit of a ceiling reduction on this turn. Pulping comes out of the hand for Chase Feaster. One of these cards must be discarded. It's not going to turn on Go again for Pulping, but instead Dominate. And if Pulping is defended by less than 2 non-equipment cards, it will gain Go again.
Which, if it has Dominate, pretty easy to do here.
There's a lot of words on this card, but there's like a pretty simple understanding of how it works, right? It is a Barraging Beatdown discarded there, which is not a card with 6 or more power, which means that Christian has the opportunity to block with 2 non-equipment cards here and get rid of the action point remaining for Chase Feaster. But there's 2 allies in the hand for Christian, which means that there's only 2 cards in hand that could even block.
And this is sort of an awkward situation, because on one hand, Christian wants to keep his Rigor Mortis alive and prevent perhaps the claw swing that might naturally come after here. But if he blocks this out and that card was perhaps a red that Chase would otherwise want to arsenal anyway, Chase probably isn't too mad, and he might have just helped him set up for a 5-card play and given up a powerful turn of his own. But it looks like he's willing to take the risk here. He's seen the top of his deck, and he decides that it's worth it. He wants to keep the Morty alive and perhaps use some of the gold stockpile that he's piled up to get rid of these allies.
Christian, now on the front foot again, drawing a card, getting rid of the Salty Sea Dog. Hoping, I think, to convert into a blue, which he absolutely has. Portside Exchange now in the hand. Resolved to get rid of the other ally in hand, Rigor Mortis.
And that is an extremely powerful play. He actually distinctly chose to draw off gold instead of activating Gravy Bones to keep him untapped because he has that Gold Kiss Rum. And now, with the Portside Exchange, that discards an ally and gets a blue in the yard, he now could go 6 into play an ally into 6 again. And now the board is set up. And once again, Chase might have to be going back to that ally clearing duty that really kind of requires a hand if he wants to give those Mandible Claws go again.
So it's not going to be lethal presented here for Christian Agosto, but it is going to be what could be a death nail down the line. Another ally in the pitch, Swabby, swings Rigor Mortis. I also have to call out that Christian has been searching for Conquerors of the High Seas for some time now. Wants to see those cards, obviously, but not in multiples, the same way that Chase didn't really benefit from having Blood Rushes in multiples. But now 2 of them are at the bottom of the deck. Swirling around, can be kind of reshuffled in by another call to the grave, but for now, Chase is pretty insulated from 8 go again off the back of a boat.
I would say so. And a lot of these gravy decks really are just packing 2 direct disruptive cards. It is that Conquerors and the Loot the Holds. And we don't think we've seen any Loot the Holds resolve, perhaps a couple pitched or block with. And with those Conquerors to the bottom of the deck, Chase could be in a good position here, but he's going to have to roll Scabs again if he wants to set himself up for a position perhaps next turn to have that play.
I thought that Scabskins was a 3 because of the way it rolled on camera, but it was a 6. Chase, for the 3rd time, rolling Scabskins and making me... I don't know, swallow like with a lump in my throat. That's the turn of phrase that I'm looking for here, but I was so scared. 10 plays 18 now after allies are cleaned up once again. It's all limbs in the watery grave now as 2 Rigor Mortis hit face down the graveyard. 18 plays 10 now. Christian Agosto on the front foot again.
And Chase has been very willing to be rolling these Scabskin leathers, and I think he's been very rewarded for it. That turn 0-1 sucked, but it didn't really suck.
It's turn 0.
It's turn 0. I feel like on all of the turns where it's mattered, which has been, I believe, about 3 now, he's been able to hit and he's been able to clear those allies. And I think that is what's so important, because once you kind of fall off that horse, once you miss, perhaps even once you roll a 1, the allies stick around. And now next turn you need to clear those allies and the new allies. And so here we see Chase, just I think doing a good job and being able to, and really just trying to set himself up for one more turn, because with no blood rushes, he's going to still have to manufacture something that he can do to get 18 points of life down.
It's a 6-power turn for Christian Agosto after centering Jittery Bones, discarding Scuba, resolve Scuba, swing Scuba. That's 2 into 4. Make 6 and also some more gold tokens if Chase disrespects it. Does seem, however, that Christian does not want to fall off the horse of gold generation, because it is another copy of Loan Shark in the pitch zone. That is 3, the full play set, and now it's your turn to have a lump in your throat.
Yeah, okay. This is dedication here. Is all I'm saying. He has multiple Scubas, perhaps even 3 Loan Shark, 3 C4 salvages, of course 3 Sunken Treasures, and this is just about every gold generation card under the sun here. And that, you know what? It's working though. He's having a good turns, and he has paid off his debts every turn, even as there's been a couple turns here where that was really up in the air. But fortunately, due to that portside exchange rip, and now due to this Scuba in the yard, he's able to answer it. And Chase still not wanting to dedicate that equipment, really trying to make sure he has that life buffer that he needs.
And now he's got a stickier ally to deal with. That his Scuba Salty Sea Dog cannot be killed just to a Mandible Claw. Instead, in this case, requires a Command and Conquer, which you would much rather be sending for your opponent's face and thereby arsenal. But in this case, it's just cleanup duty. And Chase might, at least for now, be pivoting to a much more fatigue-slanted strategy. But that's also because Brute has issues with action points, sometimes like Gravy Bones does, and also issues with getting over the top in terms of damage when you don't have blood rushes.
Exactly. And this is something I think we see in a lot of like Gravy strategy, is these ally breakpoints that decks just can't deal with. Like this 4 breakpoint on Scuba against something like a Cindra, well, it's pretty easy. There's Blaze Headlongs, there are a lot of 0 for 4s. But for Chase, that 1 extra life is the difference between a Claw and 2 cards. And I think here, with that CNC, which is, I think, a fair play to make sure that he has a turn, it now means that Christian has the 5-card hand to keep playing and to keep playing out those allies that I would say he's been able to pretty consistently get in the yard. I think we haven't really had a turn without 1 or 2 extra allies in the yard just in case for most of the game.
I would have to agree. There was a teeny bit of a slow start in terms of the gold generation and the allies, but once Christian got on that horse, once he paid his Loan Shark, he did not fall off.
No, and it'll be curious here to see if he can get another Call to the Grave-esque effect, which it might have in the hand here, to be able to shuffle those boats back to the top.
There it is. Tip the Barkeep is going to buy some rum first and foremost, though.
And he's tipping. This is an interesting play here. Choosing,
curious.
Notably, to not get a blue in the graveyard yet, but just to be able to keep that Tip the Barkeep in the deck, because, well, there's always the opportunity that maybe with these decks getting a little bit light here, I didn't see too many allies back there.
And the choice on Call to the Grave is Back Alley Breakline. So 2 action points here, and you're absolutely right. I think based on the propensity to block from his opponent, Christian Agosto is just saying, I need to insulate myself from an end game where I don't have a consistent engine. And Tip the Barkeep is kind of Gravy's version of an Endless Arrow, if I could equate it to that. Do you agree?
I would say so. There is a loop you can do if you happen to be running Riches of Tropodani, where every turn you are playing Tip the Barkeep, regenerating that gold through Riches, and putting it to the bottom of your deck to allow you to swing multiple allies for these fatigue states. Because an issue that Gravy runs into, especially if he's not running specifically Whale or Humperdinck, is that if his big turn pops off like this, and if this were, let's say this stripped all the cards out of Chase's hand, if he doesn't keep having that go again, sometimes the Rhinar player can just put his hands up, keep blocking, and then wait for the turn where Christian just goes swing 6, Chase blocks 2 cards, and then is able to fight back.
So it's a hook activation here on Sawbone's Dockhand. If it doesn't connect, though, I do believe those Loan Sharks are going to go by the wayside. and deal 4 damage to Christian Agosto because he has no cards to discard.
Yes. Now, I do think he's navigated it to a position where his life total is a little less relevant,
Very true.
but still good to note. And here he goes. He just takes 4.
And also that gold-baited hook should go as well, right? Because no gold tokens have been generated?
Yes, I believe so. One was given away.
Yeah.
I don't believe any was generated.
So yeah, gold-baited hook should be gone here. We will alert our players and let them know. But a chum-friendly first mate remains after Chase Feaster just removes Sawbone's Dockhand. Yep, message has been received. Christian places the gold-baited hook into the grave where it belongs, and it's a Restless Bones out of the hand. What will the discard be, though, is the real question.
Since he's not checking the top of the deck, if I had to guess, probably something from hand here, and it looks like perhaps it was that Anka.
Yes,
So,
must have been.
4 go again. I've really liked Restless Bones in these gravy lists as a way to go a little bit more over the top. We see the Jittery Bones that are 2 go again, but they don't quite pack the power here. Being able to go 4 into 4 or 4 into 5 essentially asks for most of the hand, where something like a 2 into 4 does not quite do it.
And Restless Bones showing its stripes, not necessarily in the early game, but rather in the late. And the final copy of Lone Shark comes out of the hand for Christian Agosto. Honestly, he's been making this card look pretty damn good.
I think so. I think it's definitely allowed him to set up some big turns and some consistency that I think he was really looking for, and to be able to navigate these turns, and now get a Conqueror of the High Seas into that arsenal, setting up for, I think, what is going to try to be perhaps that knockout punch next turn.
1 damage finds home on chum-friendly first mate. Chase Feaster down to 4, dwindling life point by life point, but still staying in the game by murdering allies over and over again. It's back over to Christian, who has lost his last copy of chum-friendly first mate, and I think he's out of Sawbones as well, potentially Swabbies unless he's running 3.
That's very possible. And with that ally count dwindling, here we go, using some of these blues for their attack side, essentially, to be able to just go 1 card wider. And it looks like if he's playing it, probably has the resources for that a Conqueror of the High Seas. And a Conqueror of the High Seas into Anka should strip, I think, the rest of the cards in his hand and still leak damage. So that means that this Anka will probably stick around, and assuming Chase has all 3 blocks, because he does have some no blocks here, put Christian into a really good situation next turn. And next turn into next turn, I think, is how he's trying to win, because he has 1 more Conqueror in deck, and I think he needs 1 more play here.
And that deck is getting incredibly thin after shuffling. After shuffling it with Call to the Grave, he can expect that the second Gravy Boat won't find itself with a lot of other reds, which is the key to unlocking that card's full potential.
Yeah, it looks like potentially drawing off gold to get the resources to pay for Anka and keep that last card arsenal. Oh, it looks like a Scuba. Okay, so he has 1 more line of recursion here.
And there we go. It's another blue found off the top. Scuba. Salty Sea Dog put into the graveyard here. In these late game scenarios, what do you think the main target for Scuba is? Are you trying to recycle ley lines?
Yes, mostly it is ley lines that you are putting back, because you really are just looking for damage, and ley lines can put you over the top. There are actually even situations where you will hold off a turn and just go recycle a ley line, let your opponent clear your board so that you can have the big double ley line turn that will go over the top. Because Rhinar, he has a lot of powerful cards and a lot of specifically high power cards, but not a lot of defense reactions and ways to block with all 5 cards in hand plus arsenal.
Card drawn from gold for Christian Agosto. This could be the turn that does Chase in, but will Christian be able to find the action points to go wide enough? That's the real question. Oh, well, Prismatic Leyline is one way to get it done.
That's a good start, and I think we see that Gravy Boat in hand here. So even just a 9 into 7, I think we'll do it here. He's just double checking to make sure.
There's no armor left for Chase Feaster, so it's just what is left in the hand. 3 cards devoted to the Conqueror of the High Seas, coming in for 9, blocks it out perfectly, but the Anka to follow with an extra +2 buff on this Prismatic Ley Line is going to be 7, and that is surely enough with 1 card in hand for Chase Feaster, unless, of course... No, indeed. It is a block 0 in the form of Alpha Rampage. Fist Bump extended. Christian Agosto goes the distance despite 3 Blood Rush Bellows being shouted directly into his face. And I think that was honestly like the perfect showcase for why Blood Rush is not great in multiples.
Exactly. Yeah, you could see just the whole game shift off that turn. It was the potential of the highest highs and kind of the lowest lows of requiring basically a whole gameplay shift. We saw that after that turn, it was a lot of blocking on Rhinar's side because he knew he just didn't have that power left in that deck.
And sure, he was able to kind of just take turns off, kill allies here and there, but in general, when you've resolved all of your blood rushes and your opponent hasn't hit a single Conqueror of the High Seas, it's gonna be over sooner rather than later. And I do want to point out real quick before we go to break, the Scowling Fleshbag block, which was so prescient in the moment, kind of only just delayed the inevitable. I think if Christian had been able to pop off with that turn without the Scowling Fleshbag, I think that game might have ended like 2 or 3 turns prior.
I agree. Yeah, Gravy is deceptively hard to fatigue. I think for those last few turns, we were kind of going, okay, and there's kind of the chum's gone, and there's potentially the sawbone's gone. Oh, and then one more scuba. Okay, and then he can recycle one more ley line.
Yeah.
And he put the gold kiss from generator
And
back
you're
to
at
the bottom
2.
of the deck. Yeah, and you're at 2. And we saw it all kind of fall apart there. And I was very, very well played by both players.
Without a doubt. St. Louis is not disappointing one iota. It's high-level flesh and blood through and through. We're going to be back with the man who won that game in short order, but for now, it is a very quick break. We'll be back with Christian after this.
Welcome back to Arcane Games and Events. I'm here with the winner of last round, Christian on Gravy Bones. That was quite a game. Man, that triple Blood Rush turn was that was incredible. How are you feeling there?
Good. When he did the first Blood Rush, I was like, okay, this is fine. Like, and it's pretty good. So good. The second one came out, I was like, all right, like not the best for him, but hopefully I just don't take a bunch of damage. The third one comes out, and I had to ball him to chase. Me and Chase were close for locals, so I had to feel him here. And then luckily, helped me keep alive. It was definitely a blood rush for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we were predicting numbers up to the 30s in the booth there, and I think drawing that red at the end there definitely slowed it down. But yeah, that was an onslaught there. How are you feeling about Gravy in the new meta here with Chart gone?
Love it personally. I think Chart was a good. It was a good hit. Like, but if you play, I played Gravy since it came out, and I played Gravy for since he came out, and that the fact that I don't play Chart that much. I was actually saying in like the purple Discord where everyone hangs out, I was like, it sounds like everyone's just resolving Chart too much. Like I usually just pitch that card. It's nothing. So getting Chart out of the way is unfortunate. But I just put in 3 sunken treasures and called it a day. You know what I mean? And it paid off in dividends.
I feel that. Yeah, we definitely saw a lot of gold generation in your list. I believe you're on 3 loan sharks, 3 sunken treasures, 3 seafloor salvages. Are those going to be in every matchup, or is this specifically because you're worried that Rhinar might be like blocking out hooks in that sort?
So that's actually for every matchup right now. It's a blue 3 block. I don't own any of the fables, right? So like also, gets me over there. But I do enjoy it. Like loan sharks a blue, or the yellow block 3, right? Sunken treasures a blue block 3 that guarantees makes me old, right? I always make the joke that Chart, like now I never have to miss a Chart. Like conquerors are safe. So those are mainstays for moments.
Yeah, but nothing worse than hitting the Conqueror off the chart or multiple Conquerors and just kind of sighing there. Yeah,
exactly. They're always glued right next to each other. You saw in the match that I had one conch in hand. I was like, all right, let me pop this gold. I mean, each gold tip will draw a card. Blue or yellow, I'm good. If it's a red, like that sucks. And I drew it to the conch. I was like, yep, I should know. These are staple things. So let me just pitch those 2.
Yeah, you definitely had a lot of reds, that and off the swells as well, or murderous rabbles. Yeah. Like you must only be running 6 reds in that deck, just like 5. Yeah.
Running 5, 3 conchs and 2 swells, and then gotta hit them all.
Of course. Yeah, absolutely. How are you feeling about the St. Louis AG program overall? I know we've got a lot of local guys here. Anyone we should watch out for? Any local terrors?
Yeah, so I think the St. Louis scene is like divided up into Missouri and Illinois side. So I'm from the Illinois side. Someone to look out for is a person called Jason Fang. He's an assassin player that is just tearing it up. So I would keep an eye out for him, and as well as we have a bunch of killers here over on both sides of the ground. Right, you saw this Oswald, and we're going to be seeing behind people in this feature match. I've said it all the time that like St. Louis is like not an area to mess around with. Super competitive. I'm really glad that those people in the spot will show me.
Yeah, it has been exciting, and I'm looking forward to more games of Flesh and Blood after this, as we are going to be heading into round 3 after a short break. So more Flesh and Blood coming at you.
Doesn't matter how many blood rushes his opponent eats, it's famine for Chris Feaster, unfortunately. Gravy Bones does ascend above the Reckless Rampage in round 2 of AGE St. Louis. Bryce Platts back with Colin Erickson, bringing you all of the action all day long. And if you're sitting here wondering, I really like the cut of this tournament's jib, and I would like to play in a local AGE near me. Well, I've got good news for you folks. We do represent 3 separate regions here: St. Louis, Los Angeles, and New England. So if you're in any of those regions, I invite you to go to our website and sign up for one of the events you see here on the screen. We've added a handy-dandy color coding system because we continue to expand, so we want to make sure that people are buying tickets for the right tournaments. We've got AGE Los Angeles coming at you for the first Open of 2026 on January 11th. New England responds in kind on the 31st of January. And then 1 week later, February 7th, we'll be back at New England, and then Los Angeles, and then New England and Los Angeles. And mixed in there at some point will be 2 new St. Louis Opens as well. You going to be playing in any of these, Colin?
Yeah, I'll be playing a couple. I suppose I may as well play in the Los Angeles ones. And excited to get perhaps a third season run back against a couple people. Maybe a one Enigma turned Gravy player. Want to get my revenge, and we'll see how it goes.
Who's that? Peter? Peter? Are we talking about?
No, this is Zachary Wallach.
Oh, yeah. I know that guy.
Nemesis, according to the AG.
Peter
website.
did play himself some gravy at an AGE as well.
Peter did, yeah. I believe he was on. He's on it for at least 1 or 2 of them. But then he came back to Cindra, and apparently it was the right choice. To be fair,
but also to the chagrin of the entire AGE pro team.
Yeah.
So we'll be back with the regular characters that you've come to expect from the AG Open series. That'll be coming up later this month and, of course, into the future. But right now, we are turning our attention once again to the brand new stories coming out of AGE St. Louis, the most recent addition to the AGE Open series. Up next is round 3, and it's all happening right now. Ethan Phillips on the left side of your screen is taking on Zachary Rhodes, Kayo Armed and Dangerous, versus Victor Goldmane High and Mighty. This is a matchup that I think on its face seems fairly KO favored. Victor loves to clash, and KO is probably the one hero in the game that can do it better than him. But the more I see it on stream, the more I'm like, I think there's more to it than meets the eye.
Right. Yeah. Victor's and I think KO's have definitely developed a lot, and as the decks have shifted, we've seen interesting choices around playing around these big Goldmane estates, and KO's running very, very consistent decks, but also decks that can sometimes still lose those clashes because they're playing all exactly 6s, or almost all exactly 6s. And that can mean that Victor, with some of these cards, like I believe that is a yellow Thunk in the pitch, that notably comes in for 7 and also has a benefit on winning Clash, might allow him to get the edge here.
Titan's Fist coming out after a gorgeous seismic surge token from Mastery Pack Guardian is generated for Ethan Phillips. Looking at the equipment suite here, I do note that Ethan has brought Balance of Justice rather than, say, a Crown of Dominion, which is often, like in Gravy Bones, one of those engine rever-uppers, the starter plug, I guess I should say, of the gold engine that both of those heroes like to ride to victory. In this case, I guess because of the card resolved now, Blood Rush Bellows, Balance of Justice looks a little juicier.
Absolutely. And we saw actually on that last turn a vigorous smash-up clashing, and we saw KO with a Blood Rush Bellow and Ethan with a Visit the Goldmane estate. So we are getting the specialties early on here, as we see him drawing 2 more cards, generating a Might, and I don't know if he can beat a triple Blood Rush turn, but I think even a single Blood Rush turn is pretty good for KO.
Honestly, a single Blood Rush is oftentimes better. We'll see if that's the case for Zachary Rhodes here, who is resolving a Wild Ride, drawing a card, and has the chance, the 1 in 3, to discard a Beast Within and essentially draw another card. So 1 is rolled. It is not Beast Within, however. Swing big instead. Probably the one card that Zach didn't want to discard out of the hand.
No, and this is now a little bit awkward. KO really does love that 2 blue curve, But he loves the 2 blue curve because of the 2 costs. Beast Within, great card to discard, but that's a 3 cost. And now he's going to have to make the choice to just send the Beast Within or perhaps look to arsenal one of these cards, neither of which sound particularly appealing, in order to just swing that claw.
Wild Ride blocked out almost in its entirety thanks to Aura Mages and a Sink Below. I think Sink Below is one of those controversial cards in Victor because it is more misses on clashes and it doesn't do clashing in itself. But I do see a lot more of them cycling into Victor lists, especially in the face of Brutes, which are very much in the meta at the moment. And I think it makes sense because if you cycle out some of those clash cards that you expect to lose clashes on against Kayo and instead just get your value on good old Sink Belows and Fate Foreseens, then maybe that's what can turn the tide for you.
Right. And here, 2 cards blocking 8 covers this up pretty well, only taking 5 on that Blood Rush turn and leaving him in a nice spot to start setting up this gold generation. Already up to effectively 2 gold because that Aura Magus does count as a gold here. And I believe he cycled away potentially a Pummel, or either he cycled away a Pummel or it's in his arsenal, and that is going to be an interesting card to play around because the Scowling Flesh Bag is a powerful card but cannot touch the arsenal. So if he can manage to get that Pummel in there, then he can set up for some big disruption and some bigger smacks combined with those Goldmane estates.
Right now, the smack is just Titan's Fist. No might tokens generated from that first visit Goldmane estate because there were not enough requisite golds. Even though Ethan Phillips kind of cheats one out with the Aurum Aegis, he needs 3 in order to generate might tokens. In this case, it was just 2 after visit Goldmane estate generated 1 on its face. 35 plays 40 here, and we are just underway in round 3 of the first ever AGE St. Louis.
Okay, and we see some equipment block here pretty early on, just looking to get some of that value, and already noticing a difference between this deck and that Rhinar deck we saw last round. Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex not providing the might up front, because especially Kayo does play 5s when on the combat chain, but instead allowing him to use that resource conversion and ideally get more than 2 additional power over the course of the game here.
It's a reckless stampede out of the hand of Zachary Rhodes. This is one of those cards from Super Slam that people thought was going to get KO Armed and Dangerous juiced over the top. This one comes in 4/7 and will clash on for every card blocked here. However, it's a Thunderquake on top for Ethan Phillips, one of those few cards that can consistently beat what KO has to offer there.
Yes, and we can see both heroes really diving into clashes. We have Reckless Stampede, which is going to clash for every card blocked and lose life off that. And then we see on the other side him blocking with a Peck Perfect, which is clash for every card blocked and discard the top card of your deck for everyone lost.
No, the last card in hand for Zachary Rhodes was not Arsenal. It must have been that blue Energetic Impact. Perhaps Zach thought an IP penalty was better than having to stick a nasty blue that you would rather be pitching into the arsenal. For now, it's back over to Ethan, who sends an Enlightened Strike 4/7. Chosen mode is, of course, buff power.
Okay, and once again, we're kind of leaning towards this more value-based Victor here with this and the Sink Belows, just really looking to play some quiet hands. But, you know, in this perhaps a little bit more of a value-based meta, I think it's working out pretty well here.
Vigor token generated for Ethan Phillips here wins the clash on a blue Thunderquake once again. Zachary Rhodes does leave, I believe, that blue on top of the deck. I didn't see him put it to the bottom, as is his right in Vigorous Smash Up. 34 plays 33 now after Ethan passes turn. And here comes another bread and butter play, Bare Fangs. This is Brute flavored, though. It's going to draw a card and then discard a random cards for Zachary Rhodes if that card has 6 or more power, which, wow, how about that? It does. This attack will get +2, and also it's going to generate a might token to the KO Armed and Dangerous hero ability, and I think Zach might be stranded with yet another blue in hand. We'll see if he chooses to arsenal it this time around.
Yes, it kind of looks like a Mighty Windup, which is not the ideal arsenal, but can always be cashed in for one additional might token if he would prefer not to keep that in arsenal. But we see Ethan just taking the damage here, and no, just keeping it in hand. Look, oh, it looks like it was a vigorous smash up. Okay, that makes sense. Just another card that is better on blocks than attack. And these are some of the concessions you have to make as Kayo when you can't run some of these perhaps better defensive cards in the form of like defense reactions because they do not hit that power requirement.
Ethan Phillips generates himself a Seismic Surge with the Vigor token that pops at the beginning of the turn. Clears it up for his opponent real quick here. 25 plays 34. All that Bare Fangs damage accepted readily. And I am just noticing the custom sleeves that Ethan Phillips has there. Not a huge Rune Blade enjoyer as far as I can tell. And here comes Spinal Crush with one floating here. If there's a pummel telegraphed, Zachary Rhodes could stuff it with the Scowling Flesh Bag.
Indeed. And it looks like he's trying to disguise it here. If it is indeed a pummel in that arsenal, then he could have foregone the Seismic Surge in exchange for having that 2 floating and guaranteeing being able to play it, but in exchange, really telegraphing it. Where in this case, this could very easily just be a normal Victor turn. A lot of times Victor can't convert all 4 cards, and maybe he just wants to have a card in hand. Who's to say?
But that begs the question, why wouldn't you block on the Bare Fangs?
True. No, you're right. That is more suspicious. I kind of came into this with the expectation that he didn't have the ability to, but no, this is 4 cards that he wanted to keep.
And with the Spinal Crush on the combat chain, the options definitely dwindle. Could be a Sigil of Solace, which I don't expect Victors to be running.
Could be interesting. Yeah, I don't usually expect Victors to run this, but you never know. We've seen some Sink Belows and as much as Victors have trended towards some of these more defensive options recently, with a new meta, who knows how far they could go.
25 plays 34 here. 9 damage on the combat chain, courtesy of a Spinal Crush. This one is one of the most fearsome on hits in Guardian. I should say on Crush, because it is required to deal 4 or more damage to a hero in order to get its effect. But if it does crush, action cards, activated abilities, and attacks the opponent controls lose and can't gain go again during their next action phase. This was the Ninja and Ranger Destroyer back in the good old days.
And here we go. Scowling Fleshbag cashed in, card intimidated, and it looks like just 3 damage taken here. It's possible Ethan just wanted to get the Scowling Fleshbag out of the way. If he's running a lot of pummels here, then and perhaps even go again on the case of like E-Strike or something like a Zealous Belting, perhaps he just said, I gotta bite the bullet. I will send a turn that's still gonna strip cards, still gonna strip armor, and accept that I'm probably gonna lose 1 additional one.
Which could very well tell that Ethan has played this matchup several times in the past and knows what he is doing. Beast Within discarded here from Zachary Rhodes. Card banished is another Wild Ride, which goes into the hand, and Zach loses 1 life, as is the requisite cost for getting that extra little bit of card advantage from Beast Within. For now, it's Pulping coming in for 7. Does have Dominate and Go Again currently. If Ethan has stuck a defense reaction in the arsenal, then it could spell doom for Zachary Rhodes. Can you imagine if he plunks a defense reaction down there, bluffs the pummel, buys the Scowling Flashbag, and then does this?
That would be pretty sick. But no, it just looks like he's just going to cash in his armor now. Notably unused so far. And trying to keep his life total high.
The follow-up is Bare Fangs. Zach is forced to pitch that Wild Ride found on top of the deck from Beast Within, but that is still a pretty dang good turn when it all shakes out. Clash of Bravado is going to force a clash here, and I do believe an Aura token is going to be destroyed if one of those players wins.
Oh no, but he might lose his own Seismic Surge off of this because that is an Aura token.
And there it goes, because Reckless Stampede is going to beat the Clash of Bravado on the top of Ethan Phillips' deck. only has 7, and Zachary Rhodes gets to cheat an extra +1 on the top of his Reckless Stampede, so 8 beats 7 there. I do wonder how much Ethan actually cared about that Seismic Surge token. I would say 50% of the time, the Guardians don't actually mind losing it. But there are certain turn cycles where you go, I'm going to do a 2-card Chokeslam, and you're completely snuffed out if you don't have that Seismic Surge to fix the resources.
Absolutely. And there's another card here I do want to talk about, and that is that Iron Fist Revelation, that it blocks for 2 and then blocks for 1, and then is going to allow him to turn these Crush cards in Arsenal face up in exchange, and then give them +1 power. And I think Ethan choosing not to block with that is giving Zach information here, because, again, he was choosing to block with armor. He's not choosing to block with that. He didn't decide to de-react my pulping. What else could it be?
And now comes a play that Kayo Armed and Dangerous Abusers were so excited about from the very beginning of his coming on the scene in Heavy Hitters. It's Command and Conquer for 7. Ethan Phillips blocks with right behind you and 2 other cards, which means that he has the opportunity to look at the top card of his deck and leave it there or not. He does it, in this case, to kind of fix the Clash of Bravado. No auras to target, though, or to destroy, so not a whole lot riding on that Clash.
No, and we're just seeing just again hammers here. It looks like Ethan has had perhaps a couple of turns of some awkward resources where he had to send that CNC and pitch 2 reds, including, importantly, one of those powerful clashes, I believe, Test of Iron Grip, and just hasn't quite been able to do some of Victor's biggest turns. We haven't seen any Test of Strengths here, no Trounces, and perhaps that was a matchup consideration here, just taking them out and trying to play that value game without him.
1 was pitched, so we at least know 1 has made its way into the deck.
1 was pitched, you're right. But yeah, just it's been that sort of quiet game. You know, we've had that 1 Blood Rush, and I think that kind of got Kayo a little bit in the lead here, and we've just stuck to it with these kind of value plays, and we still have the Savage Sash as well. So I think there's opportunities for 1 big play to really cement someone's lead here, because we still have a lot of that power left. We still have a lot of both on the offense and defense in the case of stuff like Balance of Justice.
And this is some of that power that you were talking about. No, it's not a Blood Rush. It's instead a Tear Limb from Limb. Zachary Rhodes draws and discards a random card, and then if that card has 6 or more power, his next attack is going to double its base power. And he found the juiciest one to pair with Tear Limb from Limb. Show of Strength, which has a base power of 8, now comes in for 16, but will be reduced by 4 thanks to the blocks of Ethan Phillips. It's got almost like a Phantasm-like effect, but instead of popping it, it just reduces the power, and Ethan Phillips blocks it out entirely.
Wow, yeah, I guess that's one of the downsides to the card. We've seen it come out in Super Slam and kind of touted as, you know, we've had Swing Big, and now there's a Swing Bigger here. But against these Guardian matchups, it effectively was just a 2 for 6.
And now it's a Blood Rush Bellows in retort. Zachary Rhodes had full tempo thanks to the Tear Limb from Limb play, and now is able to keep essentially a 5-card hand for this Blood Rush. Discards a blue Buck Wild, but I think it was all blues in the hand anyway. So Zach is feeling really good if he can draw some heat.
And, well, Blood Rush Bellows seem to come in multiples here. We have another one in the hand, and that is the 3rd Blood Rush Bellow.
And Zach chooses to send it now, kind of is forced to, because it's a liability in the hand for all of these draw discard effects that could miss if they hit a Blood Rush Bellows. It also means you wouldn't be able to resolve your Blood Rush. So now it's back to 3 cards in hand.
Indeed. And we do see that Savage Sash not blocked with. So if he wants to cash it in here, he might not be able to get that full value that he wants. But looking at the hand, it seemed like he's pretty resource rich. He has that Buck Wild, Wild Ride, and Energetic Impact, it looks like. So he's gonna be pretty covered in terms of resources.
He is resource rich, but a Tear Limb from Limb drawn from the top of the deck. This could be an action point and a turn robbed, but no. Zach hits the 50-50. Energetic Impact goes into the graveyard, and he breathes a sigh of relief because this Wild Ride does indeed have go again.
Oh my gosh, that could have been in the turn there. He even chose not to swing Claw beforehand, presumably because he wanted to discard that energetic impact in hand, and almost just got his entire turn ended off of that.
Really, really scary stuff here. But Zach is rewarded by the Brute Variance Gods. 11 go again here for Ethan Phillips to answer, who sits only at 17. No, it's not a swing for lethal, but it is a cleave of the life total if all of this connects. Iron Fist Revelation comes out to do some blockings alongside 2 other cards. Command and Conquer, and I presume another 3 block.
Looks like it. And here we see the commitment of the Flexors. And yep, here we go. This is the combo. Pitching Riches of Tropaldani. What this allows him to do is effectively block for 4 off the 2 pitch of Riches of Tropaldani and draw a card, because Victor's hero ability says once per turn, not once on your turn. And with that, and I believe the Balance of Justice blocked with as well. Ooh, Test of Iron Grip.
Test of Iron Grip forcing a clash here. That is a red choke slam, I think. So Zachary Rhodes is forced to discard the tear limb from hand. So even though Ethan isn't able to find the 50-50 to end this turn in its entirety, this is still probably upwards of 8 damage that Ethan has prevented here. Possibly more if the card in Arsenal is something like a Bear Fangs or a Swing Big.
Oh, easily. And this is just such a big hit.
I'm sorry, it's even more than that. I forgot we had 2 blood rushes on this turn.
Yeah, this could have been 10, maybe even 12. That is massive. And
So
that
Ethan says, yeah, maybe you can win clashes here and there, but I win the ones that matter, dang it.
yes.
Oh my God.
You can kill one of my seismic surges. I'll stop 12 damage here. That is massive.
Wow,
Okay.
if
Well,
anybody is scared to bring Victor Goldman into a field of KOs, maybe you can take some pointers from Ethan Phillips. He's making it look like it is not so scary after all. He still has a life deficit here, but might be able to even the scales a little bit with this Enlightened Strike for 7. Again, Ethan is in that same spot that our Gravy Bones player was last round. Yes, I took a little bit of a beating from some blood rushes, but they're gone now. And all of a sudden, the numbers put up by Kayo, Armed and Dangerous, become way easier to swallow.
Yeah, the Brute player not having blood rushes, I think we're going to see something kind of similar to last game, where now Victor has the inevitability here. He always kind of had the inevitability, but now it is really on Zach to make something happen. And he does still have opportunities. Those tear limb from limbs, as much as they suck to get discarded, still do push things over the top. And potentially these cards like Reckless Stampede, as dangerous as they are, because Victor does play a lot of 8s, could steal victory, even despite him running sort of low on damage overall.
A little bit of damage leaks through after Zachary Rhodes blocks 5 on 7. Down to 21 he goes, but more importantly were the chosen cards. Savage Sash is blocked with now, has gotten its armor value and can now be cashed in for the resource fixing ability of that card. In the hand for Zachary Rhodes, though, is Swing Big, Command and Conquer, and Tear Limb from Limb. The arsenal tells the story of the right line here. Because right now, there's no action points, and there's no way to get them either. You can't do a cheeky scab skin roll if you don't have them equipped. Instead, in the foot slot is Beaten Trackers for Zachary Rhodes, which requires him to discard a card with 6 or more power in order to get the extra action point.
Right, and it looks like he may just be trying to keep this card in hand, unless it's a pummel, but I don't think so. I think that would be a little crazy.
Yeah, which is making my co-caster's inflection go up in pitch, because Zach did have the opportunity to block with that Swing Big. No, it wouldn't have been max value, but it would have at least been 2. In this case, he's carrying a 2 value deficit into the next turn cycle.
Indeed, but maybe that's what he values here, because again, if Victor's just going to keep swinging hammer, that's a pretty long leash there. You could take a lot of turns of that without too much worry. And potentially, if he wasn't able to convert it well on the Blood Rush turn, perhaps due to that discard, and he didn't want to play it last turn, we might be seeing some kind of extender in the arsenal there that would allow him to be setting up these turns.
Ooh, boy. Okay, so Golden Sun is revealed off the top for this clash of Test of Strength. No, it doesn't win the clash because it's up against a Reckless Stampede. So Ethan Phillips cheats on that clash, puts Reckless Stampede to the bottom of the deck, both so he doesn't have to deal with it later on, and also so that he can win the clash against a yellow Wild Ride and draw Golden Sun. Should be creating 2 gold tokens when all is said and done, thanks to Test of Strength revealing Golden Sun. Now, Reckless Stampede is the follow-up coming out of the arsenal, and it's all laid bare for us, folks. Dude, Ethan Phillips prevented so much damage. That Reckless Stampede should have been coming in for 11 on the back of 2 Blood Rushes.
Right. But actually, Reckless Stampede's a 2 cost, right?
Yeah.
He could have had a line there where he activated, if the cards in the pitch zone were correct, activated Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex if he had a 6 in pitch.
True.
To potentially play
No,
around.
you're right.
But he may not have had that. Kayo has 6s in a lot of places, but sometimes he doesn't have 6s where he needs them to be able to activate that.
Bottom line, that test of Iron Grip could be the thing that makes the difference in this game.
Totally agree.
Here's another card that could spell doom for you Brute fans out there. The Golden Sun comes in for 10 overpower because Ethan Phillips sacked a gold token as an additional cost. Victor Goldmane is all about the gold, especially in his namesake card here. This is the quintessential way that Victor closes games out. And there it is. The pummel finally comes out of the arsenal. So Ethan Phillips did have the opportunity to play around the Scowling Flesh Bag that one turn cycle, but now that it's gone here, he has full steam ahead to just send it. So it's a card discard for Zachary Rhodes, and all of a sudden these life totals are favoring the Guardian.
Absolutely. And Ethan's got to be breathing a sigh of relief there. That pummel had been in there since turn 0, I guess.
It was a long time.
It, and that requires a lot of cards to be able to effectively convert there. And I think being able to do it just like this, stealing a lot of tempo, and forcing Zachary Rhodes to go down to 3, which is not a comfortable position for the Brutes to be in, is, I think, potentially could have been the decider of this game right here. And
Iron Fist Revelation plus Aurum Aegis.
I think he smells
Blocked
blood
with here. Yes, he does. Down to 3 goes Ethan Phillips, now matching the life total of Zach. A card shown here for the strongest survive on hit. It does have more power than 5, though, so Ethan is not forced to discard a card. Seismic Surge pops at the beginning of this turn. This could be it. Yes, Macho Grande out of the hand for Ethan Phillips. It's only a blue, but it's coming in for a big bad 7 dominate. And does Zach have any way to deal with it? Has 2 block left in equipment, but at 5 total blocking power, that would be it, unless he has the Reckless Swing. No, the fist bump is extended. Victor Goldmane is higher and mighty than he ever has been before after taking down the premier Clash hero in Kayo Armed and Dangerous.
Wow, that was an incredible turn of events there. We saw Kayo running that game for the first half. It was Blood Rush Bellow, and then a couple of back and forth turns, and then 2 more Blood Rush Bellows. And it was like, I don't know, he's down like 8 points of life. He's out of armor now. And then the Golden Sun pummel into the Macho Grande Dominate to close it out for exact lethal, by the way, because he had 2 points of equipment block, is just incredible.
You know, I have to shout out Ethan for his incredibly patient and diligent play. He was getting maximum value on every single card, every single turn cycle, even when he kind of maybe overreached on that Vigor token, creating a Seismic and thereby turning off the pummel that could have been earlier on. But ultimately, it's kind of a lost art because Guardian is so effused away from the metagame. I mean, you don't see players doing stuff like this, like basic flesh and blood, value-oriented turn cycle gameplay, especially on the blocking side nowadays. So shout out to Ethan for showing that you can absolutely get it done, even if you don't do egregious stuff like Blood Rush Bellows on your offensive turns.
Absolutely. And I mean, Guardian's been out of the meta for a while, and now with some of the most egregious kind of outstanders of the Cindras and the Gravies kind of coming out, Victor has a lot of to ask of players, and a lot of, I think, answers in the form of these, I think, sometimes blowout cards like that Test of Iron Grip we saw that just like nocturnes out on their own.
Yeah.
And Victor's ability to have that, to have the block, he was able to play those sync belows as well that I think helped shore up some damage, and then have that offensive overlap with Pummel. I think he's making a strong case for it.
Really stellar stuff, honestly. I mean, if Victor can take down KO Armed and Dangerous, then I feel like he's got legs in this meta for sure. You got to watch out for your Oscilios and honestly, basically just Oscilio at this point, right? Because, well, Oscilio's your Verdants.
That's gravy.
Yeah, your gravies a little bit here and there, but a performance bonus here or there could spell the difference in that matchup. Bottom line, Victor seems to have some legs. So if you're a Guardian stan that has been waiting for your opportunity to pick up your Titan's Fist and get on back out to an RTN season, Ethan Phillips is making it look like it might be your time. So we'll be back with a word from him and, of course, more flesh and blood in short order. Don't go anywhere. Ethan Phillips is in the house after taking down Kayo, armed and dangerous. One of those things that Victor players from here and far are reticent about doing. That's the one hero that kind of clashes better than them, and the one way you win as Victor is by winning clashes. Ethan, you were not scared to bring Mr. High and Mighty to this tournament today, though.
So I took Victor to my pro quest. He's like the hero I know how to play the most. I had the most reps against him. He's my favorite hero they ever made. And sometimes you just gotta risk it for the biscuit. You fight into chaos, gravies. I'm trying to dodge chaos and gravies, but you can't avoid them when you get to the top.
Now, I want to talk for a quick second about a class that you don't like so much. I did notice your custom sleeves. You want Runeblades banned from the game, huh?
Absolutely. Get James White on the horn, ban the class. Nobody likes him. You remember back in Rosetta, they had 8 months of Runeblades tearing up locals, tearing up the competitive thing. Viscerai, horrible hearing. All about Aurora, insane, and then Stat Brienne. Who the that was fair?
And now they're back in Silver Age, man. They're terrorizing the People's format too.
No matter what format, just ruin the game, ban the class, get them out the game. No one likes it.
I love your fire, Ethan, and I love the fire that you had on display during the game. That was some really patient, clean flesh and blood through and through. Really diligent blocking, and also a pummel that was lying in wait for, I don't know, 10, 11 turn cycles.
Turn one. I could never play it. I could have did it on the spinal crush. If I could not make the surge. So I was trying to play around the flashback. I wanted the surge and try to like, get some more cards, but that turn, I do 4 reds, so I couldn't do about it. So it was just sitting the whole time.
Yeah, straight up.
Against KO, you can eventually run out of threats if you're patient.
And I did want to talk about that first opportunity to play the pummel, because the choice to play the seismic surge might have looked like a mistake to a lot of people, but after all was said and done, I kind of liked just baiting out the Scowling Flesh Bag so that you had full steam ahead when it mattered.
Yeah. So if you make them think you have, which I did, but still you bait the Flesh Bag out. That's the only way to get around him.
Yeah, straight up, because there are other situations where you don't have that luxury. Granted, you did lose a little bit of value there. There was a Bear Fangs that came your way that could have been blocked by an extra 3 defense, but, you got rid of a really pesky headpiece, and then you got to clamor in with that really juicy generic attack reaction when it mattered big time.
And KO was a very difficult match. You saw in the match, I would have came in with a boulder drop, but I clashed with Bravado, and I lost the clash and lost my surge. Because I had an all-red hand. That's the only card I had left. I was going to pitch that into the boulder drop, but Chaos is very difficult to clash into. You got to take your risk sometimes.
Without a doubt. So talk to me a little bit about, it seems like you gave some respect to the fact that KO is really difficult to clash into. We saw 2 copies of Sink Below, and I assume there's a third lurking in the 80. Is that there's not. So there's only 2.
Nope.
But bottom line, you've got defense reactions. Is that kind of a way to respect the clashing ability of KO and the fact that he's in the meta right now?
Yeah, absolutely. It's KO, Mario, all these high attack backs, even the Warriors.
And it makes and you got marionettes lurking around. You took down one of those today. I imagine Sink Below does a healthy help there.
Absolutely.
Awesome, man. So this is a unique thing. This is the first AGE Open in a brand new region. So if you would do me a favor, bring me into the room. You got 53 people hanging out at Fantasy Books and Games playing Flesh and Blood in the first iteration of a regional circuit. Are you guys having a good time? What's the vibe out there?
Oh, this is amazing. Everybody is so happy. We're happy that we're getting growing bigger community. This is our weekly armory always fires. We have like usually at least 10 people. Like sometimes it was 3 rounds, but the community's slowly been growing over the time. So four rounds on the regular. And we got all people from like all around the region, and then people travel all here. So it's all a great time. I see all my friends and play good games of Flesh and Blood right now.
How long have you been playing the game, by the way?
I started Monarch.
Okay.
Yeah, with Monarch.
Did you start with Monarch Blitz decks?
The first Blitz deck I had, so my brother gave me Rhinar. We start practicing that, like Rhinar and the Kano, all that stuff. I built him first, and then I got sick of the brute RNG, and I went to Bravo, and then I've been Guardian ever since. But I play other heroes here and there.
That's awesome, man. Really glad that we're shining a light on your local scene because it's been nothing but awesome games so far, and I think you guys are the ones to shepherd everybody right into RTN season and give them the path forward. I know Guardian mains in Southern California are definitely raising their Titans fist up after seeing you take down the Brute.
I hate that one so much. That's another complaint. Give Guardian. We've been dealing with Titan Fist since it's the draft card from Arya. Give us another weapon, please. Anything else?
You got Millers? Why are you bringing Millers in?
No, I have Millers, but I can't build them to
No,
get the
I know you can't. That would be horrible. You would have swung for probably like 2 or 3 less over the course of the game.
Yeah, well, I can't do that. They made a Valda's weapon high rise. No one's played that.
Nah, unfortunately not. I mean, you're probably the only one to potentially do it. I mean, Victor's the one drawing cards. I don't think Valda is.
No, but I'm saying just she has to run Titan Fist too. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah,
Even
yeah,
Lias,
yeah.
He has to run Titan Fist. No one likes that weapon. Where's Lias' weapon? What's going on? Give us something other than Titan.
Dude, let me run a theory by you. I really think that Liath is going to get a weapon in Compendium. What do you think about that?
I hope so. I hope he's in the art with his big hammer.
I know.
Make it heavy or one-handed because he needs the rampart. I got 2 Marvel Lias, the young and the adult. I want to play them, but I hate Titan Fist so much. I can't stand that weapon. It's like loaf of bread. Like you get rid of the good parts of the bread and like the end loaf. That's Titan Fist to me. No one wants to throw it away. Play because we have to.
Well, I hope we get the center of a bread loaf for you when Compendium comes out, my guy.
Absolutely.
All right, Ethan, I'm going to let you take a break before your next round, but you have been an absolute treasure in the booth. If the good people in Flesh and Blood Radio Land want to see more of you, are you out on socials or anything like that?
No, not really. Just casual Flesh and Blood.
So what you're saying is if they want more Ethan Phillips, they're going to have to stay tuned to AG St. Louis, right?
Absolutely. I'll be here.
All right. Well, we will be here as well, and you will all be here for more games of Flesh and Blood coming up shortly. We'll be back.
Who's in control of me? Losing control. I'm gonna explode. Can you bring it back to me? Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
Ethan Phillips is watching everybody hack and slash. He says, nah, I'd rather clash. And he does in great fashion against Kayo Armed and Dangerous in the previous streamed match. But we are looking ever forward and forward even to the top 8 cut, Colin, because the next 2 players are in what might be a lose and out situation. Both are on the precipice of X2, which in a 6-round Swiss tournament often means you're on the chopping block.
Yes, I just pulled up Top Cut Calculator, and I'm pretty sure only 2 X and 2s are going to make it in there. So those are going to be hotly contested spots. And if there passes anything to go off of, usually that means you're going to have to lose maybe the last couple of rounds here. So this is a vital game for both of them.
Vital, and also Valda in the feature matchup. Yes,
Indeed.
the seismic impact is making her way to the feature match area. So if you're Guardian fans, this is looking like the stream for you. Honestly, she's going to be taking on Kassai of the Golden Stand. So 2 of like the big heavy hitter-esque ladies in the Flesh and Blood world going head to head.
Absolutely. And Kassai, of course, as an unbiased commentator, is going to be pretty good. I'd say so. She has a lot of meta share. She had some meta share before and has, I would say, even more now that we got some bans, and she was totally slid by. But here we have Valda, who has the unique chance to perhaps break one of her shining pieces, that Valiant Dynamo there.
Yep. Always an option for her, but it's going to be a lot of seismic surges, a lot of clean blocking up until then. And you mentioned metagame share. I do want to bring it up for the AGE St. Louis, our first ever event in the region. This is your metagame breakdown. Lots of Prism Awakener of Soul, but not a single one is in the X and O bracket for now. We turn our eyes to Valda Seismic Impact. There were 3 copies at the start of this day. I believe, no, 100% our Valda player now is the highest ranked. There were 3 Jarls as well. 2 of those have already dropped from the tournament. There is an Oscilio at our top tables. There's a KO underhanded cheat at our top tables. You're definitely going to be seeing some reviled action later on today. But what else sticks out to you here, Colin?
I mean, it really is just that, like, those Welcome to Wraith classes, the Warrior, the Brute, the Guardian, like, they're all over here. And we're seeing, I think this is 4 different Brutes here. KO Armed and Dangerous, KO Underhanded Cheat, Rhinar Reckless Rampage, and Tough Nut Bumbling Hulkster. Like, that's such meta diversity, even as we see these classes sort of rising up.
And people often hearken the heavy hitters meta as one of their favorite times in Flesh and Blood, where math is king and you grind games through upwards of like 13 turn cycles here and there. Where do you sit on that?
Yeah, heavy hitters was definitely a fun time for me, and I'm curious to see if this will be just right in there, or if these players have adapted somewhat, because Valda's, that dominate, that evasive damage could definitely be an indication that they want to go way over the top and hitting with these big pummels and stuff. But it could also be the chance to just do some value plays. Valda draws, Kassai draws cards, jetting those seismic surges. So I don't know, but either way, we're going to have to get down to the feature match area to see exactly what these players are bringing.
Well, you said it, so I shall do it. Hit the button, Bryce, because it's time for our next match, round 4 at the AGE St. Louis Open in January. Timothy Long, Kassai of the Golden Sand, is swinging at Nathaniel Brower, piloting Valda, Seismic Impact. Do you have any idea of how this matchup goes, Colin? I imagine you haven't played it too many times.
Not too many times. I definitely think that Kassai is very happy to play into this blocking game plan, and it'll definitely be at least a little bit up to the Valda to make things happen, because Valda, she does good things, but one thing she does not do well is answer a Raisin Army. And here's one of the premier cards that does that. That is Seismic Eruption, generating 3 seismic surges, basically turning on Valda's hero ability single-handedly, and also, by the way, basically paying a card forward, because this is turn 0. And so we might have to see this Kassai player playing a bit more aggressive than she was hoping.
And here comes a little more aggression. Sharpened Steel going to give +3 to this Centauri Saber, but that's not all. Yellow Slice and Dice also devotes 1 to that Saber, which is now up to a big bad 6. Nathaniel blocking happily with Renounce Grandeur and a Sink Below. Does cover up the entirety of that Centauri Saber, which was buffed up by 1, thanks to it being blocked by an attack. So Nathaniel essentially starts the next turn with a blue, which is fantastic because he's drawn up a copy of Pummel. If he has a Guardian attack that can be discounted by these Seismic Surges and given Dominate, this could be a heck of a way to start this game off.
Absolutely. And is that a promo Pummel in there as well?
Oh, yeah. My man went to Seattle,
Oh, man.
potentially, or he just bought them.
Seattle.
I don't know.
Who knows? But that Seattle Pummel looking great there, but might not have the Guardian attack to pair with it. Looks like it is.
Grandeur of Valahai,
Yes.
the Guardian Fabled in the hand, another Seismic Eruption. Grandeur of Valahai going to create 2 Seismic Surges thanks to activation of Tectonic Plating. And the one that is generated when it pitches. There's got to be an attack in there. There is a Seismic Eruption, though. Again, a fantastic card, but not great when it's not helping you send attacks. It's a Macho Grande, which already has Dominate, so the Valda Seismic Impact hero text is a little bit null and void, but not quite enough resources in order to send the Pummel in addition. So no, he's just going to do a little bit of Ethan Phillips cosplay and put it in the arsenal on turn 1.
Indeed. Now, something to note immediately off the bat is that Kassai blocked with that Outland Skirmish. Now, Outland Skirmish is one of those cards that attacks for 3 and has a minor on hit of copper. So to see the Kassai block with it shows that she is valuing the ability to block when she can. Because Dominate, you can only block with 1 card, but blocking with 1 card is still shoring up damage there.
Oh, and also showcasing a bit of a doo-doo resource hand. It's 2 Spoils of War in the pitch zone and unsheathed on the combat chain and an Outland Skirmished in the graveyard. What does that spell, Colin?
That spells low copper generation for the game. To get back to those Spoils of War, that's going to be 2nd cycle already, and that means you're probably not going to have as many buffs. It's going to be pretty easily answered here. And we are coming back with a heater of a turn here. Rouse the Ancients for 7 into Spinal Crush for 9? That's a 4-card 16? Those are big numbers there.
It is indeed. That's what Valda needs to put together in order to stymie the consistent value engine that is Kassai of the Golden Sand. It's not like Fang, where he has to play a little bit of a mini game in order to get it all online. All Kassai needs is 1 gold token, and she can essentially do free sword swings every single turn. All of that damage connects with the face of Timothy Long. The follow-up here is going to be the Spinal Crush, threatening to turn off go again. Still is not able to deploy the Pummel from the arsenal, but I think Nathaniel's really happy with the way that turn cycle played out for him.
Oh, I agree. And yeah, Timothy falling down to 29 here, keeping 2 cards, wanting to send back that pressure, could be hinting that this is a bit more of an aggressive list here. And we see that new specialization coming in, that Blood Follows Blade. And this I love this. When you're into these more sort of block-heavy decks here, a lot of people are going to be blocking that first Saber for 2 if you are going to be keeping cards. And if you can push it up to a 5 breakpoint, it really insulates it from a lot of things. It insulates it from D-reacts, and it a lot of times allows you to secure that Blood Follows Blade on hit here. But maybe Nathan's respecting it?
It's not just the Blood Follows Blade on hit that Nathaniel can't possibly know about. It's also the Outland Skirmish on hit. Man, if Timothy had been able to draw a single blue, he would have so much copper right now.
Oh, he would have mountains of it. That would have been a blood in our hands that I believe he just blocked with, all set up here. But no, it looks like that resource denial just meant that he's going to have a chill turn, and actually keeping that Blood Follows Blade because of the value he rates it at, and just keeping it in for Arsenal.
Okay, this is a very different style of turn for Nathaniel Brower. He's forced to pitch a Pummel, create a Seismic Surge token, and then send Titan's Fist for 4. So it's a 2-card 4, 5 if you count the extra resource from the Seismic, which is way different than the Rouse the Ancients turn that came before. Second Blood on our hands blocked with here for Timothy Long, who takes 1 damage down to 26 and keeps 3 cards in hand plus 1 in the arsenal. on offense.
Okay, now something else to see, interestingly, is this balance of justice. A lot of times, Kassai players, or perhaps Kassai players in the past, focusing on this mono raise an army game plan, would just be running Crown Dominion and would be kind of going block, send two, and then raise an army, try and win the game here. But we see a bit of a more proactive approach, and something that is actually potentially useful against Valda. You might not think Guardians draw cards, and a lot of times they don't. But there are situations where Valda does actually draw cards and draws, in fact, quite a few of them with this. Oh goodness, was it Seismic Stirring? I believe that 3 cost generates
Yes.
seismic surges, and then you can put any number of cards in your hand on the bottom of the deck and draw that many. Notably, drawing cards and turning on that balance. It's also just great against dominate effects.
There's also things like tectonic instability, which are brand new tools for Valda out of Mastery Pack Guardian that will allow her to draw cards, force the opponent to do the same. Okay,
Yes, and here we go. Nathaniel really playing around this Blood Follows Blade here, waiting to see Timothy commit it, and then committing that sink below to cover it up very neatly here, and just going to be coming in for another 2 here.
no Centauri Sellsword generated there because Timothy was required to hit. The last card in hand is a Blade Runner, which is essentially a redundant source of go again on this turn. So you better believe that one is going straight for the arsenal. Nathaniel, happy to take his lickings of only 2 life. Just proceed on down to the next turn cycle. 31 plays 26 now in the favor of Ms. Seismic Impact.
Now, this feels like a good position for her. She's blocked with that Testament of Valahai, but that is a Guardwell piece. She's essentially only expended 1 of the 5 block here. And it looks like now this has given her time to potentially start developing some of that Seismic Surge generation, promising terrain, effectively doubling, or rather increasing by 1, each instance of Seismic Surge generation.
It's Seismic Mordred.
Indeed, yeah, Seismic Mordred. And Seismic Mordred can go pretty crazy against any heroes drawing a card here. We see that sink below, and if Timothy would try and sink here, I'm pretty sure that would then generate seismics.
Yes, and this Seismic Eruption is definitely going to be generating seismics. 3, mind you, and also getting an extra bit of it thanks to the Promising Terrain, or Mordred Seismics, if you'd like to call it that.
Right.
We'll also turn on the Valda hero ability next turn.
Yes, and it seems like we have that ley line of the old one in hand for Valda. This is a huge card for the matchup. That says whenever you deal damage, create a Seismic Surge token. And that consistent chaining of Seismic Surges is what allows Valda to get dominate turn and turn and turn to allow her to just push this unpreventable damage against Kassai. And especially this Kassai that seems to be perhaps a little bit more aggressively slanted and is trying to put the beat down on her.
Kassai of the Golden Sand has been activated for the first time this game. 2 yellows and 2 reds have made their way into the Banished Zone in order to play both the blood and sand cost. Now, the next time a weapon attack hits, Timothy Long will generate a 2nd gold token to go with the first. So right now, it is Thunderquake plus Testament of Valahai, which should be blocking for 3 at this point, right? Because
Yeah.
it's getting +4 from the 3 or more Seismic Surge tokens, has -1
I
from
think
the
it's-
previous block.
I think it might be 3 -1. I honestly haven't seen Testament of Valahai too much, but either way, going to cover this up because the Centauri Saber does get the buff for attack actions. And it's just going to be that blue Blade Runner here. Not the most explosive turn here, but still asking for cards here. That Leyline of the Old Ones, a powerful card, but it does go away if you haven't made any Seismic Surges. So you can never really take an off turn.
Centauri Saber comes in now for 6. Still threatening that gold token.
It could be demanding equipment here. This gold is very valuable in the matchup.
And tell me why. Like, one of the things I think that you and so many people love about Kassai is that she can flex her game plan based on how the game is going. So Timothy was forced to pitch and block with a lot of copper generators very early on, but there's another power card for Kassai that might look a little more tempting here.
Right. So this card is Raise an Army, and this is something that I think some people it's easy to underestimate here, because what Raise an Army does is it's going to generate you these Centauri sellsword tokens. These are essentially, they're a bit like Aether Ashwings. They cost 1 to attack. They attack for 3 with Go again, and they can only attack if you've attacked with a weapon this turn. So you always have to keep some amount of cards to turn them on. But if you can, they can be really obnoxious to deal with, and without any sort of like phantasm or other effects here, the best that Guardian players can do a lot of times is hammer them one at a time. And if you can set up, usually the magic number is 3, then you're dealing 9 damage the first turn, they clear one of them, then 6 damage, and then 3 damage. And that is just such a massive tempo swing. And if the Guardian player ever has to start blocking, well, then those Centauri sellswords just get to keep attacking. And the more you go into the game, the more blues you have, like second cycle, the easier it is to pay for all those very consistently.
Speaking of potential massive tempo swings, at the end of Timothy's turn, Nathaniel resolved Leyline of the Old Ones, created up to 6 Seismic Surge tokens because Promising Terrain was still in the arena. And then at the beginning of the turn, 6 Seismic Surges pop. Nathaniel gains a life thanks to Promising Terrain, leaving the arena, and also gets to draw a card. So this Aftershock comes in for 0. 0 cost, I should say, and also has a cheeky pummel on top of it. The only downside to Aftershock here is it doesn't have Crush, which means that it doesn't gain Dominate from the Valda Seismic Impact hero ability. Only cards with Crush will gain Dominate once 3 or more Seismic Surge tokens pop at the beginning of the turn.
Right.
But, a pummel is still looking really good right here.
Yes, and Dominate or no, he only chose to block with 1 card, so he kind of got that for free. And look at that, with the Leyland of the Old Ones, plus the Tectonic Plating, plus the Aftershocks, he's back up to 3. He's ready to go for next turn.
Nathaniel making the Valda Impact train look like it's coming into the station this RTN season. He's going to have to fight his way through a lot more than Timothy Long, though, because even if he takes this one down, X1 is still a precarious position for another round. Quicken token for Timothy Long is going to give free Go again to this Centauri Saber, which is A-OK when you're pitching a Sharpened Senses and holding on to a Blade Flurry.
Yes, this is definitely one of the downsides to these Civic steps here. You have to be very careful with them, because that Go again that you've given Kassai here, I would say gave her a few extra points of value here. Like without the Quicken token this turn, the best she was doing is sending perhaps Sharpened Steel and then just swinging, because although the Sharpened Sense is a great card, that's the only resource card in hand here. So it really helped fix the turn here, and is potentially, with that Blade Flurry, going to allow Kassai to generate that second gold. And that gold counter is something we're going to be keeping an eye on for the totality of the game here, because as much as it's pretty good when you draw a card, it's, I would say, even better when it's draw a dude.
It's block of 5 on the Centauri Saber for 5, but Blade Flurry is going to come over the top by 2. Crash and Bash is blocked with for Nathaniel Brower, but no Crush card revealed in order to generate another Seismic Surge token. What has been generated, though, is yet another Quicken from the Civic Steps, a much safer block, I think, here for Nathaniel Brower, because Timothy definitely wants to be swinging another sword, but likely has no follow-up. Nathaniel does want to cover it up, though. Doesn't want another gold token for Timothy Long. I think Nathaniel has played this matchup before and knows to respect Raise an Army.
Absolutely. And here, he has the life lead. It's okay to take a little bit of time off, especially since he still has this equipment block here, and Kassai is playing, I would say, mostly face up. But no, choosing to take the damage, that's interesting here. Choosing to cover up the sink below for effectively 2 here, and then the next Centauri Saber comes in for 4, and maybe, I don't know, maybe he underestimated how much damage was coming in there in the second part here.
Perhaps. Yeah, Nathaniel definitely lost 2 points of value on the block there, which we thought was because he really wanted to deny gold tokens as much as possible, proving that is not the game plan for Mr. Brower. What is, though, is 3 seismic surges popping.
Okay, and just heave a pulverize.
Okay. The pulverize has been heaved, which means that more seismic surge tokens have been generated, which means that Leyline of the Old Ones gets to stick around and fight another day. We, at this point, know exactly what Nathaniel is trying to put together on the next turn cycle, and so does Timothy, who is going to have to put his pedal to the metal in order to try to get that pulverize not to come his way.
And I think, unfortunately, Timothy might have 3 blues in hands. Doesn't look like the greatest turn here. But still, the Sharpened Senses converting for 2 value, and potentially the Glint the Quicksilver swapping to another card. It's a little dangerous because you give Valda a Seismic Surge, and that actually effectively makes her use 1 fewer card to send the Pulverize, but could still be potentially a valuable effect. And who knows what's in the arsenal there? If he can get something powerful in the arsenal, like, I don't know, let's say like a Raisin Army or something, then he could really pop off here, and that Pulverize stays in arsenal until it is used.
This Centauri Saber currently only has 3 power, but it got some serious respect from Nathaniel Brower, who blocks, I believe that's 6 on 3. Glint the Quicksilver is going to punish just a little bit here, and also give go again to the Centauri Saber. And then it's Blade Runner out of the hand, giving Fated, I think that is now only double go again from Glint and from Blade Runner. Crash and Bash, though, is blocked with for Nathaniel, who reveals a Crush card this time around and gets another Seismic Surge token, up to 5 now. A second Sharpened Senses drawn for Timothy Long means the Centauri Saber is coming in for a big, bad 4 go again. I'm sorry, 7 go again, thanks to the Blade Runner.
It was a red Blade Runner here, so 2 base Centauri Saber, 3 from the Blade Runner, and 2 from the 2 Sharpened Senses that are out. And I think we did get a peek at that arsenal there. I believe it is a Blood Follows Blade. So it doesn't look like there's an on-hit here, but unbeknownst to Nathaniel, he could potentially play it out, not for the go again, because it actually already has double go again for both Sharpened Senses, but to just create another dude that's probably not going to get answered next turn unless he really wants to send a Pulverize at a 2-health Centauri Sellsword.
Yeah, and I don't hate that line, especially because Timothy has the 1 resource floating and would be able to swing that Centauri Sellsword right after it's created. But no, it seems like Timothy would rather just create a Vigor token for next turn and hold on to that source of go again, because he has seen a lot of them. And if he starts drawing no go again hands, that could be the real doom for Miss Golden Sand.
Absolutely. And especially if he is sort of expecting to be kind of blocking out here. These Pulverizes, they're big, but they don't have Crush. So sometimes the best answer is simply fold the hand, so to speak, and just wait until next turn. Because with that Vigor, he's actually guaranteeing 2 value next turn anyway, because of that Centauri Saber swing.
Yeah, you know, it does feel like there are a couple cards missing from Valda's card pool at this point. So many times when a Valda hero is resolving things like Aftershock or Pulverize, you're just like, this is a little too anti-synergistic, because these cards don't have Crush, as you mentioned, Colin, and so thereby don't gain Dominate when you start the turn with 3 or more Seismic Surge tokens.
Right. Although, even despite that, he's still taking damage here. Very, very willing to just keep cards here, and that Pulverize effect is pretty tough. We might see a Centauri Saber coming in for -2 damage.
Of course, a -2 damage Centauri Saber wouldn't deal damage to Timothy, but it would effectively do nothing. And it would be real nothing, because the Blood Follows Blade that's in the arsenal and the hand for Timothy Long would essentially lose their on-hit. It would literally just be go again, which is not the ideal case for that card.
Right. Although still, he's just looking to push damage here. Blood Follows Blade coming in just for the go again, and just trying to, I suppose, perhaps just reset those dynamos, get that in the swing value and make sure Valda has to start respecting that life total, because, of course, although Valda can very happily play a 1-card hand if she has, the 6 surges, when she only has 1 or 2, she's going to need to keep a few cards.
It's maximum disrespect here for the Guardian player. Takes a Centauri Saber for 5. Granted, that was the only bloodletting on that turn, but Nathaniel has not blocked with a single card. It's 2 Seismic Surges popping and 4 cards in hand. Nathaniel stretches the neck and gets ready to crush his opponent into dust if he can. No Valda activation here, and it's just an Aftershock.
Okay, choosing to
Replacing the Seismic Surge and protecting Leyline.
Aftershock. But curiously, not activating Tectonic Plating. What might you be thinking about that, Bryce?
Oh, you are the analyst, Colin. You got to tell me.
All right. Well, all I'm saying is maybe we've seen one pummel. What about one more Seattle special here?
You know, we have technically seen 2 because Nathaniel was forced to pitch one to a Tectonic Plating. So the likelihood is lower, but Timothy's ears have got to be ringing at this point.
Okay. But looks like maybe not.
Nada. It was just an overpitch to fix the hand. That is the push and pull of the Guardian class for sure. Am I threatening a pummel, or am I just trying to get poopy cards out of my hand?
Who knows? And something to note here, Timothy, 9 life, but 2 block on balance, 3 block on grains, 3 block on bracers, infinite block on dynamo.
Yep.
we could see this game going a little while longer. And now that slice and dice, he has another slice and dice in hand. I think he wants to go big here.
So there are defense reactions in the deck of Timothy Long. A Sink Below finally makes its way into the hand after being drawn off of gold. So, yeah, we're going to slice, and dice our way through this turn. And Timothy doesn't even have to find a source of go again. No, because an agility token was generated. And so this Centauri Saber is going to get go again any way you slice or dice it.
Yeah, and this is the power of taking on the chin. When at its best here, where you can block 2 and not use any other go again sources, this is essentially a red Blade Runner. And in a lot of ways, it has very, very similar value propositions. And getting that go again instead of getting that +3, you're getting the 2 defense and you're getting that 1 additional resource. It's proven to be very valuable here. And he's presenting off essentially 2 cards because because the resource card was drawn. He's presenting, what is it, 4 into 8?
8.
That's pretty good.
But you know, he did give Nathaniel another Seismic Surge token because that's how Valda reads. Anytime an opponent draws a card during an action phase, she gets a Seismic Surge token. And it pushed Nathaniel over that threshold of 2 to 3, which means that a Crush card can now have Dominate on his turn. And he blocked with 2 Boulder Drops. So I kind of think there's a third lying in wait in the hand or something else akin to it.
I could definitely see it. And here might be the time. Valda's been activated. He's been saving that armor. And with the D-React and Arsenal, surprisingly cozy.
Indeed. Promising terrain out of the hand for Nathaniel Brower. And no, it is just promising terrain. Okay.
Okay, Spinal Crush.
Phew. In the arsenal was a card with Crush. Both Colin and I were sweating that was going to be the end of that turn cycle after so much damage was taken by Nathaniel. And it does look like 4 + 4 is 8 block on this Spinal Crush. So no Crush here.
No, but crucially, damage came across here. And this damage is doing like quadruple the value here. It's getting 2 Seismic Surges instead of 1, and it is turning on Promising Terrain, which only draws you a card and gains a life if you made 3 or more Seismic Surges. Oh, but Timothy's, there's a reason he let this hit, and that's because he's going to be giving Seismic Surges a plenty here.
Oh my goodness. So from 4 to 6 goes Nathaniel Brower, which hits a critical threshold for Testament of Valahai as well. So Nathaniel on this turn is going to be able to maximize the value on his shield in addition to send some nastiness on offense. Timothy Long says, I have the tools to get it done, though. Another Kassai activation before we really get going. And finally, a Raise an Army in the hand, Colin. Are we seeing that resolved or what?
I think so. He only has 1 resource here, so it's possible he could take this as a turn where he just goes Trot Along, Blade Flurry, Double Sabers, creates a Vigor token for next turn, and hangs out. But he does need to have a next turn here. Those 6 Surges, if they get paired with one of those pummels, could actually just spell the end of the game before any dudes are summoned.
2 damage happily taken by Nathaniel Brower, which means a 3rd gold token generated for Timothy. That, I feel like, makes this Raisin army much more enticing. So here it comes. The question, though, is how many dudes will be bought? It's the full suite of 3. That's all Timothy can afford with 3 gold tokens, but he's cashing them in for some, I don't know, I guess to make Valda feel like she came to the wrong neighborhood, ultimately.
Indeed. And here we see something interesting that I think is easy to overlook. He didn't play the Blade Flurry here. Now, Blade Flurry would have been 4 value if he played it on the Sabers as opposed to 3 value with swinging a sellsword, but I believe he was playing around those defense reactions here. Valda said no blocks, and in Timothy's mind, the gold being generated is really beneficial here because he can convert it into the sellsword right now. And if he played that Blade Flurry and it got de-reacted, then Valda can super easily block the next saber and not need to worry about it. But instead here, just making sure he gets the 3 guys out, he's going to be able to swing 2 of them, then swing a saber. And if he can survive here, which presumably since Valda wants to swing at him next turn, he's going to be able to keep those sellswords around and keep them swinging.
And Timothy has done such an incredible job of keeping his armor at full defensive value. And this is where it could pay dividends because Nathaniel Brower is going to give Dominate to all of his cards with Crush. He's also going to gain a life and draw a card thanks to Promising Terrain. Leaving the arena in the card drawn was Rouse the Ancients. Does he have enough resources to both send 7 go again and an effect with Dominate?
This could be huge here. If he's able to strip Timothy's hand and regenerate some of the Terra Sunder, but pitched, okay. He deciding to remake those surges.
And no, it's just a namesake card from Valda. Coming in hot for 10 Dominate. On Crush, Timothy Long will have to cycle all of the cards from his hand and then draw that many, which will create that many Seismic Surge tokens for Valda.
You're exactly right here. And 10 Dominate, 2 floating in the pitch here? And he didn't choose to play the Rouse here? What could that be?
Eeny, meeny, miny, pummel, the 3rd in the deck. And so this card will definitely crush here. Timothy did wait for the opportune time to block with all of his equipment, but damage still leaking through is damage still leaking through. So it's going to be a card discarded in the order that Nathaniel chooses, which he chooses to order the Crush effect of put him in their place first so that Timothy gives him the maximum number of Seismic Surge tokens, and then Pummel will trigger. Timothy will be forced to discard one of these cards.
Absolutely. And here, off 2 cards, you're probably not going to see Timothy being able to swing those sellswords here. Down to 2, that is massive here. Like,
absolutely huge, especially when Nathaniel can chain another Dominate effect on the next turn because he's got 4 Seismic Surge tokens.
Absolutely. But here, looks like Timothy might be kind of going for blood here. Blocked with that blood in her hands. It was the last one. It was very sad. But with this red draw swords here, depending on what he hits off the top, this Blade Flurry, this could be lethal. Like, he has... I think he knows his defensive capabilities are waning. He has the Seismic Surges. Nathaniel has Seismic Surges generated for next turn. Timothy feels he needs to do something here. He needs to buy some equipment or some cards so that next turn he can potentially block out and secure some breathing room for himself. Because if he gets any breathing room at all, those sellswords are going to far outvalue whatever Nathaniel can do here.
But Nathaniel has so much space. He's got 5 Seismic Surge tokens at this point, thanks to the draw swords, and he's reaching for the armor. He really doesn't need to hold on to much. All he needs is a Crush card, and he can likely get it done in the end. The question is, has he drawn it? For Timothy Long, even though he has an attack reaction in the hand, it doesn't give go again. So Centauri sellswords are not going to be coming in on this turn. And no, not even that. Timothy puts the Blade Flurry into the arsenal and just hopes and prays that Nathaniel doesn't draw the nuts.
Indeed. Now, that was an interesting choice here. He activated Kassai, so there was, I think, some consideration to playing that Blade Flurry to get the 2 damage and to get the crucial gold so that you get to keep 1 less card there. But instead, he's deciding to go for maybe more of just that unexpected value. But here we go.
Holy cow, this is a turn of all time. Rouse the Ancients, revealing the requisite power from the hand. And then because of the 5 Seismic Surge tokens that popped at the beginning of the turn, he's going to be able to send yet another, put them in their place with Dominate. This is it for Timothy Long. This is curtains.
Oh, absolutely. 7 into 10 Dominate when we know that's not a defense reaction in Arsenal. I don't think anything covers this up.
Holy cow. And Balance of Justice can't bail him out. No cards have been drawn for Nathaniel Brower. It's just going to be draw swords plus a sink below from the hand and hope and pray that the top of the deck has, I don't know, a Sigil of Solace that for some reason heals him for 12.
We will see, but I don't know. 10 Dominate, and it looks like those cards are not going to do it. And here we go. We see the GG Valda Seismic Impact, piloted by Nathaniel Brower, takes it down.
Wowie, wowie. It was a seismic impact when he sent that fist bump. I tell you what, seismic surges have never looked so hot than in the hands of Nathaniel Brower. It's a Guardian field day today, Colin.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've seen Guardians winning out all over the place. And we have this Guardian going 3-1. We have that Victor at least 3-0, maybe 4-0. We could be seeing, this could be the new top 8. Maybe this could be the new meta. If you're looking at those RTNs, if you're thinking about what to bring, what to play around, these Guardians are packing heat.
Yeah, without a doubt. Put them in their place. Looked absolutely amazing. I was touting some of the Mastery Pack Guardian cards as like anti-synergistic with Valda. That is a specialization that was made specifically for her, and it shined in that moment, Colin.
Oh, absolutely. When you saw that Kassai block for 10 exactly with all the equipment and the pummel, go over, create the crush, create the discard, recreate the seismic surges that allowed him to get that dominate for next turn. And I think that did it.
Yeah. Well, maybe you want to grab your Testament of Valahai. Maybe leave the Miller's Grindstone at home, discard Victor, and bring Valda out to your RTN. Well, we're going to get some words from the man who just got it done on stream. Before we do, I want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsor once again. That's Fantasy Books and Games. Fantasy Books and Games has provided the locale for the first event in a new region for us. And that is something that is so precious to us. We have to thank both them, the owner of the store, and Dan Gomez, who has been our consigliere has also been our stream tech for the day. We're using all of his equipment, and so we thank you so much, Dan, for making it happen in a brand new region. There have been some incredible games brought to the stream, and it's all thanks to Fantasy Books and Games. Much love to them and everyone sitting their butts in Fantasy Books and Games in St. Louis. We're going to be back with the Seismic Impact himself and an interview with our winner from the last stream game. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Arcane Games and Events, where today Guardian beats Warriors. Nathaniel Brower pulverizes the competition. Nathaniel, how are you feeling?
I'm great, Colin. Appreciate it.
Doing good. Good to hear. So, Valda, we've definitely seen Guardian being kind of a quieter presence in the meta, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Is now the time? Is this the field for it, or are you just a big Valda lover?
I don't know if it's necessarily in time. No, but it is Guardian time. I was just excited to play Valda, honestly. I drove down here with some friends, and I just want to play Pulverize. And Valda is the best deck to play Pulverize. I think
Absolutely. Yeah, that's such a fun card. 14 coming in, just big numbers. Have you always been on Guardian, or has this been more of a recent addition?
I've been playing Guardian for quite a while. Been playing Showstopper all 3 years at this point, and then switching to like Victor, and a little bit of Pleiades at this point. But
Okay.
today I expected more Kayo maybe. Well, why not?
Yeah, absolutely. Man, so you've touched basically every Guardian except maybe Starvo Oldhim. Those a little too old for you?
No, I didn't want to play Star. I was started playing back in Monarch Tales, but I dabbled with a little bit of Wisdom. Been enjoying them in Sage right now. Yeah.
Fair. Yeah, Sage,
Guardian true. Yeah.
Sage will be fun. But yeah, okay. Guardian Truther. Yeah, and we saw a lot of good things there. That put them in their place with the pummel on top to discard the hand. We were all rooting for you there. That was sweet. And we actually saw you pitch the Terra Asunder, and we were all like, okay, what is it going to be? We didn't see the Rousey Ancients, but that was pretty clutch. And what do you think? Was there any special cards or considerations that you had that you either showcased or didn't get to showcase that you've brought today?
No, not really. My sideboard's pretty straightforward. It's just like Midas touches in the sideboard to deal with the pesky elements. I could have brought them, but the other ones are like choke slam and crush the leaf. You know, you playing Kassai, those are really doing a whole lot.
Well, yeah. Of course. But yeah, what do you think about AG coming to St. Louis? Are you excited?
Oh, I'm extremely excited. I live just to like an hour up the road, so it's really easy to get in a car and drive down here with some friends and spend a Saturday playing the Flesh and Blood. The tournament, the venue is amazing here. The organizers, the judge, Michael's doing a great job. Everybody's having a great time.
Absolutely. Lovely to hear you. Yeah, the AG program being able to come down to like communities when it came down to mine was like such a boon to get going. And I know you've been a long-time fan of Flesh and Blood, and I don't know, are you a big tournament grinder? Is this just like another accessible tournament for you, or are you more of a locals fan?
I try and travel as much as I can, but I would say any regional within distance like Chicago, St. Louis, I'm going to try and be there.
Absolutely.
I'm very excited now that AG is in St. Louis.
Yeah, and that'll be interesting. You mentioned you had Oldhim in Sage. You dabbled a little bit with. Are you excited for the Sage format coming in?
Yeah. Guardian's really good in that format. Sage.
True.
You can also play Valda too. It's a lot of fun to play. For those who haven't played Guardian yet,
Yeah.
maybe consider playing Valda and Sage. It's an extremely fun talk.
Yeah, she even has 21 HP there. She gets an extra boost.
Exactly. It's OP. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Yeah. What do you think your plans for the season are? Are you going to be running Valda all the way through? Do you have other decks you want to try, or is it just kind of Guardian life?
It's not gonna be too exciting, Colin. I was on the fence between Valda and Victor, but I'll try and get to a few RTNs and then maybe a QQ something. It may just be on Valda. Part of me really wants to just run Showstopper and see what happens. Figure it out, but
Absolutely.
right now I'm having a lot of fun playing Valda.
And what was that consideration for Valda versus Victor versus, let's say, Bravo that kind of pushed it over the edge?
Yeah, I wanted to play fast games. Valda's arguably the most aggressive Guardian.
And if I was playing into Victor, I didn't really want to worry about losing clashes to KO. So I thought I could use Valda and use, the prospective KO population here to kind of counter their Discord and give some time.
Absolutely. And yeah, we definitely showcased it in the match there, some of that speed that Valda can have. How did you feel like coming into the match? I know Kassai can sometimes be quite a grind there, but I think he was definitely willing to take some damage. Did your game plan kind of shift because of that, or do you always expect games against Kassai to go like this?
Truthfully, I haven't really played too many games of Valda versus Kassai, and I knew it could be a potentially very grindy matchup. So I was kind of trying to get like a little bit of a pitch stack going at the beginning, but I thought Tim would be played really well, and once he started pitching a few specific cards, I saw him pitch up Blood Fall play as it's just go time. We have to wrap this up real fast. So
Yeah.
you saw the board president.
Oh,
That was
absolutely.
scary.
Yeah, if those cell swords would be given one more turn there,
Yeah.
that would have changed the
Oh,
game.
definitely.
But yeah, Guardian really putting the pressure on and just keeping him blocking until he can't anymore. Okay,
It's the game plan.
absolutely. Well, if anyone else wants to find you here, do you have any socials you want to shout out? Anywhere we can see you online?
Honestly, no, I don't have any socials. I'm usually the tallest person in the room. People can find me at any of the Midwest events. Probably can talk to people, but
Okay. Alrighty. Well, if you want to see more Nathaniel Brower, just look up a little bit, and he'll be there. Alrighty. Well, thank you so much. Hope to see you in top 8 as these rounds are getting down. Just a couple more, and we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this.
Guardians are the talk of the town in St. Louis, but that's only until we get to our next feature match, where it's going to be all burning daggers and a harpoon cannon or two. That's right, Cindra versus Marlynn is our next feature match. Before we talk about that, though, we are getting ever closer to that top 8 cut, so we got to talk about the spoils, ladies and gentlemen. $1,000 USD is our prize pool for every AGE Open, and this one is no exception. The winner will take home 400, second 200, third through fourth 100, fifth through eighth 50. But that is not nearly the most tempting thing on offer today. No, it's the AGE points that you got to keep your eyes on, because these are the little tickets that players are going to be collecting over the course of the entire season in order to make their way to the invitational tournament at the end of the season. That is, of course, the Players' Championship, and we're only taking the top 16 over the course of the entire season for the invitational. Colin, have you been to an invitational tournament at AG?
I've been to one or two. You know,
Is it 2 now?
it is two now.
Oh my gosh, that is right. Yeah. You completely demolished Peter Budensic and then created
Yes.
a vendetta loop
Exactly.
that required
And
him to
so
come back and
he-
take the crown.
Yes.
So it's your fault.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say it's my fault. So I'm sort of like he may have won, but I'm sort of the winner in spirit, because it was my motivation behind it.
That's exactly like
got
the
him there.
AG Pro team in the holiday match against Team Sigil. We
Indeed.
definitely won in spirit. But the players before us are going to be trying to win in reality, not just in spirit. So let's go ahead and give them the opportunity to do just that. We're heading on down to the match floor again, where Brienne Decker is taking on Matthew Wehmer. It's Cindra Jakai of Retribution versus the all-powerful harpoons of the treasure hunter Marlynn.
Indeed, this will be a fast matchup. Cindra wants to go fast, and even with the bans, she's still looking to go 0 for 3, 0 for 3, 0 for 3. And Marlynn, on the other hand, is going to want to keep all her cards to send the biggest harpoon possible. So I could see this over. What do you think? Over under 4 turns.
Over under 4 turns. It's entirely dependent, I think, on the Warmonger's diplomacy draws on the side of Cindra, but yeah, I think 4 is actually pretty much exactly on the money, Colin. If I am, it's calling to mind that matchup between Paul Selinsky in the Players' Championship at LA last year now, against Peter Budensic, who ended up 40-0ing our boy on Marlynn, but it was all because Paul was taking damage over and over again, as you're supposed to do as Marlynn, and then the coup de grace was a Warmonger's diplomacy, and Paul chose peace. It was all doomed after that point.
Yes, and Warmongers is so brutal in the matchup, in fact, that some Marlyns, depending on actually turn order, I've learned, are bringing in some random common headpiece.
Random.
Not quite random, but a common headpiece, foregoing the fancy legendary Crown of Dominion for a simple honing hood, just to be able to get a card out of Arsenal and a card in there, just to be able to play through that.
Insulation is also important when Warmonger's diplomacy is in your opponent's 80. Sorry, folks, we are having a little bit of a technical issue with our remote stream situation. We are connected to the gear of Fantasy Books and Games, and Dan Gomez, thank you so much for stream teching for us today. We're just going to get everything nice and refreshed so it looks juicy, clean, and sharp for you in this. Now, round 5, the second to last Swiss round before we make that top 8 cut. And there are so many interesting heroes up there, Colin. There's
absolutely
a Kayo underhanded cheat taking on Lucas Oswald right now. There's a Fatigue Pleiades superstar versus Oscilio at table 2, I believe. And our top 8 is going to be probably even more interesting than our metagame, which, as we covered before, is very Guardian heavy and very interesting for St. Louis.
Absolutely. And we're seeing, looking at the Pleiades and the Marlyns and the Oscilios here, we're seeing a lot of these small, like underrepresented decks here coming to the front. And on the other hand, we've seen these Prism Awakener of Souls and some of these Gravy Bones. One of them's doing decently, but a lot of these kind of more common decks just aren't quite getting the conversion rate they're hoping for. So we might be seeing another one of our classic top 8s with 8 different heroes.
The biggest tragic here, though, is, of course, that tough nut bumbling Hulkster has not made his way to the top tables. I don't think we're going to see Rock Swings in top 8 today. I could be surprised, but I'm pretty sure when I checked the standings, they were down bad.
I believe so. But that's all right. He's 3 intellect. He probably doesn't know what that means.
That was savage as hell, man. Jesus, Tough Nut is one of the sweetest characters in the game, and you're just throwing him right under the proverbial bus. I like that. I like reviled Colin, if I'm being honest.
Absolutely. Well, one of us has to be revered. One of us has to be reviled. It's been entrenched since Super Slam started.
Yeah, I know. I have a hard time doing that whole revered thing. Okay, while we are waiting for the match to get underway, folks, let's direct your attention to the upcoming schedule. If you are in one of the 3 regions that we represent, that is, of course, Los Angeles, New England, and now St. Louis, there are plenty of events for you to enjoy. We're coming at you on the 11th in Los Angeles, the 31st in New England, and then February is a whole new thing. St. Louis, folks, we haven't forgotten you. We are just working with new stores and obviously a new region. So February and March have not yet been scheduled, but they'll be here sooner than you can imagine. I guarantee you we'll be back next month, the month after that, then 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 the month after that. One more month. Oh, just kidding. One more month after that. And then we'll have the Players' Championship.
Absolutely.
You get all that, Colin?
Yes, I was counting.
Were you actually? Did I get it right?
I think so.
Okay, great.
I wasn't fully like locked in counting, but after about the 5th one, I was like, maybe I should keep a mental note on these, and I think you did a pretty good job.
Thanks, man. Now you're looking awfully revered.
Man,
I can't get a read on you, brother.
I shift between the two. Have some reviled moments. They should make a talent for that. Call that like normal or something. I don't know.
I feel like that's Kassai's talent ultimately. Kassai is like the premier normal warrior.
Yeah, really upholding the standard value of the game. You will swing 2 card 7s and with a little bit of extra value and it.
Without a doubt. One more thing I want to talk about before we get back down to the match area once our technical issues are resolved is, of course, AGE Premium. It's a brand new exclusive content service coming at you from Arcane Games and Events. You can go ahead and check out our completely revamped and facelifted website, which is going to naturally offer a lot of really juicy details for competitors of the AGE Open Series. You can see things like your win rate, your specific matchups from, your first ever AGE event. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. You can also figure out who your nemesis is in the AGE Open Series and hopefully figure out how to topple them the next time you should meet. I know Patrick R. has got you in his sights.
Absolutely. Well, he'll have to be in my sights a little bit longer, because at least for one more week, my nemesis spot is secured.
100%. We'll have to see if that changes once the AGE starts back up in Los Angeles. We can go ahead and hit our match button once again, folks. We are underway now. Brienne Decker versus Matthew Wehmer. 40 plays 40, and we have ourselves an active match of flesh and blood. Thank you so much for your patience while we were sorting out those technical issues. This one is going to be a slam dunk good time, and it's going to happen really fast, so keep your eyes peeled.
Absolutely, and we see some respect to that in the Flame Scale Furnace by Brienne Decker here, really looking to cover up some of those really brutal harpoon hits.
Yeah, it's a Ronin Renegade covered up immediately by a Withering Shot. I think these blue inclusions in Marlynn are one of the more interesting parts of her 80s. She's required to run so many blues in order to consistently activate the harpoon cannon and then send a harpoon, but she also has that insular leg piece, Sile Sarong, which makes it so that every now and then you do have to send a blue attack here or there, so you might as well make them really pointed choices against whatever you're going up on.
Right, and I think these 1-for-3 shots, the Withering Shot, the inertia shot. That's a fancier name.
Sedation
Shot, and the infecting shot are really, I think, premier choices here because they don't require too much setup. They have some aim counter stuff that's not relevant, but they provide sometimes multiple point value on hits. That frailty against something like that Kassai we've seen last round, brutal. That inertia against decks that are trying to set up these D-reacts and trying to play around your on hits, brutal. And so that's why I think we have that consideration there.
Okay, 1 damage has connected on this turn 0, and Matthew Wehmer is marked, which is a great start for Brienne because Cindra and all people that play her have just lost a really juicy piece of Draconic fixing, and that is Brand with Cinderclaw. All of these mark effects are going to be all the more important in order to get fealty tokens online and fix the hand when the Draconic keyword doesn't line up quite right.
Okay, and here we go. This is an interesting inclusion. I
Yeah.
don't think we see this too often in Marlynn lists,
Math-
although perhaps I'm merely biased by the existence of my local Paul Slensky.
Yeah, this inclusion, of course, is Conqueror of the High Seas, which is High Tide active, coming in for 8 go again and threatening the arsenal of Brienne Decker. I do wonder if this is a Cindra-specific inclusion because while it is very tempting, the Gravy Boat does kind of hamper your consistency when it comes to sending harpoons over and over again. But in this case, a juicy piece of disruption gets Brienne off of a 5-card hand, and it was a huge payoff card too. Breaking Point, which is so powerful against Rangers who desperately need arsenals.
Right, and that Breaking Point acting as the CNC of her own there, but instead being able to be taken out here and Marlynn creating a harpoon. She might be able to do both this turn. This could be exactly what she needs here.
It is a Codex of Frailty.
Codex? What? We only have so many options here.
Pretty sure it's just Conqueror of the High Seas or a Blue Arrow. It is the Blue Arrow chosen, though. Withering Shot comes forth from the graveyard into the arsenal for Matthew Wehmer. Frailty token and Ponder token generated here. And, of course, the reciprocal discard effect allows Matthew to discard that Goldfin harpoon created off of Marlynn's activation. So it's not the craziest codex I've ever seen, but it's not bad. Brienne was forced to now find a card from the graveyard and discard one from hand, so I could easily see another Frailty token being on their side of the board during the next turn.
Absolutely. And something to note here, we see that Breaking Point without that vest, that what is Cindra's vest? The
Blood Splattered Vest.
Yes, that makes the resources that allows Cindra to have these 1-for-5 attacks come in for essentially free. And that might suggest that maybe as an adaptation, these Cindras are leaning a bit more towards a couple more blues or other resource cards here. Like perhaps this one, Art of the Dragon Blood.
Which has been made draconic thanks to the fact that Ronin Renegade coming in for 1 did connect with the marked body of Matthew Wehmer. So now Art of the Dragon Blood will have go again and also discount every draconic card played after up to 3.
Right, and this is very valuable for Brienne. This is essentially the only way to get these 1 cost to become 0 and for her to be able to play out her whole hand. And even without it, this is 4 go-agains as a breakpoint. That is 1 more step towards Mask. She has not used Flick Knives here. So now with, I believe that is 2 cards in hand remaining, we could see 2 chain links of that threatened Mask, which is pretty brutal against Marlynn, who a lot of times just can't dedicate those cards to block.
A follow-up for Brienne is Display Loyalty, technically discounted by Art of the Dragon Blood, but already has a 0 cost attached to it. Another fealty token generated here, though. Brienne is once again loyal to her Emperor. And a Tar Pit Trap out of the hand for Matthew Wehmer. This is the second one that we've seen. The other was pitched in order to play out the Withering Shot on the previous turn.
And this is a good consideration into Cindra. What Tar Pit Trap does is it's going to stop the next on hit the next time an attack hits. But notably, the way Mask of Momentum reads, it's just the first time the third or higher chain link hits. So in doing so, Tarpet Trap essentially turns off Masks the turn and turns off, I suppose, Burning Blade Dances on hit as well. So this is just going to be 3 with Go Again with no on hit at all.
Not bad at all. Tarpet Trap is probably the best trap in, I'm going to call it Riptide's suite of defense reactions, but it is accessible to all rangers. It's looking its best when it is covering up something like a breaking point or whatever, which is, I think, exactly why Matthew blocked with it when he did. And also stopping Mask of Momentum for the entirety of the turn is not bad as well. 30 plays 29 here. Matthew activates Sea Lace Sarong, which means that he can flip a blue arrow in his arsenal face up. He has. And that arrow will gain Go Again thanks to Sea Lace Sarong. So this infecting shot in the blue is coming in for 3 Go Again, but offering an extra 2 damage in the form of a Bloodrot Pox token.
Okay, now that Tarpet Trap is a good inclusion, very good against Cindra. You know who else it's good against?
Gatsu.
That too. I was gonna say the 6 prisms in the room, and maybe that's part of the reason why they're not doing
Fair.
so well. Is we have these answers here that shut down.
I wonder if
soul.
Matthew's match history is prism.
That would be pretty funny.
3 of a kind resolved here for Matthew. 3 cards drawn and 3 activations of the Marlynn passive ability. Unfortunately, it's only Bluefin Harpoon found. Matthew really needs to get himself a King Shark Harpoon as fast as humanly possible. Unfortunately, he hasn't found it off the 3 of a kind because you better believe it would be in the arsenal now if that was the case.
Absolutely. Now, in this matchup, there's some consideration to this card called Gold Baited Hook. It can create gold very readily in this matchup. Cindra does not like blocking, but a lot of times you don't generate gold that easily in Marlynn unless you're already hitting with these Go Fish type effects. So a lot of these hooks like this one is going to be a dry hook, so to speak. And that means that if Cindra does manage to block it out, say perhaps with a shelter from the storm or the like, then it's going to destroy not only Gold Baited Hook's activated ability, but also that one block that was left on it, and which makes covering up these on hits even harder. And we've seen some Cindra lists that pack quite a few defense reactions, surprisingly.
Popularized by Yuki Lee Bender in her performance at Calling Seattle. I believe that was a full suite of 9 or maybe just
so.
8 in the 80. And that's mainly to combat Arachne Marionette. Ah, interesting. A blue was in hand for Brienne Decker. So rather than pitch it, she's throwing it onto the combat chain, making it so that Matthew cannot force the reveal of it to the Go Fish effect and thereby create yet another gold. But there is a gold generated from Gold Baited Hook. That is a pirate attack that has connected. Warmonger's Diplomacy, however, has been forced to be blocked with, which is one of the silver bullets into Marlynn Treasure Hunter. I might be eating my words. Bluefin Harpoon might have been the best one to pull right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Cindra, not known for playing a lot of blues, but that blue that she plays, potentially the best card in the deck in this matchup here. So that, I would say, is a huge win for Matthew here.
So Matthew has not been able to connect with huge amounts of damage as of yet, but he's keeping life totals pretty much at parity and also stopping Mask of Momentum consistently. And now, when Brienne only has 3 cards in hand, Matthew probably only has to block with 1, maybe 2 cards in order to prevent the all-powerful on-hit once again. He's not in a bad spot.
I'd agree. This position, I think, is where Marlynn wants to be. The more she can chain together this sort of disruption and this sort of tempo, I think the better position she's in, because again, this is a race and she wants to race faster, right? She's not looking to halt the race, so to speak. Instead, merely run as fast as she can, trip her opponent along the way, and get her opponent to 0 life. And he's doing a very good job at getting her down there.
Art of the Dragon Blood is the follow-up to Fire Tenant Strike First, made draconic by the 1 fealty token Brienne has in the arena. And so now comes in for 5 Go Again, thanks to the Fire Tenant Strike First that preceded it. And it's a cheeky breakpoint here. I really like the use of it, the sequencing from Brienne, because Matthew always has the opportunity to block with 1 card plus Gold Baited Hook in order to cover up one of those 4 breakpoints. The second you get a Cindra attack that comes in for 5, it makes interrupting Mask way harder.
Totally agree. And now some people might be confused by the fealty activation Art of the Dragon Blood because, well, it's not going to discount anything. But fealty does require you to play a Draconic card. And as much as those cards look really red, they're not actually Draconic.
They ain't Draconic.
So it needs it, or else the fealty would just go away anyway. And also for Fire Tenant Strike First +1, it needs to be a Draconic attack.
And just in case Matthew decides to shirk off or disrespect, I should say, the trigger of Mask of Momentum, Brienne would always have the opportunity to draw a 1-costed Draconic card.
Absolutely. And here we see the flick going through anyway. This is something that we see Cindra's do in these aggressive matchups, even if she can't rebuy the dagger, because the value of kunais a lot of times needs to be close to 1 per turn. And even if you can't rebuy them, usually it's okay because you will be able to rebuy them next turn. As if you're only flicking 1 dagger a turn, then every other turn is still potentially all right, barring some classic pirate disruption.
Okay, classic pirate disruption could be coming. Yeah, it's a Codex of Frailty after Matthew has resolved a catch of the day. Another unfortunate situation to not have found a King Shark Harpoon as of yet. Matthew only able to rip a Bluefin Harpoon from the graveyard, but does Brienne have the blue in hand again?
Probably not. She probably doesn't have 2 blues at least, because Catch of the Day will double that trigger as well. But imagine if this was a King Shark. If this was a King Shark Harpoon, it would have been 12 overpower. They have to discard a card because of the Codex of Frailty, and then she's going to have to lose 2 more because of the on-hit of the Harpoon. That would have been brutal. And that is, I think, part of the reason why we have Marlynn's kind of arguing for their place in the meta, is that this is kind of Azalea 2.0. Some of these on-hits are really, really brutal against all sorts of decks. So much so that we actually saw her crop up in Living Legend, despite the fact that I think in CC she hasn't seen too much meta share.
No, and Geek Cohen brought up a really good point when we did the AG Sigil show match. He was casting my game where I was piloting Marlynn, and he said one of the reasons that Marlynn is so good in Living Legend is not just because of all these extra draw card effects that are inherent to the card pool of Living Legend and not CC. It's also because a lot of the decks that are running rampant there require a healthy combination of non-attacks and attacks. So King Kraken and King Shark can really run rampant. In this case, when you're going up against Cindra, there's only so many harpoons in the entire suite available to Marlynn that actually do anything. And if you don't find them, like Matthew has been unable to in a 4-turn game, you can kind of just get blown out.
Absolutely. But despite the big blowout here, he's hanging in there. These life totals do not speak of a Cindra blowout here. We see a good turn from Cindra, to be fair. Threatening Mask, going to be able to threaten Mask twice. But once again, even without that disruption, just hanging in there and preventing these Mask draws. I don't think we've seen Mask draw once
Not
this
once.
game.
This turn cycle could be a different story, though. There's plenty of Draconic links. Blaze Headlong is blocked out by a Sealay Sarong and a Sedation Shot. Matthew is going to have to donate 1 more card to the combat chain in order to prevent a Mask of Momentum draw, and also an additional flick of a dagger if Brienne chooses to buy them back, which is now free.
Absolutely. And here, 2 cards can be tough for Marlynn, right? A lot of times you need 3 cards to activate that Harpoon and then actually activate the Harpoon and then play the Harpoon. Or activate the cannon? Yeah, activate the cannon, activate the Harpoon. You know what I mean. But thanks to that gold, you can kind of create extra resources out of thin air, supposing you draw the blues here, which the Marlynn deck is pretty full of, to be able to create these turns that still go wide despite this this lack of cards here. And I would say none is more valuable than that card we saw about 2 turns ago, which is 3 of a kind, drawing 3 for almost no downside for Marlynn.
The only downside is, of course, if you don't draw the thing that you need. Matthew Wehmer has already drawn a card after pitching Riches of Tropoldani to sack a gold and create a gold. Now another gold coalesces into the air, instead looking more like a harpoon now after Marlynn is activated. Last gold for Matthew Wehmer, cashed in for another card in hand, now has 3. Just as he started out, and there it is, finally, the King Shark Harpoon makes its way into the arsenal, but Matthew is scratching the back of his neck, which makes me think he doesn't have the resources in order to activate Hammerhead in addition. It's gold the tip, plus, yes, the resource floating and Fiendal Spring Tunic in order to send King Shark Harpoon, no overpower.
No, but notably, Go Fish is worded interestingly. A lot of times we say that, okay, if you can't activate the cannon, then you don't get the on hit, but they still have to show you a card. And against Cindra, showing a card, it's pretty hard for that not to be an attack action card. Once again, the only ones she runs are like Ancestral Empowerment, maybe Warmongers.
And in this case, Brienne has found 4 cards that all say attack on them. So King Shark Harpoon is going to do its nasty work, even though a cannon has not been activated on this turn.
Absolutely. Now here, potentially a slight misstep. I believe Hook was free this turn because of that gold generated off Riches of Tropoldani, but probably not going to matter too much. I don't think this game's going to last too much longer here. If I had to guess, Brienne is going to have maybe only a couple more turns here before this ends. Although I will say, my over-under on 4 turns, I think it's over.
It is a little bit over, which is to the benefit of all of our audience members who love to watch Flesh and Blood, myself included. Ravenous Rabble from Brienne Decker is the first action resolved. An Ignite found on top. So this Ravenous Rabble comes in for 4. Matthew accepts it readily. Blaze Headlong is the follow-up for Go Again once again. This one, the first Draconic Chain Link this turn. Matthew Wehmer just double-checking life totals here. He's at 6. Follow-up is Cut Through. No daggers have dealt damage yet this turn, but there's a Flick Knives activation that could have something to say about that.
Absolutely.
And at this point, we are threatening Mask of Momentum as well.
Yes. But notably, when you're only going 3 wide, you only force 1 chain link to threaten Mask here. And I think Brienne has really taken the approach of trying to make sure to threaten at least something every turn, trying to hope that Matthew will not be able to have enough cards to make a play here. But pretty consistently, I would say he's been able to do that even despite that, through the use of things like Marlynn's hero ability to kind of create an extra card in hand.
Ooh, and creating an extra card in hand is exactly what he does, because the follow-up to the Marlynn activation is Big Game Trophy Shot. Matthew Wehmer is going to draw a card and then discard a card of his choice. You better believe he's going to discard the ephemeral one. Yes, Goldfin Harpoon ceases to exist, and Matthew is essentially going card positive in a cheaty way. Another card pitched for Hammerhead. Oh, did he arsenal a Goldfin Harpoon on the previous turn? Okay,
yes,
cool, he did.
Last turn, he created that Goldfin Harpoon as insurance based on what he draws, so that he always has something that he can shoot. And here, that's an attack reaction.
Yes, this is coming in for 10 Overpower. Overpower is not like Dominate, folks. The text on Overpower says, you may only block with 1 action card, not 1 card like Dominate says. So this Throw Dagger is able to be blocked with, along with any, of course, defense reactions that Brienne might find. Mask Momentum, no longer a relevant quantity in this game, because it's been blocked with alongside the Throw Dagger and 1 other equipment piece. Brienne now at a critical 1. 1 is all you need in order to get things done, but it's also very scary when your opponent can present evasive damage.
Absolutely. And I think this is what we will sort of see here is Cindra with those evasive flicks that are going to start demanding cards versus Matthew just being able to send just 1 harpoon. Just keep a blue, activate it, and hope to get there with that signature overpower effect here.
You know, even a vanilla 2 for 6 is really solid against a Cindra at 1.
Right. And especially so because she can't really commit the Flick Knives to blocks if she's trying to chip Matthew down here, or at least not without being able to keep a hand in its entirety here. So that 2-card 6 could demand 3 cards, and if it's demanding 3 cards, the next turn, Matthew's going to be demanding a lot more.
Ravenous Rabble follows up this free Demonstrate Devotion, thanks to Ignite coming first. And now Matthew sees exactly what could be represented by Mask Momentum if it was still around. But no, this is just a face-up 4. Matthew is, however, at 4 and must provide one more card in order to survive.
Notably, this is a Draconic 4, and it is a Draconic 4 because she needs those 3 Draconic chain links to be able to activate Cindra's hero ability and keep those daggers going. As we get into this kind of nitty-gritty late game, a lot of times you're not going to be able to go wide enough, at least not wide enough with Draconic attacks, to be able to pay for Cindra's ability. And because of that, Brienne is, I think, astutely using a fealty now to allow her to go back up to 2 full kunais, which, if he takes one from Rabble, takes one from kunai, would threaten lethal.
Matthew Wehmer in the tank here. I think he knows what he has to do, which is give more cards. Just doesn't want to do it. And kudos to Brienne. She is doing exactly what she needs to in order to stay in this game. Besides the fact that Matthew has not been able to draw that many King Shark harpoons up until, turn 5? Things have been going pretty okay for Marlynn.
I'd say so. And now, is that a 3 of a kind in hand?
Which is fantastic, but does require an additional card to pitch for it.
Okay, but just taking, I believe, 1 and 1 down to 2 here. And now this arsenal might be tough for Matthew here, because in my mind at least, it seems like the easiest line to threaten lethal is 1 blue in hand, no arsenal, just create a Golden Harpoon in hand, hit the blue off the top, and load it in, activate the cannon, go for it. 6 overpower, hope to get there. But because of that arsenal, if the arsenal happens to be something like an arrow, that means that you're not going to be able to get the overpower and the arrow.
Which makes me think it's not an arrow. It makes me think that it is the 3rd copy of 3 of a kind, and Matthew will be pitching a 3 of a kind to play a 3 of a kind and hope that he draws exactly 2 blues and a harpoon.
I could see it. And actually, he doesn't even need to draw the harpoon because of that Marlynn hero ability.
Yeah, he does have 1 more gold, doesn't he?
He does.
Interesting. So as long as it is a 3 of a kind in the arsenal, sorry about the technical issues, folks. I know this is kind of ironic at the point where it's the climax of the game and we're having some issues, but we're going to get it on stream and in your eyeballs as soon as humanly possible. This is a really tense moment.
Yeah, this is close for what felt like Marlynn didn't really have too much going right for her.
Right.
Perhaps it's just because now those Draconic attacks can't be created so easily. We never saw any blood splattered vest plays because of the threat that Marlynn has with those on hits. And so Cindra's been doing a lot of 3-4-4, 4-4-4. These
fairish flesh and blood, right?
Fairish, still above rate, still definitely very powerful. But when you're losing a card every turn, or at least every other turn, just very much within the realm of beatable, I would say. And I'm excited to see if she is indeed beatable, as I think this may be Marlynn's sort of last turn to kind of get anything done here, because those breakpoints can be pretty deadly, as these Marlynn decks don't really run D-reacts, or at least not any that I've seen.
If it is the 3 of a kind in the arsenal, as I think it might be, then I really think that's it for Cindra. Marlynn is going to be able to send even a Goldfin harpoon for 6 overpower, and that should get it done. In this case, though, no, it seems like it was a Codex of Frailty instead. So Matthew just blocking with the card that blocks 3 rather than 2, even though he knows he's going to have to discard it. In that case, why wouldn't you...
Oh, block both?
Yeah.
If this was, it's possible the game state's moved a little bit forward.
Yeah, I think we are a little bit behind at this point. Brienne remains at 1, Matthew at 2. So life totals haven't changed. But with 2 tokens generated, it has to be that we're on Matthew's side of the board. He must be the active player.
Yeah, Matthew's turn, and I thought he had 2 cards in hand, but...
Oh, I thought he only had 1. Maybe that was my mistake.
Oh, I thought he only had 1 when we first cut to us, but then when we cut back for a brief moment, it kind of looked
Oh,
like
yeah,
he
yeah,
still had cards in hand. So I don't know. It's possible that this was either just a next turn, or maybe this is just a codex.
You know what it could have been? It could have been, okay, I don't think it is, but it could have been 3 of a kind from the arsenal, pitching 3 of a kind, find a take aim. No, you can't reload
No,
the take aim.
I know what it is.
What is it?
I think I know. Activate Marlynn, create a Goldfin Harpoon,
Uh-huh.
play Portside Exchange from Arsenal. When we play Portside Exchange from Arsenal, you can discard the Goldfin Harpoon, swap it for a new card, and now that card is in hand, which allowed him to play the 3 of a kind,
Hubba.
pitching a card, drawing 3, and that's why he has reloaded a card in Arsenal and has 2 in hand.
How has he played the Codex of Frailty then?
I don't know. It's tough. Man, I thought I had it perfect.
I know. I thought you did too for a second there. But yeah, Codex of Frailty resolved cannot be reloaded from Marlynn passive ability.
Right. What if? No. I was going to say, what if Portside Exchange, we discard the Goldfin Harpoon, draw blue, use the gold token to draw 1 more card. It's Codex of Frailty, play Codex, and then play 3 of a kind. But then you can't do that because Codex makes you discard 3 of a kind. And if you 3 of a kind, then you still can't play the Codex. God, this is one of those fab puzzles.
We're gonna get to the answer, whether we figure it out or not. The players are gonna sort out what actually happens here. It does seem like Brienne on the Cindra Drakai of Retribution has taken down the match. We are so sorry about those technical issues, folks. We will try to get them sorted out before we proceed on down the streaming line. Unfortunately, we did miss the end of a game, which is not the outcome that anybody wants, especially the players in their seats. But we did get a lot of coverage for both of them to look back on and analyze that game. But I definitely think if there was not a 3 of a kind crazy play that Matthew was able to take advantage of on that turn, it was probably going to be curtains anyway. I mean,
Very likely.
the second you pass to Cindra with 4 cards in hand, or heck, a lot of times even 2 that say 4, you're in a rough spot.
Yeah, and I think that's very likely what happened. So maybe the dream Portside Exchange blue 3 of a kind Golden Harpoon Codex of Frailty line didn't happen. Who's to say? 50-50 really.
Bottom line, that is the conclusion of round 5 of Swiss at the AGE in St. Louis. The first of its kind, mind you. Brienne takes down Matthew and I believe cements her place in top 8. So it is going to be meta mainstays and also rogue decks to boot, because I think if Brienne loses her last round of Swiss, she's still in at X and 2.
I think you might be right. Yeah, how it looks is there's going to be, I believe, 2 X and 2s, and the best place to lose is that last round. And I think if you're in 4-1, I believe you should be good to go. So
Time will tell.
Yes, I think that was a win and in. We will see. You never know. There's always those last little like round craziness with brackets and tiebreakers. But we'll be there to witness it with you in round 6.
Without a doubt, we will be back, of course, with more flesh and blood in short order, more Brienne, and more really exciting stuff after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Arcane Games and Events Open Series in St. Louis. We had a little bit of a technical issue there. We think, I don't know, a rat jumped into the internet box or something to that effect. That's all I'm qualified to talk about at any rate. But we do have an active feature match going on right now. So without any further ado, let's get right on into it. This is an active match underway between Nathaniel Brower and Lucas Barding, both sitting at X and 1 here in the final round of Swiss. This could be a losing out situation, but both of them are fairly set. The more important thing is the heroes here. It's Valda Seismic Impact. We already saw Nathaniel on a feature match earlier, and Arcane Huntsman. Does look like a pummel is connecting, but Lucas Barding had 2 copies of Sigil of Solace in hand there. A complete blowout to Nathaniel Brower's probably very painstakingly set up pummel.
Absolutely. And 18 damage came across, but I believe 16 was blocked out. Pretty much the whole thing was gone. And looks like so far, just get everyone up to speed, it looks like we also had a couple cards in banish so far. It looks like a hunter or something. And the Graven Call rebought. This is one of Huntsman's sort of signature daggers. Not really a specialization. But importantly, it can come back with a +1 counter from the graveyard using that classic buyback feature. And I believe this is going to kind of be Lucas's game plan. Just that slow, grind you out sort of fatigue here against Valda's heavy attacks.
And you know, the saving grace for Valda is that she does have a form of evasive damage just built into her hero ability, and also might have the space to set up 3 Seismic Surge tokens over and over and over again against Arcane Huntsman. The tricky bit, though, is these pesky attacks coming in at breakpoints with Contract, constantly banishing cards from deck. So honestly, the life totals tell only a slight bit of the story.
Yeah, and here we see this is sort of one of the kind of upsides, kind of downsides. Is a lot of Valda's attacks are very much in this kind of 7 or 8 range, and sometimes this is meaning that Lucas is just kind of able to either take damage, ignore these, or even give a card to pretty effectively cover it up. And that's what we've seen him doing. But now, this is a bit of a change here. He decides to take damage for, it looks like, potentially the first time this game, maybe even more, missed a little bit, but to keep some cards to begin this sort of poking and needling structure that I think he's very good at.
For now, it's just Lucas Barding doing poking and needling. Spider's Bite coming in here with Go again. If you haven't seen this dagger in a while, it's not because you've been living under a rock. It's because it just hasn't really been in the meta. Spider's Bite is the classic assassin weapon. On connection, it will make it so that all attack action cards blocked with the next time this turn have -1 defense while defending it. It's like the perfect dagger to follow up to to precede a Command and Conquer is really what I'm looking for there.
Exactly. Yeah, this can be the bane of a lot of decks' existence. And Valda, she's got to run a lot of crush cards. She's got to run a lot of high power attacks, and those are attack actions. So they will be getting that -1. And here we see one of the very powerful cards in Arachne's kit, Surgical Extraction. This is going to take a card guaranteed if it hits. It has a contract that wants to banish blue cards, but rest assured, it can take any of them.
And it will give full information to Lucas Barding, because Nathaniel will be forced to reveal the hand once it connects. This is another attack that makes you think twice about ignoring a spider's bite, because it comes in for a pesky 4 breakpoint. Hey, that's super fine. I've got armor to boot. But when you can't do that simple 1 card plus a piece of armor block, it becomes way harder. And also, Lucas is holding back cards in the hand. There's attack reactions in this assassin just like every other one.
Yeah, this one, Lucas has access to the classic assassin reacts as well as a couple of unique ones. We don't usually see contract coming along with assassin. This is very much of a huntsman only thing. But we have cards like this exact one, cut to the chase, giving +3 and allowing him to swap that top card, or potentially keep it there if he likes it, to be able to go over the top. And we've seen Lucas now blocked with those 2 equipment pieces, that mask and the boots here. So he is primed and ready so that whenever these cards hit, then he's going to be able to banish exactly what he needs.
Okay, so 2 damage comes across after cut to the chase, gets Surgical Extraction up to 7. And now the hand is revealed, laid bare by Nathaniel Brower after he resolves a Seismic Eruption. Rouse the Ancients goes into the banished zone, which means more silver for Lucas Barding after completing a contract on Surgical Extraction. It's 5 Seismic Surges for Nathaniel Brower. Hopefully that Crush card is tucked safely into the arsenal. And yes, it is. Cranial Crush was put there. Not an ideal arsenal just because it is a blue card, but also because this Crush effect doesn't affect Arachne Huntsman a whole lot. The more important bit here is, of course, Dominate. In this case, Lucas able to shore up the majority of this damage thanks to a card from hand and a Fate Foreseen in Arsenal.
Yes, and we see something interesting here. This ley line of the old ones could have actually potentially been stopped in its entirety here. Leyline is such a powerful value tool, but unfortunately, because of that 8 breakpoint, for Lucas to have stopped this, he would have needed to give up the Tunic, which, if we're talking about value plays here, the Tunic is the ultimate long game value play, and so totally understandable why Lucas would have wanted to not give it up so soon, especially at turn maybe 5 or 6 in this game.
Something like that. Because we missed the beginning of this game, we do have to harken back to the ley line of the old ones, which you may have noticed, dear viewer, is nestled right next to the Crown of Providence of Nathaniel. Must have been established very early on in this game, which is exactly what you need to be doing as Valda, and kept here for as many turns as my co-caster can imagine.
Yeah, and here we see we're back into it. We're back to the Graven's Call to start off, and just little tiny nicks here, and not just nicks of damage, but also nicks of deck, because with every hit here, every single contract card has a little rider of banish the top card of the deck, and Leaving No Witnesses is perhaps the best one of them. Also banishing an arsenal on hit, not super relevant, but still 0 for 4 that has potential to generate silver is a powerful play, and that's why we see Nathaniel packing these 4 blocks to try to answer it.
I love watching both of these players go back and forth because they are pretty quick with their decisions, and I think it's because both of them have been involved in their respective classes for quite some time. You have to play at a quick clip, both as a guardian and also as an assassin, especially when you are trying to fatigue your opponent out, much like Huntsman is wont to do. So even though this is going to be a marathon, folks, you can expect that the action is going to be coming at you time and time again. I think the brow furrow of Nathaniel Brower, however, is the fact that there is another block card in the hand. I feel like I spy another Crash and Bash, which simply cannot be put in the arsenal lest you lose the arsenal for the remainder of the game. So no, instead it's going to be Promising Terrain plus a Titan's Fist for 4. Promising Terrain, pretty impressive in Nathaniel's last streamed matchup. In this case, however, likely only going to be worth these 2 seismic surges, unless, of course, Nathaniel's able to connect, because then Leyline of the Old Ones will generate 1 plus an additional 4 promising terrain.
And I think that's why we see this respect here, is because when you go up to 4, then you're turning on promising terrain as well, and then he's drawing a card, and that is problematic. And so we see instead the respect given to even the Titan's Fist. And honestly, I think that's kind of the power of the ley line, is the fact that now everything has an on hit. Now the weapon does. Now these crush attacks aren't crush attacks, or crush attacks with an on hit. And that, especially into these defensive necks, is a big difference, because 4 damage is a lot of damage, and it can be hard to reach.
Command and Conquer now in beautiful Marvel edition from Dynasty out of the hand of Lucas Barding. 1 card left over and only 1 in the pitch. 28 plays 32. Only 1 card blocked with by Nathaniel Brower, taking 3 down to 29.
Yeah, this Arsenal disruption has not been lining up too well. Maybe I think that might be a conscious choice on Nathaniel's end to not Arsenal as much as possible, unless he has something like a D-React. Specifically because Lucas has so much disruption for it. He has Leave No Witnesses, he has Command and Conquer, he has Codex to get a Leave No Witnesses, or Codex to get a Command and Conquer, and it may sound like I'm just repeating 2 cards here, but when that's 9 cards in the deck, that's a lot. You're seeing one every couple of hands here.
It's just an activation of tectonic plating and a swing of the Titan's Fist. I think the body language tells the story. Nathaniel was really hoping for some sort of instant speed seismic surge generation there in order to maximize the value from promising terrain. Unfortunately, it doesn't shake out that way, and a Titan's Fist comes out as the only answer, which gives Lucas full freedom to send this Graven Call, which he's going to be doing every single turn if he can. This card, even though it looks fairly innocuous as far as Assassin Daggers go, there's no real disruption on it. This is what has been the game changer for Arachne Huntsman.
Totally, because that Graven Call, going from 1 for 2 to 2 for 2, may not sound like a lot, but a lot of times these assassins, they don't really have above rate damage or even on rate damage on anything except their 1 card plays. All these assassin cards, the Leave No Witnesses, actually every contract card doesn't have Go Again. And so in terms of hand conversion, assassins in the past a lot of times have to rely on tools like Looking for a Scrap or other generics that that enable them to have these wider turns and make use of cards when their opponents decide to respect them and give those cards here.
Speaking of respect, Nathaniel Brower gives the last copy of Crash and Bash there to block out a Leave No Witnesses. And Lucas, in the reaction step, pops his Mask of Perdition, which would have allowed him to banish an additional card on connection. But in this case, he's just so full of silver. He's happy to use 2 of those 4 on the next turn cycle to buy back the mask just for some extra block value. And this is, we've talked about Kassai a lot, getting little bits of value here and there that add up to a full cake of value that punishes your opponent. Arachne does a similar thing, but in much smaller quantities and over a much longer period of a game.
Right, yeah, we see the silver generations has really increased ever since Hunter, whatever. The new Arachne specialization. We all know the one. Hunt the Hunter? Anyway.
No, Hunted or Hunter.
Hunted or Hunter.
Is it Hunter or Hunted?
Is it Hunter or
Because there's
Hunted?
also...
Oh, no.
my gosh, this is so embarrassing. No, it's Hunted or Hunter. No, it is Hunter or Hunted.
Hunter or Hunted with a question mark to distinguish it. Thank you, LSS.
Are you the Hunter, Colin?
Maybe.
You might be the Hunted.
Who knows?
Are you?
I'm one of the two. Usually, I seem to be on the receiving end of this. Perhaps I'm the hunted here.
Quite possibly. In this case, Nathaniel Brower is definitely the hunted. Lucas Barding, the hunter. And Nathaniel does have 4 Seismic Surge tokens now. Valda will be active on the next turn cycle. 2 damage finds home from Graven Call. Graven Call doing exactly what it's supposed to, letting blood as much as humanly possible so that you cannot completely disregard the damage output of Arachne Huntsman. If you play a standard numbers game against him, just about any other hero in the game is going to come out on top.
Right. And here we also see potentially another use for the Graven Call, because we see a Codex in hand. It's possible that these daggers do also allow you to pitch a blue and use Tunic for these 2 costs. That can be really disruptive, or even 2 blues here, just perfectly setting it up without that Tunic counter. And this is going to be really annoying. We see that he's committed the Iron Fist Revelation in order to put a counter on that Spinal Crush in Arsenal. However, if this Arsenal is then going to get disrupted by a Command and Conquer, most likely Command and Conquer, there could be any attack here, then he's probably going to have to give it up. And then if he gives it up, well, then there goes that value of the Iron Fist Revelation here.
Now, Nathaniel only has to keep 1 card in hand in order to send this Spinal Crush. So, if he does block this Spider's Bite here, and then Lucas follows up with a Codex into Command and Conquer, then Nathaniel should have enough cards in order to still enact his game plan.
Okay, decides to take it.
Not the choice here. Does still have some armor to work with, too. So it's not curtains for the Spinal Crush, I should say.
No, definitely not. And I believe Iron Fist Revelation should have a counter on there.
It should.
I'm sure they'll find that out in just a moment here. But, oh man, and you know what? This Codex of Frailty is doing even more, because that Frailty also is going to give that -1 to a Spinal Crush.
So Iron Fist Revelation and Frailty are a push. Now Nathaniel, unfortunately, I think he has, it's 2 attacks in hand, plus the non-attack. If only there was a Tear Asunder instead of one of those attacks, then he still could have gotten away with a 2-card block there.
Indeed, if only. But again, these sort of cards have a tendency to dwindle. In any matchup, and I've seen this personally as a Kassai, but this happens in a lot of decks against Bolton, against Arachnes. Anytime a particular type of card becomes more valuable, an attack, a non-attack, perhaps with the Verdants, with those embodiments, if you have to start blocking with them because it's continually advantageous to do so, you're going to start seeing them drying up. And as we get to this second cycle, I have a feeling we might start to see more and more of these attacks and more of these awkward blocks, unless Nathaniel is making a conscious effort to pitch these powerful cards away.
Overcrowded, only blocking for 3 here, because there's only 1 token aura on it's 2 token auras on the board, actually, so it is blocking for 4, Seismic Surge and Frailty. So that Spinal Crush does connect for 5 and does crush the Arachne Huntsman, which means that likely not going to see a Graven Call here. It's probably just going to be 1 contract attack, which does mean that Nathaniel has done a significant bit of disruption here. Bonds of Attraction in the blue is the attack out of the arsenal for Lucas Barding. I did think I spied an attack reaction in his hand.
I think that's
never mind.
Two attack reactions.
This played into Lucas's hand perfectly. It's just a nick and also Concealed Blade, which means a Flick Knives activation for the Graven Call. Sticks that knife into the eyeball of Valda. Just a nick gets this bad boy up to 6. Oh, and then, hey, there's also the matter of the Concealed Blade. So up to 7 it goes. Lucas has the opportunity to equip a dagger from the inventory, but is not going to do so because he simply wants to buy back his Graven Call the very next turn.
Well, he potentially could equip a dagger from the inventory and then flick it and then get the Graven Call.
Well, he already activated Flick Knives, though.
For next turn.
Oh,
the Graven Call can be bought back at any point. So he could get that essentially just like as a Cindra sort of flick.
Yes.
Just to get it out. There are a couple good cards, I would say, in Arachne's arsenal that he could get if he wanted to keep for a couple turns. Like we have this card called Nerve Scalpel, which is this dagger that affects reactions. But the way reactions are played, if Nathaniel were to go to attempt to play a reaction, Lucas could flick the Nerve Scalpel in response to give that reaction that is currently on the stack -1. Instead, goes for the Scale Peeler, another quality choice against Valda's very large armor suite.
Which is still fairly intact, save for the -1 defense counters on the Tectonic Plating and the Iron Fist Revelation. It's over to Nathaniel again, popping 2 Seismic Surge tokens and keeping the ley line around for even longer. There's a Rouse the Ancients in hand as well as a Spinal Crush. But no, it is just going to be the Spinal Crush here. 2 cards represented here, thrown down face down onto the table by Nathaniel saying, I dare you to disrespect my pummel.
And disrespect it, he will not. Choosing to block with 3 cards here. Really keeping himself safe. I believe that last card in the hand is a defense reaction. So if the pummel is committed, then great. And if not, then ideally Lucas can play the card out of his arsenal here.
There is a judge call here, perhaps it's pertaining to the ley
Yes.
line of the old ones. Lucas is skeptical of whether or not that aura gets to stay around if the seismic surge tokens are generated on a heave effect, which also happens at the end of the turn.
Yes, and I believe the way I understand it is that Nathaniel, because they're both his triggers, he does get to order them. And because he gets to order them, he would like to order them in the way that seismic surges are created before ley line of the old one's condition is checked. And I believe that is the resolution that we
is the
have
resolution
here.
that we see before us.
Lucas tossed out onto the combat chain. Leave no witnesses.
This man almost looks like he has like disdain in his heart for what he's doing.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm sending a leave no witness, not because I want to, just because I have to,
No,
okay?
just get that pulverized out of there. Scoot it away, out of my sight.
Crown of Providence is still at the ready for Nathaniel, but I tend to think he wants to hold on to that pulverize if he can. Even though the de facto response to a pulverize, especially in a deck that only uses 1 or so action points every single turn, is just to block out. Pulverize would still buy a hefty amount of cards from the deck of Arachne Huntsman, which, as we mentioned before, is a non-zero part of this game.
Right, and here we see Terra Sunder banished. That's a good one. Terra Sunder is another one of those ways where Valda can create Dominate, and even though it has some anti-synergy, she already has a hero power that has Dominate, that Terra Sunder's, the discard effect, is very powerful, and it can be powerful in late game where maybe Valda stumbles for a turn, and maybe Leyline does go away. And being able to have that guaranteed Dominate can be very powerful, especially if Arachne's defense reactions have been worn out.
And here is more guaranteed Dominate. Put them in their place. Going to try to do that crush thing, but Lucas did place a Fate Foreseen in the arsenal so carefully. I have to shout out how heads up that was, not just for protecting against a possible pummel, but also being set up in the arsenal for later for a more powerful on-hit effect like this.
All right, and here we see, actually, life totals are kind of dwindling fast here. And I feel like Nathaniel is put in a position where he kind of needs to take action here, and because of that, he's been taking that damage. You know, that Graven Call damage, and a lot of this little extra pokes, whatever damage wouldn't disrupt him. Because of that, he's down to 13 here, and with a guaranteed 3 damage on the table, and just in terms of flick value, this is pretty low.
Tunic activated here. A second pain in the backside pitched for a Command and Conquer. Now actually threatening an arsenal, which is fantastic for Lucas. I don't think he was nervous about missing a couple turns of possible arsenal disruption earlier, because man, if there's one thing assassins can do, it has come for that arsenal.
Right. And I'm curious here. I kind of wonder if on the last chain link he would have wanted to flick with the scale peeler, just to make it so that Nathaniel has a 1-card hand. And if he wants to guarantee keeping the leyline around, he probably would have needed to pitch that. But who knows? Either way, buying armor here is by no means a bad thing, because you would get the quicken from Civic Steps, and you would buy the last block in the Iron Fist Revelation. So altogether, I would say this is a good turn for Lucas. Definitely very happy to be presenting the damage and the disruption that he needs to keep whittling that deck down. Here we go.
And this has been one of the inherent issues with Valda. She kind of suffers from the whole, I'm going to call it the new fallacy, where if you remember new in parts of the Misfail, come in for your hand and your arsenal every single turn, but if you blocked smartly and you made it so that you had functional turns, she really wasn't doing that much damage. And ultimately, Arachne Huntsman is one of those decks that can block so well, because its turn-to-turn cycle is built on 0-for-4 defense reactions and also above-rate attacks as long as you don't need extra action points. So ultimately, when she's sending numbers like 10 overpower, 10 dominate, 9 dominate, it's usually, from a damage standpoint, something that's really easy for the Huntsman to shirk off.
Right, especially with those defense reactions at Arsenal, which I think he's been very good about playing around. Even in this hand, I'm pretty sure we saw that Fate Foreseen on top off the last Fate Foreseen. And once again, Lucas is choosing, no, I'll just keep that around, and I'll keep that for the next time you try and send a big dominate attack.
Really careful play here. Command and Conquer resolved, I think at this point, for the 4th or 5th time this game, but no, he doesn't have
Something
extra
like
copies, folks. It's just because of Codex of Frailty that we get to see this attack resolved so many times, and each one in beautiful full art marvel from Dynasty.
Can you imagine if you could play 3 of each each copy of the art treatment of Command and Conquer? I'll send 3 regular Command and Conquers into you, and then 3 Marvel Command and Conquers into you, and then 3 Kassai Command and Conquers.
Oh, and also Whiteboarder.
And also Whiteboarder as well.
That's 12 Command and Conquers, ladies and gentlemen. Fair and balanced flesh and blood is what we're all about. And speaking of fair and balanced, that Command and Conquer had go again thanks to the quicken token generated by Civic Steps. So Lucas can continue going, but unfortunately 2 cards were blocked with on the previous turn cycle. So no, it's just a Command and Conquer and a pass.
Nathaniel in the tank here. It's tough. This Leyline's a powerful card, but it does kind of force you into plays here. And it looks like he's kind of looking through what he has left here. It's a little hard to see deck sizes, and I don't think there'll be a huge consideration because just life totals are getting pretty low. But once again, you only have so many pummels, and there are some key cards that he might be running out of.
You know, we haven't seen, it doesn't mean it hasn't been resolved, but on stream, because we got back a little late, we haven't seen a single Hunted or Hunter resolved yet. And I do wonder how critical those banishes were. Lucas Barding taking a minute to wave to a friend, do a little sign language. I tend to think that this is a situation he's been in 5 or 6 times just today, really trying to grind his opponent into dust slowly. But I think if I can infer what I know about Lucas already, this is his pet deck, and he loves to play it, and so long games are his bread and butter.
Yeah, he definitely seems comfortable here. And once again, this actually could be Leyline of the Old Ones going away. No Seismic Surge has been created and less damage goes through here. So if Lucas chooses to block out with 2 cards from hand, the defense reaction from Arsenal covers up this damage, that could be Leyline going away. And I think that is why Nathaniel was debating so long, is because he could either do 10 damage or he could keep Leyline around just to swing Titan's Fist for 4, and he said the damage is worth it. And you know what? Maybe this is the tempo he needs. Who knows? Because Lucas is only on a 2-card hand, just going to send 4 damage, and it's a good 0 for 4, but it is not disruption here.
And this is what we're talking about. Lucas Barding activating the passive ability on Arachne Huntsman, which if you haven't seen this hero, I don't blame you. Every time Arachne Huntsman plays a card with contract, not just action cards, also attack reactions, defense reactions, he has the opportunity to look at the top card of his opponent's deck and then put it either on the bottom or top. This can be helpful for filtering into the right kinds of contracts that you want to accomplish and get your silver engine online. It can also mean that, hey, you take a look at the top card of your opponent's deck and you see like a Blood Rush Bellers or something, you say, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. I'm going to put that to the bottom and dare you to make it to second cycle.
Yes, and here we go, Mask of Perdition being activated. Probably not to get silver in this case, but probably just to get even more banishes here. Mask of Perdition, of all of the buyback equipments, of which we have, I believe, 5 now, Mask of Perdition churns through the deck the fastest. This one, essentially, if you can get the on-hit off, it essentially turns Mask of Perdition into 1 silver, banish the top card of the deck.
Spinal Crush coming in, I believe, in its final copy. And in its most fair, with 2 cards in the pitch and no dominate. So it's just 9 ultimately. Lucas happy to send. Whoa.
Oh. Okay.
A double trouble from hand and almost an enlightened strike from Arsenal, but both players give a wry smile as Lucas goes, wait a minute, the defense reaction's in my hand, not my Arsenal.
No. But still has the defense reaction in hand, covering that up and rebuying that Mask of Perdition to be banishing more and more cards.
I do think Lucas, in playing Arachne Huntsman, might be going for the record of most turns played in a game. In a day. And so when you've seen so many hands of 4 cards, you probably start mixing up which ones are in the hand and which one are in the arsenal.
No, definitely. As I believe Charles Dunn once said, I came here to play Flesh and Blood, and I will play as much Flesh and Blood as possible.
In case you don't know who Charles Dunn is, folks, he is our I think 3 years ago
national
now.
champion?
Yeah. Yes, 3 years ago, national champion. And he was the one who sent Briar, Warden of Thorns, into the sun. But he was playing,
with the most fatigue list ever. Slowest, grindiest 2 for 8s with 4 blocks.
That man does love to play Flesh and Blood, and he will make you play it with him.
Yeah.
5 go again here, represented by this enlightened strike, which means that there has got to be a follow-up for Lucas. Likely a codex, which I think is telegraphing exactly why we're flicking the scale peeler here.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart flick here. This 0 for 4 is annoying. It's creating silver, and it would be really nice if you could cover up the 0 for 4 with a card from hand and 1 block on armor. But Nathaniel just can't do that because of that scale peeler flick.
But Crash and Bash is the way to get it done. It's a block card from Mastery Pack Guardian, does block 4, and also allows Nathaniel to reveal a card with Crush from the hand. If he does, he'll get himself a Seismic Surge token. So 2 of them are going to pop at the beginning of this turn. Next Guardian attack action card is going to be reduced by 2 cost. And a Promising Terrain comes out onto the battlefield as well with an activation of Tectonic Plating. That means 2 Seismics are ready for the next turn as well, and Crush the Weak comes out of the hand. Coming in for 7, and on Crush, Lucas Barding will not be able to play any attack action cards with base power 3 or less. The card on top of the deck is Macho Grande, and this Hunted or Hunter is going to find all of the de facto game closers in the deck for Nathaniel Brower.
Hunter or Hunted, actually. But yes. I'm telling you, that
I'm
card's
never going to get it
confusing.
right.
No. Whatever it is, it's the opposite. You think it's Hunted or Hunter, and you check it's Hunter or
Right,
Hunted.
but then I think about the trap from the Hunted Limited, and then that
Hunter.
one's the opposite,
Yes,
right?
that one is the opposite. And then we have Hunt the Hunter, a Cindra card that is also seen meta play and is in our minds, which is a totally separate card, does something distinctly different.
And then we have Hunt's Catch-Up, which confuses everything even more.
Yeah, Gold Hunter Catch. I don't even think I've played that card.
Oh, 100% you have, right? That's a High Seas Limited
It's from
staple.
High Seas Limited. It's from somewhere.
Okay,
Frankly,
what's going on here? Another... oh, my God. Hunter or Hunted is pitched for Lucas Barding to pay for a Spider's Bite. 1 go again now, and plenty of silver have been found thanks to that cheeky defense reaction, which was resolved on Nathaniel's turn, which also means that an instant speed buyback of Graven Call is 100% on the table.
And I think that might be exactly what he's doing here. No, maybe just a Codex. Could be Codex C&C again. One of that devastating combination that really punishes Nathaniel, because I'm pretty sure he has that Sink Below in hand. Just won't be able to play it here.
And Nathaniel's giving a laugh because he's just like, well, insult to injury. I might as well take this one more time.
Yeah, and we're at a point where Nathaniel may just die to flick damage. He's actually gone all the way down to 2, even with some armor remaining. So by flicking that Spider's Bite, and then next turn buying Graven Call and flicking Graven Call, that could be those last points of value that Lucas needs to just close it out right here.
Is there anything Lucas needs to consider at this point? I think he's seen his opponent's deck all the way through, so he can probably be fairly confident that there's no Shelter from the Storms coming his way or Calming Breezes or anything like that.
I think so. I believe the only life gain card that we see in Valda decks, or at least I think from what we've seen from this one, is that Promising Terrain. But again, that requires Seismic Surges. And unfortunately, that is a condition that is seems hard for him to meet here.
And it is 3 power on this Titan's Fist, and Nathaniel leaves a card in hand. Things are definitely not going his way this time around. 12 plays 1, and it's Lucas Barding. Coming in after pitching a Codex of Frailty with a Surgical Extraction, deciding not to send Spider's Bite, perhaps just waiting for the flick instead. Card in hand, card in arsenal, and this could spell doom. You know, there's one player of these two that definitely feels more comfortable in this situation,
Yes.
and I think it's been Lucas Barding since the beginning of the match, even though we didn't get to see it.
I definitely agree there. It feels like Lucas has been supremely comfortable there. It looks like Nathaniel just showing the hand there, wrapping it up, and Pummel's not going to do it because those daggers are coming for his life total as
And
Arachne Huntsman takes it down.
Valda Seismic Impact, goodbye to... In the exact way that so many assassin opponents have died, in a flying dagger. Now in the eye of Valda and also Nathaniel. Lucas Barding, however, becomes an Arachne Huntsman that is making top 8 at the first ever AGE Open in St. Louis. How about that, Colin?
That's pretty exciting. We're seeing some fun heroes coming into top 8. And you know, fun, not necessarily bad heroes, but definitely not ones we've seen in the meta or even seen much of it all, really. I mean, I personally in LA, we do have this one player, Tao Tao, who does terrorize some people with Huntsman. But other than that, we don't really see him too much. He had kind of an angle into the meta because he could target certain decks like Verdants who pretty much exclusively try to kill them with rampant growth life combos, for the most part. But now with Verdants kind of gone, I'm pretty sure we had 0 Verdances today actually. He's kind of in flux, and I think we have Lucas really saying that Arachne has earned his place in this new meta, and I think he's proved it today.
Well, yeah, he is 100% proving it in handsome fashion, I might add. Well, folks, before we take our break and make our top 8 cut, I do want to do just a little bit more housekeeping. We do have to talk about a brand new feature at Arcane Games and Events. That's AGE Premium. You can find signups for that exclusive content subscription on our website, now completely revamped and given a new facelift, thanks to our founder, Justin Leewog, who has been behind the scenes all day and running a fantastic show. It's $10 a month, and if you trust that $10 with us, you're going to get yourself some strategic articles, extra AGE games, event discounts, and more. One of the things that I'm most excited about that we're working on is the AGE Academy. It's going to be an semi-open marketplace where the biggest names in Flesh and Blood can sell courses on specific heroes, concepts, all that kind of stuff, and you can click on them and buy them directly from the people that make them. And of course, if you are an AGE Premium member, you will be getting a discount on those courses. Folks, it's not here yet, but AGE Academy is coming at you. So are those extra AGE games. Right now, we do have a group of articles, one written by myself, one written by Patrick R. to prepare you for the AGE Open Series in your town. And then also Marco from the Techlo Foundry is giving us some Sage Smear action. And, of course, we got Ben Dodd, the puzzle master himself, giving us a really difficult Viserai versus Jarl puzzle. We were trying to work that out earlier together, weren't we, Colin?
That was it's really complicated, but it's very cool. Those are some of my favorite. I remember maybe even years ago now, someone made like a what would Kano do puzzle. I remember they used to stare at those for a long time. Oh, it was actually Eugene who did it. One of the locals I'm hearing in a year. And
hey, if
this
we're
is a bit of a
plugging
successor to it.
Eugene, let's plug everything, okay? Eugene Glipchek is one of the most amazing human beings, even though he's a Kano player in our local scene. He is known for bringing a bona fide grade 1 Kano to all of his tournaments. Unfortunately, that hero has Living Legend, so Eugene can't do that anymore. But he also has an independent game out on Steam. Go ahead and check him. I promise we are not being paid or shilled to say this. Eugene's just a swell guy, and he made a really cool game called Katanaut. Katanaut. It's like a combination of
Maybe it's French.
katana and astronaut. At least that's the way I think about it. Katanaut. I don't know how to pronounce it though. Katanaut.
Katana, yeah.
Katanaut.
Katana.
Okay, great. Got a little French there.
Something like that.
Okay.
A little spice.
Well, we're going to be done with the spice, folks. We're going to be back with a quick interview with our winner, and then we'll be doing our top 8 cut at AGE St. Louis. Don't go anywhere because there's more flesh and blood to be had. The terror of St. Louis is right before you, folks. Lucas Barding is definitely the hunter, and he just took down Valda Seismic Impact for all to see. Now, Lucas, I was chatting with you a little bit before we went live here. It was kind of an awkward situation for us and the audience because we had to come into that match as it was already underway. And so we missed a couple turn cycles here, but we knew he had a pretty gross turn 0. There was a Leyline of the Old Ones resolved and also a promising terrain. Seismic Surge tokens were going this way and that way. You were kind of not drowning so much, but definitely not on the front foot in terms of life. But you also had not resolved a single copy of Hunted or Hunter. Were you feeling like this game was slipping? Sorry?
I resolved 1 on turn 1. I didn't see any until then.
Okay. Was there a point where you kind of thought this game was slipping away from you, or did you feel comfortable through and through?
Yeah. I felt fairly comfortable. I mean, Arachne's fairly staunch. Like, all my cards block her from it. You know, I can put together pretty, not super offensive turns, but like mildly okay turns with 1 to 2 cards. You know, put extra powerhouse. I'm playing a ton of defense, so I can kind of staunch the dominating and fold. And, you know, eventually, so I'm running out of good attacks and has to hammer me and stuff. Eventually, I got the same line. And it's really hard for him to get up to 3 surges while the Leyline field. You know, I felt pretty good. I felt pretty comfortable.
You looked incredibly comfortable, I do have to say. I think you multiple times had put Nathaniel in head and hands, and he was not loving the decision points in front of him. Now, I do want to talk about your journey with Arachne Huntsman. It's a hero that not a whole lot of people gravitate towards, but the ones that bring him consistently to tournaments are big fans. And based on the drip that you were presenting on screen, I think you've been a fan for a while.
I started playing Huntsman as a joke. Around in Lexi meta, the deck was actually kind of well positioned to exactly Lexi, kind of bad thing. But I ended up like on stream and back to Battle Hard in that year. I've been on stream a few times, so I have a couple of results. Top 18 pluses and stuff. It's not unknown that I play one from. So yeah, now that Huntsman has a actual viable card, and it's not just sharing all of their assassins. Hunter is a big boost to it.
It absolutely is. I do want to go back a little bit. Oh gosh, was it? I don't remember the exact set, but I want to talk about Graven Call because I do think that was not quite the power level jump that Hunter Hunted was, but in that case, Graven Call kind of allowed you to at least ask the damage question in addition to the contract banish question. So I do wonder, like, was there another juice of hope that Graven Call gave you back in those days?
Yeah, so me and TCD Chalk are actually friends. My cards actually really good now that it's the performance. Like, I got to buy it back twice that game, as well as buying back my armor. Graven Call is very good for these longer matchups. It's good for Mighty Bones, threatening Sovereigns with just one attack, getting to the fearless confrontation is really important. Graven Call is really good. You'll also notice I was playing double troubles as well as this. So it's like always an attack reaction I have access to. That plus Justinic is 9 damage out of 2 cards. Banishing 3 cards, and that's a lot of value for just two things. And then, sometimes you get to buy it back. I've played it. That was actually my third Guardian today, and I've gotten to buy back Graven Claw a lot. So getting to ask that damage question, getting to flip knives over and over, and you don't have any retrieve is nice.
It's been pretty fascinating to see the metagame develop because Prism is the most represented deck in the room. Nevertheless, she is nowhere near the top tables at this point. And so I do think the Guardians are eating just as well because they are preying on Prism. Same with the Brutes. It's no surprise that they are making up the majority of the top tables at the moment. And so maybe you are kind of benefiting on level 2 of the meta there in St. Louis.
I actually have no clue what's going on. I expected the Brutes and I expected the Marios. I did not expect to see this much Prism, although I do have some 7s and I have a ton of daily balls. So, it's not like I'm ill prepared for the matchup. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to see how much Guardian there is here today. And somehow I'm doing very well. So.
Well, it's probably a good thing for you to know now heading into RTN season, right?
Yeah, I'm excited for RTN season. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone staring near me, so I'm going to be driving the culminate a lot. But yeah, it would be a blast. I'm excited to keep piloting Huntsman. I was probably going to swap decks if I didn't do too well today, but looks like I don't have to do that tonight. So.
Well, there's a certain gentleman in Northern California named Taylor Morrow who is cheering.
Me and my friends.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
he's happy to hear that.
Taylor have talked a lot. Yeah.
I bet you have. I kind of just assume that he hands out a Marvel Arachne Huntsman every time somebody DMs him about the deck on Discord. makes a cult of personality.
The deck in my February is called Taylor's version because it's based on his last copy. So it's a few cards different. I've got my own little bit of spice, but yeah, Taylor does great things, and obviously I hope that we can both keep inspiring each other and play this hero. I think that's a lot of fun. So.
That's killer, man. I love to see that, especially on the in regards to the heroes that make up the fringe of our game. So, Lucas, we've been asking for everybody to kind of bring us into the room. What's the vibe like now that AGE has come to St. Louis? Is there a lot of excitement there? You mentioned that you don't have a lot of RTNs close to you, so I'm assuming this tier of event is kind of nice to have.
Well, I live in Central, so it's a couple hours drive here. There's a ton of RTNs in St. Louis and a ton of RTNs in Chicago. Just nothing quite within a couple hours driving distance from me. But I don't know why.
That's awesome. Very cool. Are you enjoying competing at your first ever AGE?
Yeah, I'm excited for more to happen too. I'd be really happy to keep coming down the same.
Well, we have definitely committed to 7 more of these, one every single month. So don't worry, we will be back very, very soon, and you can fight for your spot at the Players Championship Invitational at the end of the year. I think with this top 8 finish, you are off to a fantastic start, my friend.
This is very exciting. Also, to have it here. I can't wait to see you guys next month too.
Awesome, Lucas. If the good people in Flesh and Blood Radio Land would like to get more Lucas Barding, are you on Twitter or anywhere else?
I am on Twitter. I'm just at Mookie, and they have one or two lines. I don't post very often, but definitely you're allowed to DM me. I'm in Purple Discord. You can find me probably in the Arachne channel. I probably have to post a list there. So yeah, feel free to DM me, ask me any questions you need. I'm sure that I'll probably get invited to do a YouTube video here soon as well.
Awesome.
So be on the lookout for that, I guess.
We do hope so, Lucas. I'm going to let you get a well-deserved break as we make that top 8 cut, and you get ready for what is probably going to be a lot more flesh and blood for you, my friend.
Hopefully.
Thanks again, Lucas, and stick around,
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen,
absolutely.
for the top 8 cut, and of course, more flesh and blood after this. Don't go anywhere. A top 8 cut has been sliced and diced at the first ever AGE Open in St. Louis. It's January edition, but there's going to be so many more to come down the line in Season 4, ladies and gentlemen. Just the first iteration of the AGE Open Series in St. Louis. And we have a top 8 cut for you, and here it is, right before your very eyes. Lucas Oswald comes in at the first seed and also the first on-stream win in St. Louis as well. Brienne Decker on Cindra Kayo of Retribution leaks into the top 8 at the sad outcome of pushing Nathaniel on Valda out at the 9th seed. Nathaniel will still go home with a good helping of AG points to start the year off. But all that said, Brienne is the champion in the 8th seed. Ryan Mound takes on Lucas Barding, Arachne Huntsman versus Prism, Awakener of Soul. Then we have Kayo and Dorinthia in the 3rd and 6th seed, Gregory Smith and Matthew White, respectively. Finally, our feature match coming up, 2nd seed Jonathan Fouk on Oscilio Constella Intelligence versus the Kayo underhanded cheat that I promised you all. Jacob Hampson has been in the top tables all day long, and he comes now in the 7th seed, and he's taken on the Lightning Wizard.
Yeah, this will be a fast matchup. This will be an explosive matchup, and this will be a less value-based matchup. I think Oscilio plays in wizardry terms, and that is in feels and vibes more so than the numbers themselves.
You know, it's a wild day when Colin the Erickson himself is tired of value and wants some sparks to fly. Sure, this is not going to be a value-oriented game, at least on the Oscilio side of things, but the value is there in terms of the pricing. There's cash for all players that you're going to see on stream from now until the end of the day. $400 to the winner, $200 to the 2nd place. 3rd through 4th will take $100, and of course, 5th through 8th are going home with $50 and 15 AGE points. We're going to see how it all shakes out, and it all starts right now. It's the top 8 cut of AGE St. Louis. Let's get underway, shall we, Colin?
Let's do it.
Would you like to hit the button, actually?
Oh, absolutely. Let us do it.
All right. Well
And here
hit,
we are.
my friend.
Thank you very much.
Jonathan Fouk, as I mentioned before, on Oscilio Constella Intelligence versus Jacob Hampson on Kayo Underhanded Cheat. Me being an Oscilio stan, I do have to give the edge to Oscilio in this case. Sure, Kayo Underhanded Cheat can kind of get the life lead early, and in fact, in this case, starts with it, and can convert that life lead into huge value in things like Big Bully or Mocking Blow. But when Oscilio has the space and not a lot of meaningful on-hits to contend with, that Gone in a Flash combo is always there and always ready.
Yeah, it is brutal, and we're really going to be seeing what he can do to set that up, because it is going to need to go big. We do have things like the Scowling Flesh Bag on Jacob's side that we have seen employed to great effect in previous rounds here. But in this match, it may even be bigger than that. If he can intimidate perhaps the arcane damage spell on the big combo turn, he could be shutting down 15 damage. And that is something that Jonathan is simply going to have to contend with if he wants to pull off a successful combo.
Sigil of Conductivity established nice and early for Jonathan Fouk, which is huge. It seems kind of like an innocuous aura, especially when your opponent doesn't send arcane damage your way. But making Volzar the Lightning Rod free essentially for the remainder of the game is a quality that makes that card worth its weight in lightning.
Absolutely. And here we see a moment where Jonathan could potentially respond to when this attack's triggered, because I see a Sigil of Solace in hand and an arcane spell. It would require a lot of commitment, to be sure, but that could be an angle he goes down.
And so the response to this card, of course, this card being Mocking Blow, would be the response to the on-attack trigger. Because if Jacob Hampson, at the time that Mocking Blow resolves, has more life than his opponent, then the crowd will boo him, which means not only that he gets a Vigor token, but also that this Mocking Blow would go from a measly 1 to 3. So Jonathan could resolve both the Sigil of Solace and the Null Shock in hand, but like you said, that would require 3 cards out of the hand just to kind of strip 3 value away from the opponent.
Right. And so it looks like he's just going to decide to take some damage, starting that life deficit that I think Kayo is very happy to have. Life lead for Kayo, and that life deficit that's going to sort of start the clock on Oscilio to find that combo and to find those pieces. Because this Kayo is not quite like some of the Kayos of the past we've seen. This Kayo is a value monster, and he blocks.
Flittering Charge coming out of the arsenal of Jonathan Fouk. In the hand, though, is one of the greatest instants to confer go again to Flittering Charge. That is Lightning Press. Jacob Hampson does likely run a lot of defense reactions, though, so might be able to skirt around the added bit of damage. In the hand, though, it is Sigil of Solace, Booze, and I believe another Mocking Blow.
Looks like it. Interesting to see sigils on both sides of the table here, just because instants are such a powerful part of Oscilio's plan and fit so nicely into Jacob's plan of keeping that life lead.
Lightning Press comes down. There's no defense reaction for Jacob here. So 4 damage is going to leak over the top. 32 plays 36 now. And Jonathan Fouk did activate Oscilio in the reaction step. Finding a Mind Warp is really nice here, especially when your opponent only has Null Rune Gloves in the AB category.
Yeah, and just like that, that is an effective surge hit this time, because unless he's playing any of that cheeky prevention, some of those take it on the chin like effects, there's going to be no way for him to prevent this. And so this is effectively 4 damage on hit, discard a card, and it will hit.
And it certainly has. Jacob giving some serious respect to Mind Warp, though. He pitches a Mocking Blow, resolves the Sigil of Solace in response, and is now going to shuffle the last card in his hand back into the deck and draw 0. So it is a completely defensive posture for Jacob Hampson this time around. But it's possible that he's plunked yet another Mocking Blow in the arsenal and can come in for like an efficient 1-card 5 or something on his turn. Time will tell.
Indeed. And I think that is definitely a game plan that we've seen these KOs lean towards, is just that maximum suite of above rate single card plays here, and leaning perhaps away from some of these other pummels and big attacks that we've seen in some of the other KO lists. I believe saw a 9 pummel KO some time ago that did work.
And yes, it is a blue Mocking Blow out of the arsenal and onto the combat chain for Jacob Hampson. It's just going to be a 1-card 3, unfortunately.
Yeah, not bad, but not the highs that KO can have if he's able to have that blue and that vigor token paired alongside this.
Nevertheless, the life total still favors the underhanded cheat. And generally, if he's winning the life total race, then he's winning the game. But if there's a hero in Classic Constructed right now that can make a life lead vanish in the flash of a pan, it's Oscilio.
Indeed, perhaps a flash of brilliance even.
All right, you got me there. It is a Blast to Oblivion, a Mind Warp, Electromagnetic Somersault, and Channel Lightning Valley in the hand for Jonathan Fouk.
Definitely some powerful cards, and we see this Flash of Brilliance committed pretty early here. Really just perhaps looking to filter that hand, or perhaps get the embodiment of lightning down so he can do a little bit of blast comboing, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what he would be looking at here. The discarded card is Channel Lightning Valley to pick up Sigil of Conductivity. When Sigil of Conductivity leaves the arena, it'll leave behind an embodiment of lightning token. I think most people see Flash of Brilliance and say, I'm not touching this until I can bounce a Sigil of Brilliance. But I do think this is very heads up from Jonathan. The action points are usually the things that change an amazing Oscilio game into a not-so-great Oscilio game. In this case, Jonathan is resolving Sigil of Conductivity first, then Blast to Oblivion, so that the Electromagnetic Somersault can then bounce Sigil of Conductivity again and refresh the embodiment of Lightning Token once again, so that he can follow up with a Blast to Oblivion and then a Mind Warp for way bigger than we saw before.
Exactly. And that line, complicated as it may seem, is just one of the many bread and butter things that these Oscilios do. This is a hero all about sequencing And you can do amazing things if you sequence these turns correctly. And here we see it. Actually, potentially even getting more value. If he attacks, he can replay Sigil, re-attack with Blast, and rebounce that Sigil again, charging that Volzar even further here. And this is all, of course, without this Greaves turn.
Slick indeed. It's the mini combos that you can put together as Oscilio that really changed the math from a good pilot to a great pilot. Jonathan is looking really comfortable in the second seed right now. So the Sigil of Solace brings him up to 30 and also bounces the Sigil of Conductivity back to the hand once again. I think we are missing 1 amp on the Volzar here because it's been 2 Blasts to Oblivion, 2 Sigil of Conductivities. I'm sorry, Sigil of Conductivity and Electromagnetic Somersault. So it should be a total of 4 amp represented on Volzar for the time being.
Right. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, because he went Sigil, Sigil, Blast, Somersault, Blast, Solace.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, should be 4 amp on Volzar. The players are just figuring out here, just making sure everything is accounted for correctly. These amp numbers can get pretty high, so just good to make sure that everything is in tip-top shape here.
Oh, 5?
Did he go
I don't know if I buy 5.
1, 2?
It will be once the
It-
Sigil of
yeah.
Conductivity is resolved again.
Definitely will be. And we see with Oscilio going up to 33 now, we actually might see Oscilio take the life lead, which, if you've ever played KO Underhanded Cheat before, is tough for him to fight back from.
Okay, currently represented here is 8 Arcane. I think it should be 7, though. But nevertheless, damage accepted readily by Jacob Hampson. Whether or not the numbers shake out, the surge trigger will absolutely happen. So Jacob forced to shuffle that hand into the deck and draw that many cards -1. That deck looking awfully thick still.
Yeah, definitely. KO looks like he's packing quite a few cards there. Maybe just that's just like a double sleeve type of deck, and sometimes those things can really sort of balloon out. And it looks like here we go again. Might be counting again exactly how much this Mind Warp did. But either way, 7 or 8 should solidly bring Jacob below Jonathan, and that's going to mean that all these Mocking Blows that it seems like his deck is probably playing 9 of are suddenly not quite so powerful here.
Yeah, let me do my math again. It was Sigil, Blast, Electromagnetic Somersault, Sigil, Blast.
Yeah, no, wait. I think you might be right because he did Conductivity, Blast to Oblivion, Somersault, and then replayed the Conductivity and then did another Blast, and then
Oh, and then played the Sigil of Solace?
yes, and then played the
crap.
Sigil of Solace,
Jonathan's right.
and then played Blast. Yes, so I believe he is right.
Yeah, he's right. That
And-
was my mistake.
Did that up to 5, up to 6, and that's because he needed to replay the Sigil to be able to reactivate Volzar, to activate the Mind Warp, to be able to do everything right. So Jonathan's got it all down. We're just a little confused in the seats there. That's why he's down at the feature match area, not us.
Yeah, 100%. And I am taking Oscilio to an RTN tomorrow, so I better brush up. Jonathan is the guy who's going to help me figure it all out. Okay, Embodiment of Lightning token sticks around because it was not eaten up by the Mind Warp. Mind Warp is not an attack action card, so it will not force the Embodiment of Lightning to pop. Jonathan Fouk now has it at the beginning of this turn, which is a huge boon to Oscilio normally, but that is a whole lot of instance if I have ever seen them call in.
Yeah, not the greatest hand here. Fortunately, Oscilio is an ability that can be activated on each player's turn. So it looks like as Jacob looks like he was going to pass and decides instead to do the Mandible Claw, Jonathan can, in fact, cycle on this turn. And if he still doesn't have something that he likes on his own turn, he can cycle one more time in order to find, hopefully, what he needs. And it looks like he's activating that one right now.
Yeah, this is definitely not a hand that does a whole lot for Oscilio. Going to have to lean very heavily on the inherent filtration effect on the hero ability.
Yeah. Now, this would be an amazing hand if he had this one very particular Oscilio card called Gone in a Flash. And that is what this whole combo is based around. Whenever you play an instant, or I believe the first time you play an instant, well, this is attacking, or perhaps this is on the chain link, you can bounce it back to hand and pick it back up to be able to replay it further. And when you're doing the Lightning Greaves pop-off turn, which gives all the instants go again, you're going to be picking that card up a lot.
Yeah, in this case for Jonathan, he just needs any sort of attack. The main deliberation there was, which of these instants do I discard? And he finds Blast to Oblivion on the top of the deck, which is absolutely huge here. Does have a source of Arcane as well, and Jonathan has decided to bring Fyendal Spring Tunic instead of Old Knocker because he expects this game to go long enough for him to get multiple resources from it. And in this case, he's going to be rewarded very heavily for bringing Tunic because now he can pop his chess piece with impunity to play out the Null Shock as a source of arcane damage on this turn and not lose access to the all-important Lightning Greaves combo.
Exactly. And here we have, I think we have quite a good hand here because he's going to be able to play out Blast with Go again, play out Discharge, bounce Sigil, re-get it. Oh, but he doesn't get Blast back. Oh,
He doesn't get Blast back.
Ooh, okay. So it looks
So
like
it's not ideal here, but it is still going to be 7 Go again into, which, yeah, the Go again is pretty much irrelevant here.
right
Into Sigil of Lightning, which gives us up to 3 amp, which then we get to play Shock with the Fyendal Spring Tunic counter, which then makes it 5 arcane damage overall after amping with Volzar.
right.
So, it's a 4-card 13, which is ultimately pretty okay, especially when you are walking ever closer to a combo turn that can just slam the door on the opponent.
Yeah, a lot of work for a 4-card 13.
This is why we play Oscilio.
Yeah.
This is why you gotta love the vibes, Colin.
I swear, you do that in Guardian, that's called sending one attack.
And I'm sorry, it will be 6 arcane after Jonathan replays the Sigil of Conductivity if he wants to.
Indeed, it looks like he's just going for perhaps the shock side, which should amp by itself, though?
It should, yeah. Because
Right.
Shock is a lightning card.
Which will be 4, and that's why this is dealing 5. Yes, and it would be 6 if he had played the last one. But he's choosing to hold on to it, I imagine, as another activator here.
Mm-hmm. And I don't hate that at all, especially when you already have the discount effect of Sigil of Lightning. That is the main piece that he was looking for on that turn cycle. For Jacob Hampson, it's just another Mandible Claw, but this time it looks a lot different because there is a card in hand, and it is likely a card called Outside Interference that is going to allow Jacob to fetch something. Oh, no, it's an Agile Windup. So
Okay.
we'll talk
Well,
about how exciting
hey.
that can be when it happens. In this case, it's just the agility token generated that you all have known to come and love from heavy hitters. Okay. So this Mandible Claw is given Go again. The question is, will Jacob do anything with the action point generated there? Doesn't seem to
Don't
be.
think
Seems to be
so.
passing priority. Jonathan activates Oscilio again, and again he draws into a Blast to Oblivion after discarding an instant.
Okay, it must be on like 6 blasts or something like that. We've definitely seen a high density. And these Blast to Oblivions, very good on the combo turn. And it looks like, honestly, pretty good on the not combo turns.
Yeah, they absolutely can be. The trickiest bit about them is that they don't have Go again. But when you're constantly bouncing Sigils of Conductivity and in an ideal world, getting them back with electromagnetic somersaults, they can do the dirty work as well. So it's 2 blasts in hand. Seems like a Sigil of Solace and a Consigned to Cosmos Shock for Jonathan Fouk, who now has the life total lead and doesn't need to maintain it nearly as much as the underhanded cheat does.
No.
But it's nice.
I mean, I do. This extra life is serving Oscilio quite nicely because all that means is that his combo turn needs to be less and less big. And that's really nice, especially if you're getting pressured through something like Scowling Flesh Bag or even just some of that other generic disruption that Kayos can play. It means that he's going to be able to pop off on even just a simple gone in a flash instant, gone in a flash instant, gone in a flash instant, shock or something like that.
Second Blast to Oblivion out of the hand. This is an interesting piece for the opponent to notice here. There are multiple colors of Blast to Oblivion in the deck for Jonathan Fouk, who is going to get to bounce this Sigil of Conductivity for, I think, the third or fourth time this game. Jonathan showing exactly how Blast to Oblivion can be a glue card and also part of that big combo.
Right, and we see, honestly, a pretty well blocked out turn here. These Fiddler's Greens, they only block for one, but they block for one and are going to gain him 3 each, which means that despite that shock dealing 6 damage, it was essentially nullified by these block cards. And, well, Jacob's not doing much, but he's also not dying too quickly.
No, but as you mentioned, every life leaked by Jacob is one less that Jonathan has to put together on the big combo turn. And no, Jonathan has not been able to find Gone in a Flash yet, but the time is ticking, and this is exactly why Oscilio is so comfortable in these long-term matchups. Because the pain point is really more like a Cindra or a Katsu, who puts you on such a quick clock and forces you to find your combo pieces within the first couple turns of the game, or just don't combo at all.
Exactly. And it looks like we're seeing one more piece of that here. Actually, maybe 2 more pieces. Channel Lightning Valley, but also this Sigil of Brilliance. And the reason I say Sigil of Brilliance is an especially important piece because once you have one Sigil of Brilliance, not only are you drawing cards with it, it's also now in the graveyard for things like Etchings of Arcana, which would allow you to get a sigil back from the graveyard. And now that you get a sigil that is draw a card attached to it, it's just one more piece that makes all of these combos easier and all of these sort of combo lines extra valuable.
Card drawn for Jonathan Fouk on the connection of the Flittering Charge and the trigger of Channel Lightning Valley is another copy of Comet Storm Shock to go with the one in the hand. Another card that doesn't really pair well with itself. So I think Jonathan is considering the discard of Oscilio, and yes, he goes for it there, getting rid of the Comet Storm Shock, finding himself instead another copy of Flittering Charge. Not a bad pickup here.
No, although he has a number of options of what he wants to do with this, because this Channel Lightning Valley is very good, but you know what would make it even better is if it stuck around for a turn. And the way you can do that is by pitching that lightning card to Volzar. Even if he doesn't need to, he has that Sigil in Arsenal just to get a card in the pitch zone that's lightning for that channel effect.
So here's what I think he should do. He has the Sigil of Conductivity in the arsenal. He goes Flittering Charge, use the Sigil of Conductivity to give it go again, and then pitch away the Sigil of Brilliance to play out the Comet Storm, thereby keeping around Channel Lightning Valley and also maximizing your value on Volzar this turn.
I like that line because there he's not pitching away for a sort of nullified effect.
Mm-hmm.
It is pitching because the card costs pitch. And that, I think, could be very effective here. And it looks like that's the line he's going for. I think you were spot on here. And yep, Comet Storm comes in for 5 at base and +4 here. 9 damage?
9 big ones. And Jacob Hampson descends all the way down to 11 in one fell swoop. Flow counter on Channel Lightning Valley, which is something that was so easy when Aurora was part of the meta, and so much harder now that Oscilio is the only one who really abuses that card. So finding options like pitching a Sigil of Brilliance in order to keep a Channel Lightning Valley around, it feels kind of counterintuitive when you look at Oscilio's game plan in general. But here it's basically just netting another card anyway, because as long as Jonathan is able to deal damage on the next turn, it's like he had played out a Sigil of Brilliance in some senses of it.
Yeah. And you can even get really cheeky with it because Channel Lightning Valley, also an aura that can get bounced by Blast to Oblivion, which can reset the flow counters and let you keep getting value off of that. Now, notably, you can't get value twice in a turn, but you can get the value on every other turn after that.
And yes, there are Another copy of Blast to Oblivion in the hand for Jonathan Fouk, but also, finally, the first copy of Gone in a Flash and 2 instants to pair with it. It's a Command and Conquer out of the hand for Jacob Hampson after Mandible Claw gains Go again from another discard of an Agile Windup. And Jonathan finally says, "You're giving me the opportunity to block. Thank you, so I won't have to sack value when I finally go for the combo." Combo is online here on the next turn cycle because Jonathan Fouk will tick back up to 3 energy counters on Fiendel Spring Tunic. That free resource so important in order to activate Lightning Greaves without pitching a card from hand.
Yeah, and I think we've definitely seen some of the lower end of what Kayo Underhanded Cheat can do. When he gets going, he can be incredibly oppressive. His ability to consistently get these 0 for 5s and 0 for 4s, or even just good 2-card 8s, can be really powerful. But a lot of that requires that initial start, initially being ahead on life and keeping that going for as long as he can. And due to this arcane damage that Kayo just simply can't prevent with AB1 here, honestly, no class can prevent that well. He kind of fell behind on life, and then most of his turns here have just kind of been Swing Claw, try and do some setup, but then again, Oscilio's disrupting him and is disrupting his life total, and it's been tough.
Block, 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 draw up, pass. It's definitely not the way you want to play against an Oscilio. Unfortunately for Jacob, he just hit the wrong end of the gem lottery. Now, I don't think it's a completely doomed matchup for KO Underhanded Cheat, but you're right. You have to get an early lead, put your foot on the gas, and never let it leave.
Right, and I think here we go. That is the Tunic activated and Lightning Greaves popped. And now all these instants have Go again. So this is going to be a lot.
Oh, yeah. And a card should be drawn off of Channel Lightning Valley, yes.
I believe Overcrowded blocked it out because of Overcrowded.
Oh, Agility and... Oh, an Embodiment of Lightning. That's right. So card will be drawn later on. But it's Scowling Fleshbag here. Trying to get rid of one of those cards in the hand for Jonathan Fouk. Unfortunately, it's all instants all the time now. So Jonathan will still be able to send only one more instance of Gone in a Flash. The last 4 power attack is going to have to be that Blast to Oblivion, which might actually be in yellow now that I see it.
Yes. Now, he does still have to block out the attacks because if he ever takes the damage, then not only because he's now up to 2 action points here, with the Gone in a Flash being 1 and with the Embodiment of Lightning critting another, that then the card drawn could turn into even more damage here, or potentially even an arcane spell, which is, I think, exactly what Jacob is worried about. If this Volzar ever gets activated, I think it might fry the KO to the ground.
Well, and there's also 2 action points represented here, and also Embodiment of Lightning token. Oh, excuse me. The Embodiment of Lightning was consumed earlier, I think. Jacob Hampson is forced to discard an outside interference just to get another blocking card in the hand in order to stuff the Blast to Oblivion that's on the combat chain now. And then, I do believe I spied a Sink Below in the hand. Jacob's going to be able to completely turn off Channel Lightning Valley on the turn where Oscilio pops Lightning Greaves. I don't care if he loses this game. That was absolutely massive.
Yeah, that was huge. This was a turn that could easily run away into
Wait,
the...
Jonathan, don't put your Tunic in your graveyard. It's not an old knocker.
I swear, it has value. Oh, no.
Mocking Blow out of the arsenal for Jacob Hampson is not going to get booed here, so this is just going to be 1 go again.
Okay, he spotted it. Ooh, these Mocking Blows not quite looking the same as they are when that effect is turned on here.
No, indeed. But nevertheless, Jacob can go home with his head held high. I blocked out the entirety of an Oscilio Lightning Greaves combo. How many people can say that?
Not too many. I certainly can't. Every time I face one of these Oscilios, I find myself getting fried by bigger and bigger numbers. I believe the last time I got hit, it was like 58 by Chris Ioli in 1 turn.
That's gross. Blast to Oblivion. I think the 17th copy that we've seen this game out of the hand of Jonathan Fouk.
Yeah, I think his deck is literally 20 copies of Blast to Oblivion, a couple instants, and a gone and a flash to boot.
Nevertheless, made it through deck checks without an IP penalty, so got to commend him there.
Yeah.
It's a block of 4 for Jacob Hampson, card in hand, and a Fandal Spring Tunic that will legally be going to the graveyard at the end of this turn. Blast to Oblivion bounces back Sigil of Conductivity once again. An Electromagnetic Somersault brings Blast to Oblivion back to the hand.
It's almost as if nothing has happened at all. All the cards are back to hand. The damage has been done. And we're back in it. But this time, I think I spy a Mind Warp in hand.
Yes, you are correct, my young friend. And also a Sigil of Solace. So honestly, this is feeling a lot like, I think it was turn 2 of this game earlier on.
Yeah, almost an exact repeat. And this Sigil of Conductivity has been with us since the start.
Yep.
It's the same one. This thing is never getting popped for its arcane shelter value. It's purely the fact that it's going to turn on Lightning Rod, and it turns on every single one of these Blast to Oblivions, which is it's just so massive. Like, I think of all the turn 0 plays you could do as Oscilio, besides drawing the natty combo, it is this Sigil, and I think this is why it proves its worth in the list. And I think that's something that I think perhaps took a moment for some non-Oscilio players to see as like this blocks 1 and that's it.
It's a Mind Warp for 8, but Jacob Hampson responds with a Sigil of Solace and also a pitch of that last card. So effectively only taking 4 here, should be down to 6 if my math is mathing.
I think so. Mind Warp 2 plus 6, 8. So 7 takes 4 down to 6.
This is a funny interaction here. Jonathan is reading Mind Warp and going, I think you have to shuffle your deck, even if you don't put any cards into it.
Yeah, shuffle back 0, draw back -1 here, it looks like. They shuffle their hand, and they draw that.
And yes, the call from the judge is that Jacob must shuffle his deck, even though he's not putting any cards into it. We also have to correct the life totals here, folks. Jacob Hampson should be down to 6 life.
Right, and now with that last piece of armor blocked with, Jacob is purely relying on whatever he can draw in the next 4 cards here to get him out of this, because Oscilio discarded 1 Comet Storm Shock, played 1 of them, still has 1 big Arcane left, and still has the ability, with these ever-present embodiments of lightning, to go wide and buff up one of these small Arcane spells on its own.
There is Arcane in the hand. It's not big Arcane, though. It is Etchings of Arcana for Jonathan Fouk. 2 copies, actually. That is still enough to kind of leak through. The sigils are running low on the underhanded cheat side of the board. I think all 3 Sigil of Solaces have been played so far, and 2 Fiddler Screens blocked with. Total of 11 life gain. Wait a minute, what am I talking about? 12 life gain from Jacob Hampson. I'm like, it's multiples of 3. Why am I coming up with 11?
11 would be interesting.
Current funnel, give and go again by the embodiment of Lightning Token, and then a Sigil of Brilliance equals this Etchings of Arcana coming in for 5. On Surge, Jonathan will be able to find an aura with Sigil in its name from the graveyard and put it into his hand. He's got quite a few to choose from. And Jacob, unable to prevent enough damage to cover up the Surge. So he just pitches 1 card and takes 4. Should be down to 2 now, as Jonathan Fouk finds himself probably doesn't have a Sigil of Brilliance there. Instead, it's just a Sigil of Aether.
Sigil of Aether, something we've seen come, I think, in and out of Oscilio lists. This one is going to ping their opponent, or I believe ping any target for 1.
Correct.
And then if that target takes damage, amp 1. So he can do some cheeky things here. He can ping Jacob. He could also ping himself, destroy that Sigil of Conductivity, and get himself that embodiment of lightning. If I had to guess, though, probably pinging his opponent, because I believe he also has a Sigil of Lightning in there. So if that was his idea, he would probably just grab the Sigil of Lightning and play it out. But either way, you can see Jonathan with these defensive Sync Blows in hand, never quite needing to use them, as Jacob just has not been able to mount that offense because he's been so focused on not dying to Oscilio's lightning powers.
But Jonathan Fouk has the opportunity to block with Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age. Both the Sigil of Aether and Sigil of Brilliance are attempting to leave at the beginning of Jonathan's action phase. Jonathan will say, I will hold priority, as Wizard players have been saying since Arcane Rising, and he'll pop Aether Bindings of the Third Age so that he gets an extra bit of amp for his next Arcane source when they leave as well.
And now with this amp, you can actually choose to order the triggers of the Sigil of Aether however you want. So you can choose to order the amp first, and with that 2 amp, 1 from the Sigil of Brilliance leaving, and 1 from the Sigil of Aether leaving, that ping could come in for 3, which would guarantee the amp 1. And also, I guess also kill Jacob. He is at 2 life. But
that is not important when you are
No,
goldfishing a wizard deck, okay? No, Jacob Hampson did have 1 more Sigil of Solace in the deck, and out it comes to save his life at the perfect opportunity. So Sigil of Solace effectively blocking out all of the damage from Sigil of Aether with a regard to the life total, but 1 amp will carry over because technically it did deal damage. And now the amp on Aether Bindings of the Third Age have been eaten up and will have to refresh themselves later on down the line if Jonathan wants bigger Arcane.
right, but now I think I spy that 3rd Comet Storm Shock.
Oh, it's there.
So we could see Jonathan going amp with a lightning card. Actually, we could see amp with a lightning card, amp with another lightning card. That current funnel, if a lightning card is the last one played, gets go again, and that sink below you can pitch away because it's just not relevant to the situation and is going to pay for both sides of Comet Storm Shock as opposed to just one of them. So we could see Comet Storm Shock coming in for 2 into 8, if my math is right.
It's going to be Sigil of Lightning, then Blink. So 2 amp represented on Volzar for now. Also an extra action point for Jonathan Fouk. He's not going to need it, though. Because he's just going to go Arcane Head Jab first.
So
Etchings of Arcana amped up by Volzar the Lightning Rod, eating up 1 of those action points. So 5 Arcane is going to get it done here. But if that didn't do it, folks, the Comet Storm in the hand surely would have. Jonathan Fouk puts his hand to his head, probably thinking, there's a world where I lose this after that Lightning Greaves combo was stuffed, but I don't know, man. I still thought that Oscilio had the sauce that he needed to get it done.
Oh, yeah. And I think that showed off everything Oscilio could do. That it showed off the Blast to Oblivion combos, it showed off the Gonda flash turns, and it showed off all the cheeky little things you can do with this wizard hero. Perhaps one of the last wizards in CC now that Kano's gone. I suppose we still have Verdance, but she's like half a wizard.
And she's not even there at St. Louis, so it's not even worth talking about her, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's basically just Oscilio's game at this point.
Well, folks, let's take a look at our top 8 once again. And also, I do kind of want to do a little bit of conversion rate talk with you, Colin, before we go to our break before the winner's interview. So first, let's look at the metagame, shall I say. This is what we started the day off with in St. Louis, and it has boiled down to an Arachne Huntsman, the 1 of Cindra. We have the 1 of Dorinthia, 1 of the 2 Oscilios, 1 of the 2 KO underhanded cheats. I believe a KO armed and dangerous. I already mentioned Dorinthia. Who am I missing here? We have the Marionette and
Marionette Valda?
No, we missed Valda, unfortunately.
Victor. Looks like it is okay. We have Marionette, Cindra, Prism.
It was the KO
Huntsman,
armed and dangerous that I didn't talk.
KO.
Oh, and the Prism. The Prism.
Yeah, the Prism.
Yes, 100%. So now we can update our top 8 bracket and talk about the conversion. I'm already looking at the 50% on both KO underhanded cheat and Oscilio Constella Intelligence. That sounds pretty good, but we have 3 100%ers in the room. Arachne Huntsman, Cindra, and Dorinthia all started the day with 1 copy and made it into the top 8.
Yep, you heard it here first. If you play Huntsman, that is a 100% success rate. No Huntsman has ever failed at getting to top 8. And so if you're looking at RTN seasons, if you want a 100% success rate, I want to check them out.
100%. And we do have updates from our other quarterfinals as well. Our next matches are going to be Jonathan Fouk, who you just saw on stream, versus Gregory Smith, KO Armed and Dangerous, who took down Matthew White on Dorinthia. And then the Huntsman survives another day. In his interview, Lucas Barding told me, listen, I'm doing well because I'm hitting a lot of Guardians. It's no strange thing that I am doing the long game better than them. And I know there are a lot of prisms there, but I swear I have tools in the sideboard. And man, they're looking pretty dang good because he takes down Prism Awakener of Soul and is now going to be involved in an assassin off against Lucas Oswald.
Yeah, that is surprising to me. He must have something cooked up because I would think Prism would just kind of beat him out because he doesn't have access to too much like go again or action points. But he's got perhaps some spicy tech, perhaps just some classic go again tools. But whatever it is, maybe just the smarts to take it down. He got there, and now he's on to the top 4. So
listen, Lucas has proven that he knows how to pilot the deck at the very least and pilot it very well. He also looked incredibly comfortable, which is one of those things that you have to access if you're going to play long games in Flesh and Blood. You need to know how to keep your mind fresh despite going 13 turns every single round.
Yeah, those games can be long and those days can be tiring. As someone who's done these events before on rather slow decks, one could say.
I have seen you get, I think, 7 value off of Heart of Fjendal, so yeah.
Something like that, yes. I believe we had one game that ended with me with my Heart of Fjendal and my Valda opponent with their Grandeur of Valahide swinging weapons at each other until we had no cards left in deck or hand.
That is not the way I play Flesh and Blood, but I'm very happy it is the way that you play it, my friend. All right, we are going to do a quick break here, and then I think we're going to be moving on straight to semis, ladies and gentlemen, because all of our games have been wrapped up. We're going to keep this truck a-moving, and we will be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. It was lightning all the way last game, but this next round is going to be the Lucas Bowl and also the Arachne Bowl. It's going to be Arachne Huntsman in the hands of one Lucas and Arachne Marionette in the hands of another. Bryce Platts back with Colin Erickson and AGE St. Louis. This is the way the top 8 bracket has shaken out so far. The feature match is going to be between the 1st and 5th seeding here. As I mentioned, 2 Lucases enter, 1 will leave. Arguably, the other one will no longer be able to use the name, but we are not sure if we've gotten the players to agree to that yet.
The winner gets both the Lucas name and the Arachne name.
Oh my goodness. So they're banished from the hero?
Yeah.
That's incredible. 3rd seed and 2nd seed, Gregory Smith and Jonathan Fouk are going to be duking it out on the other side of the bracket. Kayo Armed and Dangerous versus Oscilio Constella Intelligence. So that means it's either going to be a Brute and Wizard off with the Assassin or vice versa. But before we get into that, folks, I do want to plug one more time a brand new feature of Arcane Games and Events. That's AGE Premium. It is a subscription service that you can sign up for on our new and revamped website. Furthermore, deck lists from the top 8 of AGE St. Louis and all top 8s of AGE Opens will be available on the website, alongside a bunch of really cool written content and also extra matches, event discounts, all that kind of stuff is available for you at AGE Premium. Furthermore, players from the St. Louis region will be able to see their brand new player profiles set up on the website after they have concluded today's festivities. And there they will be able to see all of the stats that they have accumulated in their short life at AGE St. Louis, but will only grow as the matches keep getting played all throughout the year. Colin, it's time for a semifinal, shall we?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. It's Lucas v. Lucas, both of them having a grand old time already. Lucas seems to be, Lucas Oswald, I should say, seems to be underneath the table almost at this point. But it's Arachne Marionette versus Arachne Huntsman. Based on what you know about these two assassins, do you think anyone is particularly favored in this case?
Well, I'll be honest, this matchup hasn't been featured that much, if at all. But if I had to put my finger on it, I don't know. It's possible that Lucas Oswald could potentially have a little bit of an edge here. I think because he's able to go so tall, and I think with just such a variety of cards, like we have obviously the Tarantula Toxins, Kiss of Deaths, great. I like Lucas Oswald tossing it on the table here. Great 10 out of 10 cards, and they're definitely good to hit with Hunter or Hunted. But even with a couple cards removed, he doesn't have the Blood Rush Bellow that he's like absolutely needs. He doesn't have the primetime cards that his deck is nothing without. He can operate pretty well whether he's running with Incisions or maybe just Arachne hero abilities or the myriad Majestics that the Assassin class has access to. I think that deck swears like 55 Majestics at this point.
And you know, you're right. It's not a Blood Rush, but the first card found for Lucas Barding on a contract trigger is one of the only 3 copies of Orbweaver Spinneret from Lucas Oswald. Forced to bottom that, he may have to lean into the Flick Hunter's Clave and cash in Mask of Deceit right away to get a Graphene Calycera online. Lucas Barding right now is just blocking with 2 cards on this Command and Conquer, and a Flick comes across. Now, both these Arachnes are down to 38 and 38.
Right, and here we have our first Arachne transformation. This will really dictate what we're going to get. Lucas seems excited.
And the role is Arachne Orbweaver. So even though Lucas Barding is bottoming Orbweaver Spinnerets, Lucas Oswald's die roll is just too strong.
You can't keep getting away with this. He did this last time.
And also his opponent is marked, and he drew himself up a to the point. It's going to be a 0 for 4 at reaction speed.
Right. It looks like Lucas just drew up here. So back to Lucas Oswald's turn. He seems happy.
It's still life total parity right now. And I am noticing that Lucas brought a brand new pair of shoes, Stalker's Steps, out of the Arachne Slip Through the Cracks Armory deck. He's going to, at reaction speed, just give go again to a stealth attack action card for Lucas Oswald.
Right, and this is something that came out of the Slippy Armory deck.
That's correct.
Arachne slipped through the cracks, and this can allow him to go a little wider, rather unconditionally with all these stealth attacks, especially against these sort of block-heavy decks that a lot of times would otherwise have an out, kind of almost like a Dorinthia-esque fashion, where you go, I'm going to block 12, your turn is going to end. And this says, I actually have a Twinning Blade at my disposal.
Lucas Oswald goes up, sticks and run, and Kiss of Death. Coming in for 10 here. Will not gain go again on hit because Lucas Oswald is not Arachne Marionette for the time being. It's only 2 value in terms of block in Black Tech Whispers and Mask of Perdition. And then all of a sudden, to the point, pushes this bad boy Kiss of Death up to 14. But it's a Hunter or Hunted. The top card of the deck couldn't quite catch it for Lucas Oswald. But it's left on top of the deck, and it's to the point. Likely only banishing 1 more copy out of the deck of Lucas Oswald.
Yeah,
Because one of them's on the combat chain. Colin.
yeah, a little late, I would say, but that is all right. Does get to see the arsenal as well. Another funny part of this card: no place is safe. This isn't Bonds of Agony, where the arsenal is unattackable, unassailable, so to speak. Instead, just going to be getting all these attack reactions out and sort of dulling the blade of the marionette.
Yeah, the blade is still looking awfully sharp, Colin, because Kiss of Death is still coming in for 14.
Yeah, that's an awfully sharp, dull blade you got there.
But there is a Fate for Scene for Lucas Barding. Oh, hey, 2 Fate for Scenes, actually. So we are at 12, 14.
Alrighty, well. Yeah,
But there is a
effectively-
scar tissue to get over the top.
the pump up to 17 was what did it.
But yeah, I don't know. I was kind of thinking that Huntsman has the edge here just because there are so many defensive capabilities and just the consistent ability to send 1 or 2 card above rate hands and constantly banish cards from the deck makes me think that Huntsman could have a way to get through this game. And I mean, if Lucas is bringing any deck to a tournament right now, he's got to have reps into Marionette, right?
Oh, of course. Yeah, definitely don't count him out yet, because this is going to be a grindy game, and I think that is Huntsman's wheelhouse. And here we see him just arsenal passing, probably setting up one of these cards here. It looks like perhaps like a Persuasive Prognosis, notably less effective when you don't have any threat behind it.
Priorities back over to Lucas Oswald, our first seed coming into top 8. Now taking on the 7th. Lucas on Lucas, Arachne on Arachne action here. The AGE Open, St. Louis, January edition, and also the first of its kind.
Indeed. It looks like he's really having a think here. Definitely, we're in top 8 now. These rounds are on time, so he can take a second to think about it. This is definitely a thinker sort of matchup. You're going to need to get the outplays wherever you can and get the points wherever you can, because this is a tough nut to crack.
Tough nut.
Tough nut,
He's
yeah.
been-
Tough
He's
nut.
not out of contention for a long time.
No, he had a rough day today.
Coercive Tendencies blocks this Graphene Calycera, which is now buffed up by Stains of the Redback. Also given Ultra Go again. Then it's an Orb Weaver Spinneret plus a Codex of Frailty to follow up with for Lucas Oswald. Kiss of Death found out of the graveyard. Tokens distributed. And now it's a Kiss of Death for 6. The greatest thing about that play for Lucas Barding on the defense side is that Lucas Oswald was out of cards in the hand, so no Tarantula Toxin to play around. Just a straight-up 6 block there, and a Sigil of Solace resolved. Lucas Barding really wants to go the distance if he can.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see just how many cards these players started with, because if I had to guess, they are probably going to be piling on the deck with whatever they can here. We've seen quite a few interesting inclusions already. Things like that one of Death Touch that we saw Lucas pitch. Definitely not an uncommon include, so to speak, But I would say definitely suggest that he's going to be trying to get all of the toolkit and all of the cards that he can here.
Now, you talked about cards in deck. What does it tell you if Lucas Barding is blocking with a card on just about every single dagger he sees? I feel like he's got extra cards to spare.
I think so, and I think he's pretty confident because these hunter or hunteds effectively reduce their opponent's deck by about somewhere from like 6 to 9 cards. And that means that usually in these sort of fatigue races, you're feeling pretty comfortable.
Lucas Oswald putting together a pretty sweet chain if you're a marionette player. Hunter's Clave beefed up by a Tarantula Toxin, followed up by a Graphene Callistra, followed up by a Command and Conquer. Lucas, however, even though he has been throwing cards willy-nilly onto the combat chain, he's really shoring up a lot of damage from attack reactions. I gotta say, if there's one thing that makes you nervous about being able to play a longer game, it's when the opponent is packing a ton of attack reactions, and Marionette certainly has their fair share.
Right, and we see this Command and Conquer coming in at perhaps an awkward break point. It looks like Lucas Barding has that Overcrowded in hand, which, well, a fantastic card in its own right, doesn't block for 3 here. And with that Codex, Fleece to Frail, and that Overcrowded, too many 2 blocks, and it looks like Lucas is just going to have to give up that Sing Below. Otherwise, a very powerful card against Arachne Marionette's shenanigans.
So rough for the Huntsman. That could lead to a victory for Lucas Oswald. I'm not going to say that is a knockout blow by any means, but another turn or 2 with an effect like that, and Lucas Barding could definitely be out of a match.
Right. Out of the match in 10 to 15 turns.
No, exactly.
We're getting there.
Still a lot of flesh and blood to play, but that was a huge value win for Lucas Oswald without any question.
For sure. This is something that we see a lot in the sort of disruptive controlling deck versus the aggressive decks, where these aggressive decks will be forced to take these on hits from effects like Command and Conquer, Conquer the High Seas, anything with Conquer in its name, that that end up being above rate through the disruption they provide. But a lot of times you're really hoping in that these type of the slow mirrors that those 6 points of value are just 6 points of value, and that's it. But here we go. Both sides giving up the arsenal to Command and Conquers. Clearly, the hands are not working as intended here.
Persuasive Prognosis, though, is the card lost for Lucas Oswald. Graphene Callistra coming in, and an attack reaction of Flick Hunter's Clave for Lucas Oswald. 1 damage gets through, mark conveyed, and now Stains of the Redback is going to cost 0, and with the Incision, going to bring Graphene Callistra up to a big bad 7, and here is our second Hunted or Hunter. Hunter or Hunted.
Hunter or Hunted, yeah.
Leave no witnesses is the hit off the top of the deck.
And he has 1 in hand. That one's gone as well. And the third one from deck. This was a huge hit. All those codexes, Leave No Witnesses is a prime target here. And with that, block 4, banish a card from your hand, banish 2 cards from your deck, and give me 3 silver, which is at least a block and a bit.
Justin's having fun with the card reader because this is definitely a bad beat story for Lucas Oswald. You can expect a little excerpt about this on either the Runaways podcast or Mind Warp coming up.
Oh, man. And I think this is why people started playing Huntsman again.
Youch. So a lot happened there, folks. Because Lucas Oswald marked Lucas Barding in the attack reaction step, that Graphene Callistra didn't have go again until it connected with a marked hero. So even though Lucas lost that Leave No Witnesses out of the hand, he probably wouldn't have been able to use it anyway because the Graphene Callistra never would have gained go again. But
Right.
still,
But
I mean,
still,
like, that's a huge
gone.
moment for Lucas Barding.
Yeah, for sure. And here we see Lucas Barding almost taunting Lucas Oswald here with his Leave No Witnesses. Look at this great card. You should be
You'd like to
playing
play
one of
this
those.
card,
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
you? But you can't.
Nope.
Never mind. Lucas Oswald is still aura farming over there, though. He's got a song in his head. He's feeling good.
He's been briefly blocks with the 0 block stalker steps, just to show that he can.
Because you know what just happened? Lucas Barding went did that thing where you're like in the tank about blocking, and he goes, "You could just block with all of your equipment." You ever had anybody do that to you? And then Lucas went, "Oh, of course. Here's my stalker
Screw all
steps."
over, yeah. Yeah, this equipment is nothing if not something you want to keep on for the majority of the game. Maybe Mask of Deceit you'll use pretty early on, but for the most part, this Fiendal Spring Tunic, this Flick Knives, you want to keep wearing them.
Without a doubt. Lucas Oswald is keeping his shirt on and also sending a pick up the point, paying the 1 retrieve cost to get Hunter's Clave back into its rightful spot.
Notably, no bare chest advantages for the Assassins.
Unfortunately not. We'll get there, Colin.
We will.
Flesh and Blood is still a young game. Hunter's Clave is the follow-up here. Does find home and conveys a mark. This time, Lucas Barding does not decide to commit a card to this dagger.
Right. It looks like with those 2 cards, this may just be it for the turn here. Just looking to roll to get one of these Arachnes again. Really, perhaps using these turns where he can swap into the Arachnes to have these big offensive overlaps that I think he needs. Because I think he's been effectively doing. Lucas Barding already down to 24. Now, he's going to have some sigils. There's going to be a little bit of life gain in this deck. There's going to be a little bit of life gain right now as he buys back that Mask of Perdition. But still, the life total is somewhat permanent. And I think we have a decent amount of deck to go through.
It's a leave no witnesses for Lucas Barding after Lucas Oswald transforms into Arachne Funnel Web. And with 2 cards in the hand, I think Lucas is going to have an arsenal to disrupt on the next turn, but he's got to deal with his own first. This is the second leave no witnesses resolved this game, and there's only going to be, well, we have codexes. What am I saying? It's only going to be resolved on one side of the table, is I guess what I should say, because Lucas Barding ripped every copy from the deck of Mr. Oswald. Black Tech Whisperer is activated here, and Lucas Oswald takes his lickings as another card goes into the banish zone.
Yeah, that is a Savor Bloodshed and an upsticks in a run, getting him 2 silver into another attack that he could pop Mask on. I think pretty reasonably at expecting to get silver here. This could be big. Like this to me feels like exactly what he wants here. And another 3 damage.
It's cut to the chase out of the hand, so it's also another look at the top of the deck.
It doesn't quite seem to get what he wants here.
It was Slay the Scholars, so he was looking for non-attack action cards was ultimately what he wanted in terms of silver. Lucas Barding did have an opportunity there to flick the Graven Call and buy it back on the next turn cycle, but maybe he's thinking because I'm going to buy back Black Tech Whisperers, he's really posturing to just keep his life total as high as possible with his equipment pieces and his silver tokens.
Right. He's got time.
Mm-hmm. The hand is revealed to a cut from the same cloth. No attack reactions to be found, but some important information gained for Lucas Oswald. It's plenty of 3 blocks for Mr. Barding, but also a sink below.
Right. The sink will definitely prove to be valuable here, as we see just blocking 1 against 5 here. Perhaps worried about some future attacks. As this Graphene Callistra doesn't have Go Again from Arachne's hero ability, but does have Go Again because Lucas Barding is marked.
Mm-hmm. And also would not be able to gain the Arsenal Disruption clause on Arachne Funnel Web. Never mind that Lucas Barding doesn't even have an arsenal.
I think it actually may be able to gain the clause because it is a stealth attack.
I think it has to be an attack action card in order to banish the arsenal.
Okay.
It would give the +3.
It would give
it would give the
+3.
So now it's Mark of the Black Widow, blocked just by an Enlightened Strike, beefed up by Stains of the Red Black back. So Lucas Barding going to take 3 damage there and also be forced to banish a card from the hand. At the beginning of the turn, going to buy back Black Tech Whisperers. One of the really cool things about Assassin armor at large is that it has this clause where you can buy them back with silver pieces. The only hero that actually makes significant use of that clause, though, is Arachne Huntsman.
And make use of it you will. We've already seen a couple of equipment bought back this game. Already, I think, 2 additional armor gained, as well as, of course, their effects rebought. And now now, even on times like this, with leaving no witnesses, not really threatening the arsenal is still threatening value. And I was about to say, pretty consistently is going to generate silver. Hasn't missed there with the Codex of Inertia, but still, I'd say we're at like 10 to 15 cards in Banished by now.
And so with this move and with so many more like it, Lucas Oswald is saying that I really think that my cards can beat yours in terms of value, in terms of raw damage, right? So he's just going to take damage as it comes, not worry about the cards in deck, also scream obscenities at his opponent, likely in regards to banishing all 3 copies of Leave No Witnesses. He's spewing obscenities like Fugger Grimes before him, but still having a great time, I got to say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hunter's Clave is followed up by Pain in the Backside. 3 go again for Lucas Oswald here, with his opponent at 19. Mr. Barding blocks in kind with an Enlightened Strike. Mark of the Black Widow coming in this time for 4, thanks to the passive ability of Arachne Marionette. Blocked out in its entirety by Lucas Barding. Now it's back over to the Huntsman.
Yeah, and we've mentioned a little bit about the aura farming on Lucas Oswald's side. Looks like Lucas Barding is the one with these Marvel Codex of Frailties here. That's got to be worth something.
That is very true. It's a 5 rolled for the transformation of Lucas Oswald. Into Arachne Tarantula he goes, which could be pretty significant here, especially if he's able to find a blue and do the bread and butter Hunter's Clave Graphene Callistra thing.
Definitely be good. And here we go. Pitching a Codex of Frailty. I think I smell another Codex here, and that means the 4th Leave No Witness of the game. I thought we banished 3 of these, Bryce. They just keep coming back.
Codex of Frailty doing some serious work here. And it could be yet another arsenal destroyed for Lucas Oswald. Coming up to, I want to say 3 or 4 arsenals destroyed.
I think so.
It's a cut from the same cloth on the top of the deck being shown by Lucas Oswald. Mr. Barding has to choose whether or not it stays on top or goes to the bottom. He says bottom. After a little bit of argument goes back and forth on the table.
I think that makes sense. Cut from the same cloth, really best when the opponent has reactions, and you tend to burn through reactions in the first cycle. Or at least it tends to be common. I guess the Arachne specialization, the blue, is a bit of an exception there. But I think bottoming it's pretty fair. You'd expect this Leave No Witnesses probably to be blocked out, especially since Lucas has that full arsenal, unless he's feeling, I don't know, extra crazy today, just wants to send damage. But likely isn't going to commit it on this turn here.
The time is drawing ever nearer to get value on the equipment on Mr. Oswald's side of the board. Mask of Deceit still hasn't been blocked with. And also Stalker's Steps remains at the ready to convey go again.
Right, and this could be a Mask of Deceit turn, depending on how Lucas feels here. This Arachne Tarantula, it's a neat card. It has some advantages in the dagger synergies and the fact that it can buff up a dagger attack by 3. But I would say overall, not the most disruptive card, and not of the 6. I would rate it about a 4 or a 5 on the top 6 Arachnes.
But you know, if there's like a checklist for when Arachne Tarantula is going to be good, it definitely starts with, do you have a Hunter's Clave and a Graphene Callistra, which Lucas Oswald has equipped now. The next question is probably, do you have a blue, right? Because then all of a sudden your 2-dagger play is not 3, it's 5.
I think the next question is, do my daggers attack for 0 due to this frailty?
All right, fair enough. That's actually a super good point there, Colin.
Yeah, yeah, they become significantly less effective and do not deal with the loss of life if they do not hit. And here we go, checking graveyards here. Imagine looking through the sort of the reaction count that these assassin decks tend to go through. A lot of times you're looking for, okay, do they have cut to the chases? Have we seen shreds? Have we seen all sorts of things? And I mean, on Lucas Oswald's side, have we seen just about a dozen of them, from stains the red back to precisions to incisions to whatever other scissions you can find.
He's making a decision right now, and that is blocking with Mask of Deceit and a Stains of the Redback from hand. I think it is a blue version. So Were it not for that frailty token, I think this could have been a fantastic Arachne Tarantula turn.
I agree. And here we have the transformation. He gets to pick, notably, because that opponent is marked. Going for the red back, valuing the go again.
Yes, Arachne Redback at reaction speed will allow Lucas Oswald to discard an assassin card, and then target assassin attack will get +3. If it has stealth, it'll gain go again.
Oh, and we love how cheerful Lucas is. He is having a grand old time here. And no wonder he has a kiss of death here.
Kiss of Death does not have go again, but Arachne Redback can surely give it.
No. I think should be coming in for 2 due to the frailty because he no longer has the Arachne +1.
Right. Did it come? It came from the arsenal, right?
I think so, yeah.
So then if it did come from the arsenal, this Kiss of Death should absolutely be cracking in for 2.
Right, and here we see the respect here, that overcrowded blocking in, and here's the Stalker Steps.
Finally, they are cashed in for Lucas Oswald. The follow-up is Pain in the Backside after Kiss of Death. Basically sidesteps those 2 blocking cards for Lucas Barding. 14 plays 19. Tension could be cut with a sponge.
Cut with a sponge? Do you think that would mean that there's a lot of tension?
Yeah.
Because
It would cut easy.
cut like a sponge. I thought cut with a sponge. I was like,
No. You could cut the tension with a sponge because it's so tense.
Okay.
So
I
I'm
see.
saying?
I
It's like,
see.
imagine a string that is pulled out so far that it's like just fraying in the middle and everything. You take a sponge, whack that thing, cuts in half.
Okay, I'm visualizing it. I like it. I like it.
Okay. Nevertheless, the peanut gallery is giving me a booze. Shelter from the Storm discarded here for Lucas Barding. The first copy he's been able to find so far this game.
Okay, and it looks like, damage is coming across here. This is... I'm not sure. Damage is definitely what Lucas Oswald's going for, right? Like, damage, this is his game plan. It's to kill the opponent. But it's not that disruptive damage. We haven't seen the banishes. We've seen, like, one Mark the Black Widow banish, I believe. But overall, I would say Lucas has seen some more tame turns and overall more of a tame game than I think when we saw him last time on camera at the very start of today, where he was sending just banger after banger. Well, until he hit a roadblock there with a couple D reacts, but he hit some really high highs there.
Now, he has sent a Kiss of Death for 17, if memory serves. Lucas Barding just happened to have the answer. And now, Lucas Oswald is forced to answer a double trouble here.
Right. Looks
2
like
reactions cashed in here to give an additional +2 to double trouble.
Yeah, notably not marked, though. That Black Tech Whisper is usually a downside that it's on hit go again, but it does get around that layer of the spider text, which requires the attack to have go again right now, and not just maybe in the future.
Pain in the Backside coming in from Lucas Oswald. 13 plays 14. Readily shrugged off by a double trouble from the hand of Lucas Barding. You know, I think the high ceiling turns that we saw from Lucas Oswald earlier today were definitely helped along by the fact that he was able to set up 5-card hands. Lucas Barding, I believe, resolved 4 Leave No Witnesses in a row, or maybe there was only one off turn in between.
Yeah, those definitely bought him a lot of time and also a lot of cards here. We've gone through quite a few, and while we definitely have a very top-down view of the cards, I think Lucas's deck, well, there's 2 Lucases, but Lucas Oswald's deck's looking a little lighter now.
Hey, I'm loving this Lucas battle. I get paid by the syllable, so the more last names I have to utter.
Oh, man. Well, we will be hearing Lucas a lot more in this match, if I had to guess. This Savor Bloodshed, another one of those powerful cards. We already seen one banished here, and now with this one given, but the Shelter from the Storm discard, turning off the mark.
Absolutely huge here. So Savor Bloodshed not going to be drawing a card anytime soon. Another damage prevented on Shelter from the Storm with the hit of the Graphene Calicera. But after all is said and done, Lucas will mark Lucas.
Right. And Lucas will now roll Lucas's die to figure out Lucas's Arachne.
Oh my gosh. And Lucas transforms back into Arachne Orb Weaver, and then he passes over to the Lucas who is playing Arachne.
Right.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Chad, are you with us? 11 plays 13 now, and Lucas sends Plunder the Poor at Lucas.
Right. Now it's Lucas's turn to make decisions here. It looks like Lucas is just going to take the damage. Lucas is going to banish Lucas's Tarantula Toxin here. I think he's pretty happy to see that.
Yeah, Lucas is definitely happy to see Lucas's Tarantula Toxin banished.
Right.
It's back over to Lucas, who's activating Arachne Orb Weaver pretty much immediately. I promise I'll stop.
Yeah.
It's a discard of Persuasive Prognosis. Another Graphene Calycera found here. Pretty huge because Arachne Orb Weaver also discounts all Graphene Calycerae swung this turn by 1. So it's a little Kassai Fang cosplay for Mr. Oswald. Savor Bloodshed as well is a fantastic way to send some damage and also make your opponent respect. But when they respect, Tarantula Toxin coming out of the hand is the ultimate punish. So Lucas Oswald able to effectively shred one of the defensive cards and also give +3 to the Graphene Calycera all in one card. So it's 11, only blocked by 5. All of a sudden, Lucas Barding's healthy life total is down to a measly 5. And another card drawn for Lucas Oswald, who now follows up with Infect and 2 cards in hand.
This is suddenly looking really rough for Lucas Barding here because, listen, this may be the last Tarantula Toxin, and that may be nice, but now we're getting into flick range here. He only has so many life points left, and they are dwindling down. He's had to give up the flick knives, had to give up most of the hand here just to stay afloat. And now, at this point, we're back to second cycle. We see that Death Touch again. We see that Codex again that's pitched. But we're getting close here. The life totals are running out.
And you know, the retrieve effects are getting less and less for Lucas Oswald, though. Many have been banished. A lot of them have been resolved. So it is entirely possible that he doesn't have 4 more flicks in the deck.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. With only 1 here and no Hunter's Clave, he's actually also a little bit out of ways to mark his opponent. Because those marks don't come free. They come free with Clave. Oh, man, I spoke too soon. Caster's Curse it is, because pick up the point. It's going to rebuy that Clave, and it comes right back.
Pulled from the graveyard, much like the telepathic ninja Cindra can do. Plunder the Poor blocks out this, pick up the point, and Hunter's Clave is the follow-up here. Lucas Barding accepting the damage readily. Likely still has a copy of Sigil of Solace left in the deck. I think only 1 has been resolved this game so far.
I think so too here. And now we see, now that he's marked, this mark is so hard to remove because you need to take damage to remove it. And that could be tough. Oh, 3rd copy of Hunter or Hunted? It's the Overweaver Spinneret that he bought him previously? Okay.
Knows now that there's a Codex of Frailty in the deck, and it is only, 8 cards left in the deck for Lucas Oswald?
I think so, but I'm a little worried he might not
9.
get there because, again, with 2 floating in that Codex and Graveyard, he could get a Command and Conquer, and a Command and Conquer plus an activation of the Flick Knives would be 7 damage. With only 1 card in hand and 1 block on that Tunic, this could be curtains
Math be
right
mathing.
now.
That is the inherent drawback of Hunter or Hunted, of course. It is a 2-card defense reaction that only blocks 4. So even though it's going to thin out your opponent's deck in a very significant way, it is way below rate in terms of its value.
Right, but let's see. Lucas Barding still looks to be in it, still at least playing this one out. So who knows? Maybe he does have that sigil you were talking about. And if so, well, he could be a lot safer now.
Sigil of Solace is
Sigil
played
of
out.
Solace.
2 of them, actually. Up to 9 goes Lucas Barding, which means that this should be... Wait, he found a... in response to the Codex, out come the Sigils of Solace. So now
Right.
Lucas is thinking instead about grabbing the...
Now
He can't grab the
he
death
can't grab
touch.
this death touch. He
No.
does have to pick something else.
And I don't think he has
and
another
then-
one.
Yes. So I believe the best card he can get is still CNC, because again, this death touch. Assuming this is the one he discarded and he didn't have another copy there somewhere, which I don't think he did.
I don't think so either.
Then might only be able to come in for 6, and then if he grabs this overcrowded, blocking 4 on it. I mean, I thought he was out.
Yeah, I think we both kind of thought he was potentially out. Lucas Oswald is pissed in his own right. And Lucas Barding just kind of goes, yeah, this is what I do, man. It's just
Yeah.
another day at the office for the Huntsman.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and I feel for the guy behind him putting his hands on his head there, going, "Oh my gosh, what happened here?" Yeah, and it looks like that command and conquer. And it looks like
I think
he's
it's
gonna
still the
retrieve.
best option.
Yep.
When your opponent can find a card that basically is the Codex of Frailty trumper.
Indeed, and also because this command and conquer hits, that mark disappears, and we are we're running out. I believe I counted 9 cards in deck,
That is correct.
and I didn't see too many reactions there. I do see one reaction on Lucas Barding's side. That is a defense reaction, not what Oswald wants to see here.
No, so it's only essentially 2 more turns that Lucas Oswald has. He knows every card in deck. Got to give it to these 2 really stellar players. I mean, this is a game state that an average player would reach after about an hour and a half of play. Instead, only 34 minutes have elapsed, and that's because both of these players are incredibly proficient at their respective heroes and the game in general. And also, they're having fun at the same time.
That too. This is what goes on at AGEs. It is good people having a good time, and this is exactly what you want to see here. I mean, like fatigue, because these decks can play towards fatigue. It's a complicated art, but definitely one that I think can be done in a timely manner. This feels very similar to stories I've heard about the old Timbiers that last 20 minutes because the players are so locked in on you can't go to time, you got to lock in, and you got to play your cards here. And Lucas is running out of those cards.
He is, but he is playing them nonetheless.
But-
Cut from the same cloth. Gives +4 to this Hunter's Clave. Blocked out readily by Lucas Barding with 2 cards from the hand. Lucas Oswald now knows about the sink below in the hand thanks to the cut from the same cloth. But no mark conveyed because none of those reactions are attack reactions.
No, it looks like he might have a Reaper's Call here, which has the interesting ability. You can discard at instant speed to get that essentially +1 from Arachne, and then the mark, which could allow him to go a little bit wider here. Yeah, you see, here's the discard. May even be a discard. Okay, discard into Calicera. Discarding now so that the Calicera has guaranteed go again.
And also will have +1 from the Arachne Marionette hero ability. So this Graphing
Right.
Calicera comes in for 2 go again.
2. And now I'd say Barding sort of faces a choice here because he does have that 0 for 4 attack, that Plunder the Poor. Just choosing to block with it, I think that's fair. Like Lucas Oswald already running out of deck here, and okay, grabbing a Death Touch. Okay, this is what he wanted to do here.
Yep. This is way better than a Command and Conquer in this situation because even though Lucas Barding is going to be able to get what is oftentimes touted as a silver bullet
I think
into
he has to
Codex
block
of
with Tunic
Frailty,
here. Yeah,
Lucas Barding must block both with Overcrowded for 4 and then Tunic for 5 because, wait a minute. No, he's dead, right? No.
No, he's at 7.
He'll only take 1 here and
Take
then a
1.
Blood Rot Pox token.
down to 4,
Yep.
and then with this, he's insulated from 1 more buyback, which I believe is what he has here.
I see.
And so that way, this just affords Barding so much more time, essentially. And yeah, if we look at it, here is that exact buyback in the hand with up sticks and run here. And so once again, it's just going to be passed back, and we're going to see if he can close it out. This is tough, and this is really close here. But you're going to have to do some weird sequencing because once again, Arachne's mark is on hit go again. And if he wants to get the maximum amount of flicks with that up sticks and run, he has to attack with a non-Hunter's Clave. in order to flick it, and then rebuy it, which would require some level of go again, or another turn's worth of setup. But every turn you're giving Lucas Barding is another card you're going to have out of deck. So instead, just choosing to flick the Calycera here, and just getting these claves, getting maximum mark possibilities, it looks like, and just making sure he has the go again, because it looks like resources probably not going to be an issue anymore. If I had to guess, it's just going to be about the cards.
And life totals need to be updated here. Lucas Barding should be down to 3 after the flick of the Graphene Calycera finds home. Up 6 and run into Hunter's Clave is going to be blocked out by 2 cards, one of which will be shredded in the blue variety. So it's only 4 now on 5. 1 more damage gets through. If Lucas Oswald is going to go the distance, he's going to do it by increments of 1. 5 rolled there, and it's Arachne Tarantula, which opens Lucas Barding up to
1?
death, because if Lucas Oswald flicks one of those Hunter's Claves, it's also going to convey a loss of 1 life as well. So it's not just 1. Lucas Oswald could close this game out right here and now, all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye.
That could be it, unless he has Shelter from the Storm. Shelter from the Storm, he's out of sigils.
There's one... He hasn't! Lucas Barding has the Shelter from the Storm!
Wait, but now if Lucas Oswald goes for the flick and essentially misses with that Shelter from the Storm, now he's down a clave, and now that last clave can't be flicked for lethal, and Lucas Barding could still be in this.
So Lucas Oswald is likely checking for copies of Shelter from the Storm at this point. Yes, I saw him kind of linger on it. It's only 2 in the graveyard. There could be another copy in the deck.
Okay, activating Tarantula, though.
Wait a minute.
Because activating Tarantula is also going to give the +3. There's 2 levels of buffs here.
Yes, but couldn't Lucas Oswald have responded with the flick there? Because isn't Arachne Tarantula a reaction?
I believe so. I thought so.
I thought so too.
Okay,
but
either way, just coming in for another 1 here, and Lucas's deck is so thin. He still needs to have the turn. Like his 8 life points don't matter. That part's irrelevant. But I mean, it's relevant, but it's perhaps less so. What's really going to happen here is just, if Barding could ever take out these last 4 cards from hand, or otherwise force that block, then he could get there. And he's had that card in Arsenal for a couple turns, which I think means that he might be leaning towards potentially having an attack reaction in there. So we could see the game being closed out just any which way in the blink of an eye here, as these life totals get lower and lower.
And man, it was looking so much like Lucas Oswald had this game wrapped up, and then all of a sudden it was the 2 sigils of solace from Lucas Barding in response to a Codex of Frailty that launches him back into the game and makes it seem like it's Oswald's game to lose. But in this case, a roll of Arachne Tarantula changes everything on its head. But it's back over to Mr. Barding, who still has 2 life, and Lucas Oswald is Arachne Tarantula no more.
Yeah, and 5 damage coming across, bringing Lucas Oswald potentially down to 2. check top card. Yes. Slightly less relevant here now that he has no deck, but the trigger does go on the stack. He is obeying the rules here.
Annihilate the Armed on the combat chain now. Lucas Oswald should be down to 6 at this point, because I think he accepted the damage from Spider's Bite. Under the trapdoor, blocks only 2 here. So 3 more should be getting through on Annihilate the Armed.
I believe so. Might need to wait a sec for these life totals to get updated. Maybe. Well, he started at 8. He took 1 from
he did?
The
I'm so sorry. I
Spider's
thought he
Bite
started at 7.
down to 7, and
Yep.
then I think he should have taken 3 more down to 4.
That is true as well. But it's Oswald's turn. 2 Hunter's Clave and 2 Answered. 1 card left in the hand. Only 2 in deck, but they're in the pitch zone at the moment. Overcrowded. Cracks in for 1. Does force a block out of the hand. So now Lucas Oswald just needs to send an attack and then flick his last clave, And that is going to be it for Lucas Barding, unless there's another prevention effect. It's going to be under the trapdoor. The fist bump is extended. Lucas Oswald closes this one out literally by 1. Had 1 Hunter's Clave left
Oh,
to use.
no.
And the flick of it
But
wins the day.
that's such an amazing end of the game. Like that. It was so close. We were going back and forth. And I was like, well, this might come down to deck, but maybe not. The life totals are so low. And then Lucas being able to just claw it back with the sigils, and then just these flicks down to 5, down to 4, down to 3, down to 2. And he even reads that he has to commit the tunic to get 1 life more, and has the shelter from the storm, but just can't quite get it.
It was
Just
a dark day for Arachne Huntsman, but I think a bright day ultimately for Arachnes at large, because it's even fun to watch them play when they're duking it out amongst one another.
that was a great game. And like kudos to Lucas Oswald for navigating that as well, because it is tough when you were counting your cards and to be able to set that up even through disruption. I mean, Huntsman constantly looking at the top card of your deck and shuffling and everything else. He knew exactly what was left in that deck, and he knew exactly what he needed to play towards to get that win condition.
Because in those really grindy end games, it's so easy to kind of give in to the jungle drums that start pounding in your head. Like, I lost it. This is the point where I lost this. I should have, blocked out that leave no witnesses or whatever it is. But no, he stayed in the moment and cold and calculating until the very end. Got to hand it to him. And also to Lucas Barding, who is, of course, a professional at long-term games without a doubt. But he does hit a wall in the runaway of Lucas Oswald. Okay, so it does seem like I'm eating my own thoughts and words. Jonathan Fouk does overcome Kayo armed and dangerous. I definitely think that is a Kayo favored matchup without a doubt, because as we discussed, Oscilio does better when you don't put him on as quick of a clock. But regardless, Jonathan overcomes the Brute and makes his way into the finals, and to see if he can do what Lucas Barding could not. It's going to be a whiz-bang and a crack of lightning for the final matchup here at AGE St. Louis, and I can't wait to get to it. So we're going to go for a short break, and then we'll be back with, of course, more Flesh and Blood after this. There is only one match left to be played here at AGE St. Louis. My name is Bryce Platts, and I'm with my cohort in commentary, Colin Erickson, today, and we're going to be bringing you that action in just a little bit. But first, one more review of the pricing. It's $1,000 USD on offer at every AGE Open, and in addition to a heck of a lot of AGE points. The players before us now are just competing for 5, though. One of them is going to be going home with 30, the other 25, which placed them very squarely in the lead on the road to the Players' Championship. Those 2 players are, of course, Lucas Oswald, who came in as our 1st seed, and our 2nd seed, Jonathan Fouk, who I think lost to Lucas Oswald in Swiss. I do know that he took down an Oscilio. Of course, there were 2 in the room.
Yeah, I believe so. And if he did, well, this will be a grudge match for the ages here.
Well, before we get down to the match floor, I do want to plug one more time AGE Premium. It is a subscription service that we are offering now on our new and revamped website. Besides that, all top 8 deck lists are already available to you on our website. So get on over there and start sharking some of these deck lists for your RTN tomorrow. Furthermore, our standings are going to be updated almost as quickly on the conclusion of this final match. And players in St. Louis are going to be able to take a look at their very own player profiles, where they will get an AGE rating compared against all. It was 322 players before we started today, but we've just added an additional 53 in St. Louis. So 370 some odd players are what you're going to be comparing yourself to. Besides that, we've also got some articles, one of them written by myself, extra AGE games, event discounts, and of course more. Colin, you getting over to AGE Premium anytime soon?
Oh, absolutely. There's plenty of stuff there. I think even I might be doing something on there as well.
Even
We will
Colin might
see.
be there. If that is not a selling point, I don't know what is. So without much further ado, shall we proceed on down to the match floor, Colin?
Let's do it.
Okay, Lucas Oswald and Jonathan Fouk are the 2 people that are vying to be the first ever winners of an AGE Open as a part of AGE St. Louis, the brand new circuit on the block for the AGE Open series. Is first seed versus second, Arachne Marionette versus Oscilio Constella Intelligence.
Okay, and we saw Oscilio last time with plenty of time and plenty of sigils, plenty of his deck he went through, and was able to set off a clean combo, plenty of mini combos. Here, it's going to be faster. Arachne Marionette has a lot of attack reactions. If I had to guess, if he's sending a Kiss of Death for 17, Jonathan, not quite going to be able to cover it up.
Oscilio is not usually suited to cover up huge amounts of damage. What he is suited to do, though, is some serious setup on turn 0 when given the ability. So I do think Lucas chose to go second in this case, which is a curious decision, I think, when Oscilio can do a little bit of setup, like resolve a Sigil of Brilliance, but more importantly, shoot you with big bad Arcane.
Right, and I think Lucas is perhaps just prioritizing that tempo, really just wants to be sending damage and making sure every point of damage he sends is damage that has to be respected, because Lucas's damage on turn 0, I would say, is a little less true than Jonathan's.
40 plays 36 now. Oscilio does start a little bit behind, but that is because he's got a huge combo turn as a part of his equipment suite and also instant speed damage in the form of plenty of shocks. It's already a Gone in a Flash in the hand for Jonathan Fouk. Usually what you want to be seeing really early on so you can set up a combo as soon as humanly possible, but tricky bit when you're up against Assassin is the safest place for that Gone in a Flash. The arsenal is often under contest.
Right, and here we see one of these first contesting cards, Mark of the Black Widow, going to attempt to banish a card from the hand unless he has that sink below an arsenal willing to cover it up here.
Oh, wouldn't you know? He does have it there.
Nevertheless, I still think this is very much what Lucas wants to do anyway, flicking that clave to open up the spot for that Graphene Chelicera. We will see if 3 out of 3 times in a row he manages to flip into Arachne Orbweaver, or if this time he may need to cash in that Mask of Deceit.
Sigil of Brilliance going to pop for Jonathan Fouk, who had just Gone in a Flash, Sigil of Conductivity, and now another random card. It is an Electromagnetic Somersault, discarded immediately to the Oscilio ability. This is one of those tricky things about Oscilio. Oftentimes your bread and butter turns are Gone in a Flash, use an instant to get Gone in a Flash back into the arsenal. But if you don't get anything else useful to use at instant speed, something that doesn't require an action point from that Sigil of Brilliance, it can kind of hurt your game plan almost, or at least not add to it.
Right, but fortunately, it looks like he hit some good stuff here. We have, I believe, a Sigil of Conductivity and a Sigil of Solace in hand. Sigil of Solace being technically part of the Sigil Club, while not having any of the Sigil properties, merely has the word in its name.
It's the OG Sigil, though.
It is the OG.
And yeah, Jonathan Fouk, unfortunately, kind of shuffles a little too hard and shows the Sigil of Solace, but I think he was always going to play it anyway. You got to get the value of your cards while they're in your hand, and honestly, that ended up being one of the best random draws off of the discard of Electromagnetic Somersault that he could have possibly hoped for. As long as you are converting your hands as Oscilio until the big combo turn, you are happy.
I think so too. And here we go. We see Jonathan taking damage because with this old knocker, he is ready to go whenever.
Mm-hmm. And whenever might be right now. I know I saw a Blast to Oblivion, but it could be a fair bit of instants besides.
I think so. It looks like a Sigil of Lightning, Blast, Blink, and I think a second copy of Gone in a Flash here. If I had to guess, this is going to be one of those kind of non-Greaves combo turns, perhaps by going like Blast, Blink, pick up Conductivity, Gone in a Flash, Lightning, something like that. I'm sure Jonathan knows this better than me. But before he gets there, he's going to have to deal with a lot of damage coming across. Double Saber Bloodshed, really feeling like the first game of the day here.
Not great if you're sitting in the seat of Jonathan Fouk. It's 9 damage on a Hunter's Clave with Go Again. Lucas Oswald is tickled by resolving 2 Saber Bloodsheds together back to back.
Yeah, a casual draw 2 cards on hit, and on hit will happen.
Jonathan can't really respect it because even with so many cards in hand, he can't block 9. That's for dang sure.
Yep, and here we go. Mark taken away, but I'm pretty sure re-added immediately, as this Hunter's Clave does have an on-hit mark of its own.
That is the way Mark typically works. Down to 22 goes Jonathan Fouk. And even though Arachne Marionette is not often considered an aggro deck, I would position it as such. I mean,
I think so. Yeah.
it puts up numbers that do make Cindra's cry. It's Codex of Frailty resolved for Lucas Oswald. Pain in the backside found from the graveyard. Bought back by the discard of an Under the Trap Door. So 3 go again once again, and 1 card left in hand.
Right. Perhaps a little bit more of an awkward hand. It looks like those 2 cards drawn weren't exactly what he was hoping for. But, I mean, any opportunity to play a Codex and send more damage is, I think, perfectly acceptable. And, ooh, a Leave No Witnesses. Just as Jonathan committed the card to block, immediately getting punished for it. Now we might be seeing a little bit of a more lax turn on Jonathan's end. I think this easily could have been 16 damage with some setup, and now I think it's leaning more towards 8 with an arsenal.
It's not bad, though, because, of course, 8 with an arsenal plus the added 5 from the blocking cards on the previous turn is not bad.
Right, yeah, definitely an okay rate here. Actually, this first one's coming in for 3 because it's from the arsenal.
That's a fair point.
But Blink just going to pick it back up, essentially 0 for 4.
Gone in a flash. Another 3 block gets in its way. Only 1 damage connects with the life total of Lucas Oswald. Sigil of Lightning going to buy it back to the hand and plunk it straight into the arsenal. Vandal Spring Tunic to 3. And Mark of the Black Widow is the first attack for Lucas Oswald. Opponent not currently marked, but a Flick Knives activation could have something to say about that.
Absolutely. And can we talk about this one card I see in Jonathan's hand, Command and Conquer?
It is a curious one for Oscilios to be running.
I feel like I don't see that one too often. Usually that 2 cost is pretty expensive for Oscilios, who a lot of times kind of cap out at 1, kind of at most, but perhaps really just valuing the sort of setup potential that Command and Conquer has, the ability to say, if I'm constantly getting disrupted a little bit, I send Command and Conquer, force you to have an off turn, and now my next turn can be the big one.
Do you think it's an off turn for Arachne Marionette? I mean, by and large, those cards are blocking
Maybe.
3
I
for the
think
most
I think
part,
they're
right?
blocking 3, but it's a possibility he strands maybe a defense reaction
True.
in Marionette's hand, but possibly like a Den of the Spider, something to that effect. But I don't know. Either way, Jonathan Fouk believes in it enough to be bringing it into the finals of the AG Open.
And you know he's gotten here.
He
So
certainly has.
got to give kudos to whatever decisions he has made to lead himself to this point.
All right, looks like just having a think here. Definitely a moment to think. I would say very reasonably so. We're in the finals. We're only 8 minutes in. Life total's already down to 22 on one side. So I think if Jonathan plays fast, this could be over in another 5 to 10.
Head in hands. Jonathan Fouk tries to find the answer. It's a tough one, though. I've played a fair bit of Oscilio into Marionette. And sometimes the stars align, but you are always under a lot of threat. It's a deck that dishes out so much damage. Tack on a little bit of disruption, and it makes you want to cry.
Right, and here, there's a lot of permutations here because that Sigil of Lightning pops, and if you want to get value out of it, you kind of want to send 2 attacks. But if you want to send 2 attacks, well then, how are you sending 2 attacks? Is the second attack going to be a Gun and a Flash? And if so, well then you got to pick it back up. So now you need to keep 4 cards. Now if you're going to keep 4 cards, well now you're keeping most of the hand. But what if Lucas does anything else? He has a card in hand, card in arsenal. He's probably going to. But all that is the unknown, and I think that is the bind that these assassins can put you in.
There's just not enough instance in the hand in order to go Gone in a Flash, because Sigil of Lightning is the only instant Jonathan Fouk could potentially use. So I do think that the block here indicates that a Sigil of Conductivity is going to, a Sigil of Lightning makes more sense in this case, is going to come back into the hand. Oh, but after discarding a Sigil of Lightning? That's curious.
It plays the stains of the red back off of Tunic, it looks like. So not going to take damage by itself, but maybe with a Codex of Frailty. Ooh, and there goes the turn's prospects here as once more Leave No Witnesses comes out.
Now there's no more convenient blocking equipment for Jonathan Fouk. He's definitely rewarded for not discarding the Blast to Oblivion on the Flash of Brilliance trigger, that's for sure.
I agree, and we may see Jonathan now cycling the Sigil of Lightning now that he already has the embodiment out, and perhaps looking for something else here. I think the arsenal definitely needs to be protected here, and in that case, I think that means that reasonably you might need to give up 2 cards. And if that's the case, well, we only have 2 blocking cards right now unless that Oscilio activation is used.
There is an inherent weakness in relying so heavily on the arsenal as Oscilio does, especially in a format where a lot of people are coming for that arsenal. Looking at you, Earth Heroes, looking at you, Assassins.
Looking at you, Gravy Bones, even.
Looking at you, Cindra.
Yeah, I know. The Arsenal Disruption has become, I think, very ubiquitous in this day and age, and perhaps even just this meta.
So gone in a flash out of the arsenal for Jonathan Fouk after blocking with the final, 2 of the last 3 cards in hand. Last one remaining is Sigil of Lightning. So it's just going to be gone in a flash, bounce gone in a flash, park gone in a flash in the arsenal.
Right. And now, once again, we're just going to play the game of do you have disruption? Because he's hoping you don't. And I think if Lucas doesn't have disruption and Jonathan can get a good hand of 4 cards with a bunch of good instants, we could see some fireworks happen.
Or Reaver Spinneret stamped from a premier hunted draft event is followed up by a Kiss of Death coming in for 6 here, but with 2 cards in hand, the possibilities are much more than that for Lucas Oswald. In the hand of Jonathan Fouk, though, it's instants aplenty and a Comet Storm Shock. This could be go time as long as the arsenal is not threatened once again.
This definitely could be, but it's going to be tough here. It looks like if we were to count out this turn, going Gone in a Flash 3 times, playing 2 sigils, and then playing that Comet Storm, we're looking at 22 damage, if I'm not mistaken, of which 10 of it's Arcane, 12 of it's Gone in a Flash. That's pretty good, but Jonathan needs to go big here if he is going to get over that 32-point threshold. And I think he agrees because he's discarding that Comet Storm Shock and looking for something bigger.
I'm sorry. It's not a third instant in the hand. The 4th card before the activation of Oscilio was a Flittering Charge. So definitely not the quintessential Oscilio combo turn there.
No, if I had to guess, he's going to need potentially 2 turns. He may need this turn where he's going to do some damage, play some instants, set up a Sigil of Brilliance, and then next turn...
Oh, no. And it's a sigh from the casters because it's a Command and Conquer as a follow-up to this Kiss of Death, give and go again from the Stalker's Steps.
I think he's had Arsenal Disruption every turn. Leave No Witnesses into 2 codexes of Leave No Witnesses, into Command and Conquer.
And now there is just no possibility of covering up this damage. And it's at this point that it feels horrendous for the Oscilio player because you've protected the arsenal so long, not just by blocking with cards, but also like crafting your entire turns around blocking with the cards. You saw the angst from Jonathan Fouk after blocking 2 turns in a row, inefficiently, mind you, for his offensive capability just to protect the Gone in a Flash. And then if it goes away anyway, what was it all for?
Exactly. And he's just going to have to give it up, it looks like. Going down low, looking to just present some damage, and who knows? If he hits it off the top, it is all fixed. Just need Lucas to not draw disruption this time. And it looks like he played the Sigil of Brilliance, I believe, on Lucas's turn, just digging for one more card here and attempting to find a potential answer here, which he may have done. It looks like
There's a
that is
Mind
a
Warp.
Mind Warp in hand.
And now a Blink off of the discard of the Oscilio ability. Blink is not particularly helpful here. It would have been amazing if the Gone in a Flash remained.
Yeah, this could have been a pretty massive turn, but unfortunately, that Assassin Disruption, okay, and Sigil of Lightning pops without issue here. Looks like it's just going to be that flittering charge, slowly charging up the Volzar, and we're going to see if this Mind Warp is going to be able to disrupt Lucas enough to get him that space necessary.
Yeah, and space is hard to come by, even if you put Lucas down to 2 cards. I think he can threaten lethal when the opponent is at 5. So it's Volzar amped up by 2, 1 from the Flittering Charge, 1 from the Sigil of Conductivity. Mind Warp comes in 4/4, and Lucas Oswald forced to shuffle 3 cards into the deck and draw 2.
Yeah, something I do want to mention here. Lucas doesn't have AB. None at all. And that means that it opens up a lot of plays for Oscilio. We've seen Channel Lightning Valley perform pretty well in previous matches, and part of that value is in the fact that he can draw on every turn. So if you ever have a 0-cost shock, you draw on your turn, you play a 0-cost shock on their turn, you draw another card, and those are the plays that can sort of recreate a lot of these tomes that were banned what were now, I suppose, months ago.
Mm-hmm. Hunter's Clave coming in. 1 go again. When Jonathan Fouk is at 5. The finals of the first ever AGE Open Series in St. Louis. Could it be Lucas Oswald running away with the trophy and the cash?
It's very possible. Surely this wouldn't happen to be another Codex of Frailty as the last card. It couldn't be, right?
That would be absolutely devastating. But Lucas hasn't put a death touch in the graveyard yet. Tunic is not online. So it's not exactly the resources that are the scary thing. It's more the Arsenal Disruption that is still at the ready there. No, it is a Savor Bloodshed instead, followed up by a Graphene Calistera. So all resources converted here. Honestly, pretty stellar draw up of 2 cards for Lucas Oswald.
Yeah, 2 card, 7 draw card sounds pretty good here. And I think Jonathan's hand blocks 3? I think that's 3 instants here. Electrostatic Discharge, Sigil of Brilliance, and I believe perhaps like a Sigil of Lightning.
Yep.
Means that now he's going to have to commit the old knocker because otherwise Flick Knives kills him right here. And not to mention the card that Lucas draws off the top.
Because this Graphene Calistera absolutely has go again. It's a block of 4, and I think Lucas's ears are ringing here because it's pretty much just death that could force Oscilio to block with the old knocker. The thing that facilitates the Lightning Greaves combo that is so necessary for victory. Sigil of Brilliance played out here at the end of Lucas's turn, who stops the onslaught. Sigil of Brilliance now draws a card. It is a Comet. No, that is a Null Shock, lest my eyes deceive me.
Yeah, Null Shock can do damage here, but I still think he just has to keep digging here. These cards not lining up. He really needs these combo pieces, but these combo pieces got killed.
Essentially.
They got banished, they got blocked with, and all in pursuit of protecting that gun in a flash. And we're a decent way through Jonathan's deck, and I think he's just kind of missed some of these cards that he's been looking for.
A lot of things were going right for Jonathan, finding the Gone in the Flash really early and putting together some really stellar hands. But the problem was the disruption from Lucas Oswald. The Command and Conquers, the Leave No Witnesses just forced Jonathan to block with some really good hands.
Right. Yeah, it never felt like there was like quite a position where Jonathan could just take damage and just have a turn.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'd be curious, as I'm sure the players are, to watch this back and figure out exactly what went wrong here. But hey, he's not out yet. We do have the, I believe, Etchings of Arcana, which can get back a Sigil of Brilliance, guaranteed, because of the fact that there's no AB on Lucas's side, and he does have the Arcane spell to facilitate that. A lot of these instants don't do too much, but they do give Jonathan the opportunity to still amp Volzar. And it looks like that's what he's going to do. Just Null Shocking for, I think, 1.
It's just going to be 1 because he doesn't want to use the amp on an effect without Surge if he's going to play 1 later in the turn. So now Volzar is activated with this Etchings of Arcana. Going to come in for 4 arcane damage on Surge, which will go through, thanks to Lucas completely disrespecting the arcane capabilities of his counterpart. We'll find a Sigil of Brilliance, comes back to the hand, and Jonathan Fouk plays it immediately. But now it's over to Lucas Oswald. 23 plays 2, and this man has 4 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. He's starting off with something with Go again. Pain in the backside, blocked out by Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Lucas Oswald sees the crown of the first ever champion of an AGE Open in St. Louis, and he is going for it now. Flick Knives activated. Hunter's Clave connects with Jonathan Fouk's life total. Down to 1 he goes. Graphene Calicera is to follow. It's only 1 more blocking card left in the hand for Jonathan Fouk. It's another Consigned to Cosmos Shock. He's going to dig for one that can do a little bit of help on defense, but no, it is a Channel Lightning Valley, which could cycle out a card if he sends the Consigned to Cosmos Shock, but then he's just getting rid of a 3-block from hand. So only with 6 essential defense in the hand for Jonathan, and so much more from Lucas Oswald. Block of 3. Incision comes over the top. Sigil of Solace can be there to protect. And there it is. Jonathan Fouk going to go up to an essential 2 because 1 damage is going to leak through after he gains 3 life. He is no longer marked. The follow-up is Sigil of Solace from Lucas Oswald. Up to 26 he goes. Could there be one more turn? I don't think so. Codex of Frailty coming out of the hand. Leave no witnesses is going to shore it up as Jonathan Fouk shows the instance in hand. Lucas Oswald running away, both on his team and also with the cash at the first ever AGE in St. Louis.
Wow, and what a start for Marionette. I mean, we had Oscilio ready to go. He had gone on a flash in Arsenal. He had a Sigil on board, like turn 0. And then Lucas never let up the gas. That was just about every turn. We had Leaving a Witness, into Codex Leaving a Witness, into Codex Leaving a Witness, into CNC, into Codex Leaving a Witness, and just constant pressure. And that is exactly what the Marionette is trying to do here. And that is exactly why so many people are picking up Marionette in this new meta here. Even with a couple of the bans, who cares about the bans? We have the Orb Weaver Spinneret guaranteed. We have the damage. We have the disruption. And Lucas, first seed, I believe, going into top 8, and I think undefeated throughout the entire day, takes his place as the first AGE champion of St. Louis.
And now he's among the people of your kin, Colin, the hallowed halls of people who have won AGE Opens in their past. So good on you, Lucas. You get to be like Colin for this season and perhaps challenge his record for the most AGE points brought to a tournament, currently actually held by fellow Runaways teammate Pheno Black in New England. Okay. Folks, that about wraps it up for AGE St. Louis. We're going to be back, though, with a quick winners interview with Lucas Oswald, and then we will be saying good night, but also hello to another brand new year at AGE. Season 4 has only just kicked off. We're going to see you in short order.
Alrighty, daggers have been thrown, commands have been conquered, and witnesses have not been left. As Arachne Marionette takes it down, Lucas Oswald, our January AGE St. Louis champion. Lucas, congratulations, first of all.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. So I believe, did you go 9-0 today?
I did. Yeah.
That is an undefeated record. That's got to be pretty sick. You've entered into the hallowed halls of the AGE winners with the likes of yours truly and many others, perhaps even some team members that you may know of here. How does it feel? Were you confident all the way through? Was there any point where it's like maybe I might drop a game, or you were like, nah, these guys are nothing?
It was a really weird event. First of all, I want to say I had an absolute blast. Thank you again for AGE for putting this on. Thank you for Michael Thompson for getting this all organized. This honestly was one of the more fun events I have been to in a while, so I was stoked to be able to come out and obviously in the end win it. But yeah, I mean, the competition was good. I had a lot of really close games throughout Swiss. A lot of games I just won through like a little bit of trickery. Reacts are kind of hard to play around. And then yeah, obviously that finals was yeah. But I mean, the Mario deck really was on full display for me all weekend, though. That was definitely, I was blown away by the power of the deck. I think I drew quite well in most of my games, but the deck was humming and it looked very impressive. I played basically almost the exact same deck that Dan's been playing. He's got that Metafy article up where he's got all the information of the sideboard guides and everything. And so I just kind of went through that. Got a baseline understanding of all the matchups. I've been playing the deck for a few weeks now, and yeah, showed up. It did its thing, and here we are.
Nice, yeah, and it certainly seemed to work here. We definitely saw in the booth a lot of those classic Arachne Marionette things. We saw, I believe, just even in your last game, how many times did you disrupt that arsenal? It was what, leave no witnesses into Codex, leave no witnesses into Codex, leave no witnesses into CNC into Codex, leave no witnesses.
5 or 6, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
and it was gone in the flash, I think, every time. Maybe one exception.
I think so. Yeah, I believe he arsenaled that Ghana flash turn 1. We were like, okay, he could be going for the combo here.
Yep.
And just
he could have been.
Yeah, he absolutely could have. But yeah, just every turn you're able to strip that away. And yeah, that really speaks to the power here. Tell me, did you also face him in Swiss? Was that this Oscilio, or did you face another Oscilio?
Yeah. Yeah, so John's a good buddy of mine. He and I played in the last round of Swiss. And so we were just playing for seeding. We were both undefeated. So he obviously had a great tournament as well. Only lost to me twice, drawing pretty well. So I would definitely be happy if I was him with the result. He played excellent all weekend. But yeah, we did play twice.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was definitely an exciting deck in his own right. He blew some people up on camera just a couple of rounds ago. But
he tends to do that.
Yes. He tends to do that. And yeah, it's just, I don't know. It definitely is so cool to have this experience and to have somewhere local. Are you from around the St. Louis area? Did you kind of drive in? Okay.
Yeah, so this is my like number 3 spot for like RTNs and ProQuest and everything. I live about 40 minutes away, so this is definitely like, I've been here many times. I know the people here. It's a great store. I love St. Louis. I live in St. Louis, so I was very happy when I learned this was coming here. And I'd get an opportunity to play a few more local events. Not even just a few, a lot more local events moving forward. So I have said this a few times on stream, but I am absolutely stoked to have this here and to keep having this here in the next few months.
Yeah, and we are stoked to have you as well here with a stellar performance. And a stellar performance you can actually see. We have some new fun features on the website there with rankings and nemesis, for example. And I think you've made quite a few enemies on that website.
It seems that way, yeah.
There.
Of course.
No, man. You think you're going to be playing Marionette throughout the RTN season now?
I think probably. I'll probably get that first qualification, and then if I still have any tournaments left to go, if I'm still fortunate enough to be able to play in some more after that, I might switch it up to play like a pet deck or something fun or something I want to practice with. But definitely for the start, I'll be, as long as I can continue borrowing cards and everything, I'll continue playing Marionette.
Yeah. No, I definitely feel that. I've borrowed many a card in my time. But yeah, I believe previously we had seen you on Verdance. Is that right?
Yeah, so I actually played Verdance I top 8 US Nationals with it, and then I top 64 Pro Tour Singapore with it, and then I got 18th at Worlds with Verdance. So I've been playing Verdance basically all year. ever since, at least since High Seas has come out. And so this is kind of the first time I'm dipping my toes in playing something else. But this has actually been a hero I've been super stoked to play. If you've been around me at all for the last few months, I'll tell everybody that I really want to play Marionette. I'm playing Verdance right now. So I'm really stoked to be able to finally actually play it, bring it to a tournament, and obviously do pretty well with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm guessing Verdance on the back burner now. I'm guessing those root-bound carapaces hit pretty hard.
Yeah, I think the deck is still strong, but it's honestly, I've played it so much, it's kind of boring to me now. I'm happy to be able to flex some other muscles and get some other stuff going on, but I'm sure at some point throughout the season I'll go back and play Verdance. I do think she still holds a place in the meta, and she should be able to adapt to whatever's going on.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and we'll definitely keep our eyes out to see if you bring her anywhere else. But yeah, it is a new meta here. I don't know if you felt about the meta staleness, but this has been quite the shakeup. If you saw our breakdown, the most represented deck was Prism Awakener of Soul, actually, a hero that I think we didn't really see too much. We saw it kind of cropping up as one of those like A tier decks that kind of came up, but like nothing with the meta share compared to these dominant decks like a Cindra and Verdance that have kind of walked it down here. And now even Mario's coming back up. I think we had 3 today, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm guessing a couple more coming soon, right?
Yeah, my expectation for the meta is that we'll probably see Mario be the deck to beat. I think Gravy probably up there. I think he's inconsistent, but he's got a good Mario matchup. He's got a good matchup spread overall, so it's hard to count him out. But I expect probably those 2 decks, and then your Kassai, Verdance, Oscilio, Dash.io, all those decks kind of operating at the same spot that they've been at for a little while now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. And I'm sure we've heard about it plenty on the Runaways podcast before, and probably plenty more here. You guys always give us some nice screen time whenever we do these things.
Of course.
But yeah, on that note, anyone you want to shout out? I know you mentioned you had someone with a Metafy who created this kind of deck tech for you.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you just mentioned, you can check us out at the Runaways podcast. I am a semi-regular member, formerly regular member of that, and I hop in every now and then. But it's a good time. Like you mentioned as well, we also do have a Runaways or a Metafy page. You can just find us at TCG Runaways. It might just be Runaways. And then we also have the X account as well as going to be TCG Runaways, and then myself is going to be Achilles 2032 on X and on Metafy. You can check me out there for coaching if you would like. Nice.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for coming. And to everyone else watching at home, we're going to be back with more AGE as soon as next week, and then more St. Louis next month. So if this inspired you to come down, I'd recommend it. It's a blast, and we'll be coming back. So check the website for details. We've got plenty of tournaments coming up that are scheduled, and plenty more to be coming. So thank you everyone so much for joining me today, and we wish you a good rest of the night, and thank you for coming. Have a good one.